Hey, this is Chris Plush, and welcome to Blender for Complete and Total Beginners. Absolutely no experience with Blender or 3D modeling is needed for this course. The purpose of this course is to introduce you to the essentials you need to know in order to create 3D art with Blender. I'll take you from opening Blender up for the very first time, all the way to building a really fun 3D scene, all completely step by step. First, I'll take you through the Blender Quick Start sections. These sections are especially important if you're brand new to Blender. You'll get a tour of the software in these sections, get introduced to the basic concepts of 3D art, and you'll learn about the fundamental 3D modeling tools. If at any point you feel comfortable enough or just anxious to move on to the Pirate Raft project, feel free to jump ahead to that. That project is entirely step by step, with me narrating every step in real time. But if you're new to Blender, I highly recommend watching through the Quick Start sections first. You'll learn a lot and get more comfortable with the software before diving into a project. After the Quick Start sections, we'll move on to the Pirate Raft project, where we'll put all the fundamentals we learned to good use. Plus we'll learn a lot more as we're going through that project as well. By the end of that project, the software should feel much more familiar to you, and you'll be more confident with the fundamental tools for 3D modeling and rendering. But what happens after you're done that project? In the What Now section, I go into some advice for beginners that's based on my own learning experiences that should hopefully help you have more fun learning and learn more effectively. After that, we'll get into the more social aspects of 3D art. I'll go over the different social platforms where you can post Blender art, talk about Blender, and even ask questions and find tutorials. Getting involved with the community is a great way to stay motivated, to make friends, get ideas, keep up with the news, and even start up some group projects and enter contests. I'll even go over how to start your own online portfolio. And that about covers what you can expect from this course. This course is meant to get you started and feeling comfortable using the software on your own, and to give you confidence in moving forward and learning new things. You'll also end up with an awesome 3D scene. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to use the Q&A section beneath each video. So I hope you like the course, and I'll see you in the next lecture. If you're new to Blender and haven't downloaded it yet, let me show you where to get it. Up in the search bar of your internet browser, let's go to blender.org. And from here, let's head over to the download page. And that's it. From this page, you can download the latest version of Blender at the top here. And from this drop-down menu, you can see all the different platform options. So download the right version for your platform, and then install it, and then you're ready to go. In this lecture, I'll give you a quick tour of Blender's interface. When you open up Blender for the very first time, here's what you see. There's a splash screen in the middle, which gives you some basic setup options like language. And if you had a previous version of Blender installed, you can even load the settings and preferences from that version, so you don't need to change everything again. And if this is not your first time opening Blender, then you'll see a different splash screen with some options to open previous projects or start a new one. Either way, we're not going to change anything in the splash screens, so let's just click away from this. So this is Blender. You might be a little bit overwhelmed by all the menus and options you see, and trust me, what you see right now is just the tip of the iceberg. There are a crazy amount of tools in Blender. But also trust me when I say that you don't need to know everything about Blender in order to use it. And in this course, we're going to start off with just the essentials. So you'll learn the basics you need to know in order to get you started and feeling confident with the software and the basic concepts of 3D art. Now let's go over the interface and how the software is set up. The interface is divided into what's called areas. Each area is showing us a different editor. For example, this area here is showing us an editor called 3D Viewport, or 3D View for short. And this is where we build our 3D models and our scenes. And this area up here is showing us the Outliner editor. This is used to keep track of all the models and objects in our scene. Like in this scene here, we have a camera, a cube, and a light. And they can all be accessed from this editor. Now at the top of each editor is a strip of menus and options called a header. And at the left side of this header, we have a menu here to switch the editor type. From here, we can change this area into any of these editors, all of which do different things. For example, right now this area is set to the 3D view. But we can go into the editor type menu here and switch this area to the graph editor. And now this area is showing us the graph editor, which is something that's used for animation. Now let me switch this back to 3D view. Now let's real quick go over the default editors you see when you first open up Blender, because these are among the most used editors. we've already gone over the 3D view here, which we'll be using to create and visualize our 3D world. Then there's also the outliner up here, which will help us keep track and organize all the 3D models and objects in our scene. This is extremely handy, especially for big scenes with lots of models. Now down here we have the Properties editor, which contains a collection of different properties and tools for our models and our scene. For example, right now the light is currently selected, so we have some light options if we go into the tab down here. So we have options like changing the color of the light and changing how strong the light is as well. And then at the very bottom here we have the timeline editor, which gives us different tools and options for animating. For example, we have options over here for when the animation should start and when the animation should end. So those are the basics. The interface is split into areas, and each area has different editors that you can change depending on what tools you need. And each of these editors has loads of different tools and different options, a lot of which you'll be introduced to throughout the course. But we'll end this interface tour there, and I'll see you in the next lecture where we'll focus on learning more about the 3D view. In this lecture, we'll focus on the 3D view, where we make our 3D models and build our 3D scenes. Getting familiar with navigating in 3D is super important, because you need to be able to quickly and comfortably focus in on a model or parts of a model that you're working on. So that's what we'll start with, things like rotating the scene, zooming in and out, and what the hotkeys are for switching views like front view and side view. So let's jump into that. First, in order to rotate the scene, let's hover the mouse over the 3D view, and then middle click and drag. And it'll rotate the scene whichever way you drag the mouse. And now let's move on to panning the scene, which means to move it side to side or up and down. To pan the scene, you can hold Shift and middle click and drag in any direction. And now for zooming, you can use the scroll wheel on the mouse to zoom in or zoom out. And it zooms in and out in increments, as you can see. Now for a different style of zoom, you can also hold Control and middle click and drag up or down, and that'll give you a smoother, more precise style of zoom. Both zoom styles come in handy. And that'll do it for manual navigation. Now we'll go over switching to different views, like front view and top view. For that, let me add in something different besides a cube so that we can better visualize which view we're in. So let's left click on the cube to make sure it's selected, and then I'll press the X key and delete it. And now let's press Shift and A to open up a menu we can add new objects from. And from the mesh menu at the top here, let's add in a monkey. Alright, now we should easily be able to tell which view we're in. Now for switching views using hotkeys, we use the keys on the numpad on the right of the keyboard. There's also a pop-up menu for views available if you press the left quote key, which is right above the tab key. So from this pie menu you can switch the views as well, but we're going to be using the hotkeys. So let me press escape to get out of that. Now let's start with front view. To go into front view, let's make sure the mouse is hovered over the 3D view, and then press numpad 1. And now we're in front view. You can see which view you're in right at the top left of the 3D view right here. You can see it says front. And now for back view, we press Control and numpad 1. And then for right side view, we press numpad 3. And for left side view, we press Control and numpad 3. And for top view, we press numpad 7. And finally, for bottom view, we press Control and numpad 7. And let me press numpad 1 for front view again. Now we can also use the numpad to rotate the scene as well. By using the numpad keys 2, 4, 6, and 8, you can rotate the scene in different directions. And we can use the numpad for zooming as well. The plus key and minus keys on the numpad will zoom in and out. And also the period key or the delete key on the numpad can be used to zoom in to whatever selected. For example, let's say I have the scene panned over like that, and I want it to zoom in to this selection right here. Well, I can press the delete key, and it'll automatically zoom into that selection for me. And finally, numpad 5. This hotkey can switch between orthographic view and perspective view. Orthographic view is a flatter view with no perspective distortion. For example, when you press numpad 1 to go into front view, it takes you into a front orthographic view. As you can see up at the top left here, it says front orthographic. Orthographic view is why everything appears flat and straight from this view. But if we wanted to see our model with a little more perspective, we can press numpad 5 to toggle between orthographic and perspective views. You can see perspective view here has more of a real-life perspective distortion. It's not quite as flat as orthographic view. And both orthographic view and perspective views come in handy for different things. Perspective views give you a better idea of what the scene's going to look like in the final render, with some real-life perspective distortion, but orthographic view can be more handy when actually modeling and analyzing your models. And make a note that whenever you're in a view, like for example if I press numpad 1 for front view again, if you middle click and drag to rotate the scene, it automatically switches to perspective view. But you can still press numpad 5 to toggle orthographic view in any view that you're in. And which one you use depends on whatever view you feel like using really, but most of the time I don't think you really need to worry about changing this. And if you ever forget any hotkeys for the views, just like with everything else, you can find them in the menus. The view options can be found up in the view menu right here and down in the viewpoint menu. Alright, and that about does it for navigating the 3D view. Getting the hang of these hotkeys and how to navigate your scene is super important to feel comfortable using the software, and it should sink in pretty quickly the more you use Blender. And in the next lecture, I'll be going over some preferences you should change to make rotating the scene and zooming a lot more intuitive. So you should definitely check out the next lecture for that. So I'll see you there. In this lecture, we'll go over a few essential changes that you should definitely make to your user preferences. This will be a quick lecture. I won't go over all the user preferences because, well, they're mostly preferences, so they're not all essential to change. But there's a few that I think are. So let's go up into the Edit menu up here, and then go down to Preferences. And let's start things off in the Navigation tab right here. And the first option we'll change in here is an obvious one. It's Zoom to Mouse Position right here. This allows us to zoom into wherever the mouse cursor is. With this disabled, it'll zoom into the center of the view. For example, if I have my mouse cursor up here, and I scroll up and down on the mouse to zoom in and out, it's not scrolling towards the cursor, it's scrolling towards the middle of the view. And that's really inconvenient if, say, I had something down here that I wanted to zoom into. It's pretty intuitive to just place your cursor there and then zoom in and out, hoping that it's going to zoom in to that point. But you can see it's still zooming in to the center of the view. So you would have to pan your target to the middle of the view and then zoom in and out to zoom into it. Now you might prefer a zoom system like that after practicing with it, but I think it's much more intuitive to zoom in and out based on where the cursor is. So let me go back into the Preferences menu, and I'll enable Zoom to Mouse Position. Now wherever the cursor is in space is where Blender is going to zoom in and out. For example, if I want to zoom into the light, I'll hover over it and then zoom in. If I want to zoom into the cube, I'll hover over that and zoom in. And that's just much more intuitive to me, and that makes navigating in 3D so much easier. Alright, now let's go back up into the Preferences menu. And the next option we'll go over is called Auto Depth right here. And this is extremely important to enable for rotating your scene. In fact, nothing is more important to enable than this. By default, if you middle click and drag to rotate your scene, you can see the scene is rotating around a point in space in the middle where the cube is. So if we're working on the cube in the middle of the scene, then this is fine. But let's see what happens when I press G to move this away from the middle. Now when I rotate the scene, it's still rotating around that point in the middle. This is a problem because we're working on the cube, so I want to focus on the cube and rotate around the cube. So let me rotate the scene so the cube is centered in view like this. Alright, so it seems like everything's good now. We've got the cube centered in view and we can work on it up close. But now I want to rotate the view to work on the other side of it. So let me middle click and drag to rotate around. And you can see where the problem comes into play now. The scene's rotation point is still somewhere else in space, so it actually took us totally away from the model we were working on. Now you can pan the scene to move the scene's rotation point, and if I center the cube like this, the rotation point should be somewhere around here now. So let me middle click and drag and see. And you can see that's a little bit better, but it's still not centered over the cube perfectly. So it's kind of hard to figure out exactly where that scene's rotation point is to rotate perfectly around the object. But what we can do is, just like with Zoom to Mouse Position, we can make rotation happen based on where the 3D cursor is. And that's exactly what Auto Depth does. So let's go back up into the Preferences menu, and let's enable Auto Depth right here. This is going to take the point underneath the cursor and use that as the scene's rotation point. For example, let me pan the scene over here, and then I'll press Shift and D to make a duplicate of this cube, and I'll move the copy over here. And now if I wanted to rotate around, let's say this point on this cube over here, I'll just hover over that point, middle click on that surface, and then drag the scene around. And you can see now we're rotating around the left cube. And if I want to rotate around the right cube, I'll hover over that surface, middle click and drag, and now we're rotating around that cube. So this allows you to pick a point on a surface to rotate the scene around. And that's absolutely essential to enable if you want to have a better time with Blender. Navigation can get really annoying without it, but after enabling zoom to mouse position and auto depth, navigation will feel a lot more intuitive and make a lot more sense. Alright, now let's go back up into the Preferences menu. And I think those are the only two options that I would consider essential to change at the moment, but since we're changing things, I'm going to go over just a few other changes I personally like to make that just help the workflow a little. Like Smooth View right here, for example. By default, this value will animate between views. For example, if I press numpad 1, numpad 7, and numpad 3 to switch between views, you can see how it animates between all the different views. And I mean, that's neat to watch, but when you're working on something, you'll want to change views instantly. So let me go back into the Preferences menu, and I'll switch the Smooth View option from 200 down to 0. And that'll give us an instantaneous view switch. So now if I press numpad 7 for top view, numpad 1 for front view, and numpad 3 for side view, you can see everything switches instantly. And that just helps workflow be a little bit faster. Alright, now let's go back up into the Preferences menu, and now we'll go up to the Interface tab here. And what we'll do here is disable navigation controls here. This is the strip of controls right over here that allow you to do things like zoom and pan and things like that. We're going to be using the hotkeys for all of that because it's much faster. So let me disable that option to get rid of those controls and give us a little bit more visible workspace. And above that, there's also this axis display right here, which shows us which direction we're viewing the world from. This can actually come in handy for various reasons that we'll get into later, but the default display right here is a little bit bulky. So let's go over to the Viewport tab here, and we'll change the 3D viewport axis from interactive navigation to simple axis. And that just gives us a nice, neat, simplified axis to look at. And alright, I think that about does it for the user preference options. And by default, these preferences are saved automatically because this checkbox there is enabled to auto-save preferences. So now we can just close that, and those preferences are saved for whenever we open up a new project. And in fact, let's start up a new project now just to reset the scene. So I'll go up to File, go down to New, and start a new general project. So this resets the scene, but you can see the changes we've made are still intact. Like we've got rid of the controls over here, and we have a simplified axis. Now finally, in the 3D view, I want to free up a little bit more space. For example, we can get rid of this toolbar over here, because most of these tools are accessible with hotkeys. So let's press the T key to get rid of that. Let's also go up to this gray header right here, and right-click on that, and disable Show Tool Settings. This frees up a little extra space by getting rid of that top strip of settings. We can access those tool settings in different ways, so it's not necessary to have that in the 3D view. Now at the bottom here we have the animation timeline. And if you're not working on animation, then you can get rid of this to free up some room for modeling. To do that, you can hover over the border between the two areas, right-click, and then select Join Areas. And then you can choose which direction to join them. We want to join them down, so I'll hover over down here, and then left-click. And that'll join the top area with the bottom, and this gives us one big 3D view to work with. Now, although our user preferences were saved automatically, the interface changes are not. In order to save these changes to our default Blender file, let's go up to the File menu here, then go down to Defaults, and select Save Startup File. And then confirm that. And now anytime you start a new project with Blender, it'll look exactly like this. And that's it. Our Blender is ready to go. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we'll start going over the fundamental tools we'll be using pretty much all the time. And to start things off, we'll go over the selection tools, the most fundamental of all the tools. To select something in Blender, you simply hover over it and then left click. And that's pretty standard. And when something is selected, it'll either turn orange or it'll have an orange outline. And then once an object is selected, we can do something with it. For example, to move the cube, I can press the G key and then left click to confirm. And if I wanted to select multiple objects, what I can do is hold the Shift key and then left click on the other objects I want to select. And now all three of these objects are selected, so now when I press the G key to move them, it'll move everything in that selection. And let me right click to cancel. And now to remove something from a selection, we can continue holding Shift and then left click on something once or twice until it's deselected. So holding Shift can add to a selection and remove from a selection. Now to select everything in the scene, we can simply press the A key. And then to deselect everything in the scene, we can press Alt and A. Or if I press A to select everything again, I can also just left click in an empty area to deselect everything. I prefer pressing Alt and A, especially when the scene's really busy and there might not be an empty area to click on. And now we'll go over one more selection tool, Box Select. This allows you to draw a box over all the objects you want selected. First, let me hold Shift and middle click and drag to center everything in view a little bit better. And now if we hover over the 3D view and press the T key for the left side toolbar over here, at the top you can see that the active tool is already set to Box Select. So now what we can do is just simply left click and drag over any objects we want selected. And then anything within that box gets selected. Note that this does not add to the current selection though. This creates a brand new selection. For example, right now I have these two objects selected, but if I were to left click and drag over the light and the cube, that creates a new selection, which the camera was not part of, so that's no longer selected. To add to the selection using Box Select, you can hold the Shift key and then left click and drag over new objects to add them to the selection. And to remove something from the selection using Box Select, you hold the Control key and then left click and drag over that object. Now, left click and drag will always act like the Box Select tool as long as the Box Select tool is enabled as the active tool in the left side toolbar here. I plan to always leave this tool active by default, and we'll access all the other tools using hotkeys. So let's press the T key again to get rid of that toolbar. And that's it. And that actually does it for the most basic selection tools. There are some other selection tools as well, but these were the most fundamental. And we'll go over other selection tools if we need them through the Pirate Raft project. That'll do it for this lecture though, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll go over the basic tools we'll be using to transform objects, meaning moving them, rotating them, and scaling them. We'll also be talking about what origin points are. We'll start with the basic transformation tools. For example, with this cube selected, if I want to move it, I can press G. You can think of that as G for grab. And now as I'm moving it, I can just left click to drop it. Or if I press G again to move it, I can right click to cancel the movement and it goes back to its previous position. Now let's move on to rotation. So let me press numpad 1 for front view and I'll zoom into the cube. Now if I wanted to rotate the cube, I can press R to do that. And it'll rotate it in a circle depending on whatever view you're in. But if I wanted to rotate it in every direction, I can press R a second time for something called trackball rotation. And now you can rotate it in every direction more freely if you need to. And again, left click will confirm and right click will cancel. And finally, if I wanted to scale the cube, I can press S to scale it. So G for grab, R for rotate, and S for scale. These are your main hotkeys for transformations. And every time you're transforming something, for example, I'll press S to scale this again, you can see how much you're transforming it in the top left of the 3D view. So this can come in handy when you need to know exactly how much something has transformed. And you can actually specify an exact number for a transformation too. For example, if I wanted to scale this cube up to be 1.5 times its original size in every direction, then while I'm scaling it, I can actually type in 1.5. And you'll see the scale values at the top left now are all 1.5. And then I can just press enter to confirm that. And when it comes to being more precise like that, you'll notice that when I press G to start moving the cube, you can see it moves as fast as the mouse moves. This can sometimes make it difficult to make really small changes. But what you can do while moving, rotating, or scaling something is hold the Shift key for much finer movements that can help you make a more precise transformation. Now, moving on, one thing to note about rotating and scaling is that these transformations are done based on the position of an object's origin. Every time an object is added in, it has a little dot at the center of it, as you can see right here. This little dot is called the object's origin. This acts as a virtual center for the object, and it's used for many different things. Primarily, this is used as a rotation and scaling point. For example, you can see when I press R to rotate this, there's a line connecting the mouse to that origin point. This line shows us where the object is rotating around, because there needs to be some point in space to rotate around. So right now, the object is rotating around its origin. So that's one thing an origin is used for, to rotate around. And if I press S, it's also used to scale in towards and away from. So that's going to do it for the basic transform operations. In the next lecture, we'll learn about the axis in Blender and how you can use it to transform objects in certain directions. So I'll see you there. So now that we know the basic hotkeys for transforming, in this lecture, we'll be taking things a little further and we'll learn about how to have greater control over how something is transformed. For example, we know that pressing S will scale this cube in every direction. But what if I just wanted to scale the cube in this one direction, making it longer? For that, we can use the global axis, also called the world axis. The world in Blender has 3 dimensions, or directions, X, Y, and Z. If I press numpad 1 for front view, you can see the blue Z axis here, representing the directions up and down. And if I rotate the view a little bit, you can see the red X axis here, representing left and right. And then also the green Y-axis, representing forward and backward. So if I wanted to scale the cube in the direction of the green Y-axis here, I can press S to start scaling, and then while I'm scaling, I can press the Y key to scale on just the Y-axis. Or I can press X to scale on just the X-axis, or I can press Z to scale on just the Z-axis. And this works for moving and rotating as well. For example, if I wanted to move this on just the X-axis, I can press G, and while I'm moving it, I can press X to lock the movement to the X-axis. And if I wanted to spin this on just the Z-axis, I can press R to start rotating, and then press the Z key to rotate on just the Z-axis. Now let's go a little further with this. What if I wanted to scale this up on the X and Y-axis, but not the Z-axis? Well, for that, I can press S to start scaling it, and then I'll hold Shift and press Z. That'll lock the Z-axis scaling so that the cube only scales on the X and the Y-axis. So that's how you can transform on just 2 axes, and that actually comes in handy once in a while. Alright, so that'll actually do it for transforming on the global axis, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Now, in the last lecture, we learned about the global axis and how to transform on the global axis. But aside from the axis in the world, every object has its own axis as well, called object axis, or more technically, local axis. And this axis can be used for many things, including transformations. And that's what we'll learn about in this lecture. Now, to start things off, with the default cube selected, I'll press X and delete it. Then let's add in an object that's not the same on all sides. So let me press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu at the top, let's add in a cone. Now by default, we can't see an object's axis like we can see the world's axis. We need to enable that, and to do that, we can go over to the Properties editor here, and go to this tab right here for Object Properties. Then let's go down here and expand the Viewport Display panel, and I'll middle click and drag to move that menu up. And from this panel, let's enable the axis display right here. And now you can see the local axis peeking out from underneath the surface of the cone. To see this a little better, let's press Alt and Z to enable something called X-ray mode, which will make everything in the scene partly transparent. And there it is. So this is the object's own axis, and it stems from the origin in the middle. And if I press G to move the cone around, you can see the axis comes with it. And if I press R to rotate this, you can see that the axis rotates with it as well. So now you can see the object's local Z-axis is pointing diagonally like this. So basically, the object now has a different up and down direction than the world does. This is important because now we can move this object up and down in 2 different ways. I can press G and then Z to move this up and down on the global Z-axis. Or if I press G and then I press Z twice, it will move the cone on its own local Z-axis. so that's useful if I wanted to move this cone in the exact direction that it's pointing. That would have been hard to do if we couldn't move this on a local axis. So pressing X, Y, or Z once will transform on the global axis, and pressing each axis twice will transform on the local axis. And this works with everything. For example, if I press R to rotate this, and then I press Y twice, then it's rotating it around its own local Y axis. And if I press S to scale, and then I press the Z key twice, now it's scaling on its own local Z axis. And that's basically it. In this lecture, I just wanted to introduce you to the local axis and some basic functionality. Both global and local axis are used for many things, including transformations as we saw, but also for other things like texturing and things called modifiers. And we'll get into different uses as needed through the course. That's going to do it for this lecture though, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll move on to something called snapping. You'll notice that the world in Blender comes complete with all these lines running through it, which is called a grid. This grid helps visualize things in the world, like an object's location. This grid can also be used to snap things to it. For example, let me press numpad 1 to go into front view. And now if I zoom in a little bit, you can see there's lots of little squares inside the big ones. Let me zoom out until I can just see the bigger squares like that. And now I'll press the G key to move the cube, and then while I'm moving it, I'll hold Control to activate snapping. And this will snap the cube's movements to the grid's increments. So with the grid squares being this size, the cube will only move that much at a time. Now if I were to zoom in, you'll notice that the grid subdivides into the smaller cubes again. So now at this level of zoom, the squares are smaller. So if I press G to move the cube again, and hold Control for snapping, you can see that the movement increments are now smaller too. So remember that snapping movement is based on the zoom level because this affects the grid size. Now let me zoom out until I can just see the larger squares like that. Now remember the Shift key and how that makes transforming more precise? Well, when you hold Control for snapping, you can also hold Shift at the same time for smaller snapping increments. So if I press G to move this and hold Control for snapping, you can see it snapping to the increments of the grid. But then I can also hold Shift at the same time, and it'll snap in smaller increments. Now, snapping works in a rotated view as well. So from this view, I'll press G and hold Control for snapping, and you'll see it works the same. But when you're in a perspective view like this, the grid size doesn't change or subdivide when I zoom in or out. That always remains the same. So because of that, the snapping amount will never change from this view. It'll always remain the same too. Now let me press numpad 1 for front view again. Now we can use snapping for scaling and rotating as well, but in these cases the grid doesn't matter. If I press R to rotate the cube and then hold Control to activate snapping, it will simply rotate the cube in 5-degree increments, which is really handy for perfect rotations. And holding Shift at the same time too will make rotation happen in 1-degree increments. And the same goes for scaling. If I press S to scale and hold Control to activate snapping, it'll scale it in increments. And holding Shift at the same time will give you smaller scaling increments too. Alright, so that'll do it for the basics of snapping, so I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, I'll introduce you to the basic functions of something called a 3D cursor. So this red and white circle in the middle of the world right here, that's called the 3D cursor. And this is used for many things, but one of its most basic purposes is to be the location where a new object is added in. To demonstrate this, with the default cube selected, let's press X and delete it. Now currently, the 3D cursor is still in the middle of the world right here. So when we add a new object in, it'll be added at that position in the middle of the world too. To add a new object in and test this, we can press Shift and A for the Object Add menu. And here we have a list of all the different objects we can add in. And we'll go over different ones throughout the course as needed. For this example though, let's go up to the Mesh menu here, and we'll add in a UV sphere. And you can see the sphere gets added in right where the 3D cursor was. And in fact, the sphere's origin point, this orange dot in the middle of it, that gets centered in the middle of the 3D cursor. Now, if we wanted to add an object in somewhere else, we can actually move the 3D cursor. To do that, we hold Shift and right-click somewhere. You can also hold Shift and right-click and drag to drag the cursor around. And now if we press Shift and A for the Add menu again, and we add in another object, like a mesh cylinder, you can see it's added in with its origin centered over the 3D cursor's position. Now it's often useful or just organized to build your models in the middle of the world. So if you wanted to return the 3D cursor back to the middle of the world right here, what you can do is press Shift and S for the snapping menu. And from here you can choose to snap the cursor to the world origin. And it'll return the cursor back to the middle of the Blender world. So that's one basic function of the 3D cursor, adding objects in. But the 3D cursor can also be used as a pivot point. Remember how rotating an object will rotate around the object's origin? For example, with the cylinder selected, I'll press R to rotate it, and you can see it's rotating around its origin point. So in this case, the object's origin is acting as its pivot point to rotate around, but you can also use the 3D cursor for this. Up in the menu right here, we have different options for transform pivot points. And one of these options is the 3D cursor, so let's select that. And now if I press R to rotate the cube again, you can see that it's rotating around the 3D cursor instead of its origin. So this really comes in handy being able to choose your own pivot point in space. And this also works for scaling. If I press S to scale this, it'll now scale to and from the 3D cursor. You can also access the pivot point menu by pressing the period key, and you'll have all the same options here. And while we're in this menu, it's often good practice to reset the pivot point back to default once you're finished using the 3D cursor as the pivot point, because you'll more often be using the default pivot point than the 3D cursor. So let me switch this back to the default median point. And now if I press R to rotate this, you can see it's rotating around the origin again. Now one thing to note about the 3D cursor is that it automatically snaps to surfaces too. For example, if I hold Shift and I right click on the top of the cylinder there to place the 3D cursor, if I zoom in and rotate the view, you'll see the 3D cursor is perfectly on the surface of the cylinder now. So this can sometimes come in handy when you want to add a new object onto the surface of something, among other uses. And alright, that'll actually do it for the basics of the 3D cursor. We'll be using this in various ways throughout the course, so you'll learn more about it as we go. That'll do it for this lecture though, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn about the two main shading modes we'll be using when working in the 3D view, solid mode and wireframe mode. And the term shading here basically refers to how objects are drawn or displayed in the 3D view, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. And this lecture might be a little more clear with a better model. So with the cube selected, I'll press X and delete it. And then I'll press Shift and A, and from the Mesh Add menu, I'll add in a monkey. And let me zoom into that and rotate the scene a little bit. Now so far we've been working in solid mode, meaning our models are displayed as solid objects. Like the monkey here is displayed in the 3D view as solid so we can't see through it. To switch shading modes, we have these four icons up here. And for now we'll just be focusing on the left two. This one right here is for wireframe mode, and this one here is for solid mode, which we're currently in. Now let's switch over to wireframe mode and see what that looks like. We can do that by using the icon up here, or we can also use the hotkey Shift and Z. So let's press Shift and Z to switch to wireframe mode. So in this mode, nothing is shown as solid. Only the edges of all the geometry are visible. So we're able to see through the model to the geometry on the other side of the head. Like for example, from this view, we can see the other ear on the other side. This mode comes in handy for various reasons, especially when modeling, because sometimes you'll need to be able to select a part of the model that's on the other side of it. And it's often easier to do that when the model is see-through. I'll demonstrate that in the modeling section later in the course. So that's wireframe mode. Now to switch back to the previous mode, which was solid mode, we can press Shift and Z again. And another way you can switch modes is by pressing the Z key for a pie menu that has all the different shading options, including solid mode and wireframe mode. And there is actually a way to see through objects in solid mode as well. For that, we can use this icon up here to toggle on X-ray mode. And we can also use the hotkey Alt and Z to toggle that option. And all these lines are a little distracting. It might be a little easier to visualize if I press Alt and A to deselect everything. Now you can see how X-ray mode makes all the objects in the scene slightly transparent, so you can see through them. Just like with wireframe mode, X-ray mode can come in handy for modeling as well, because you'll be able to see through the model a bit, and that makes selections on the other side of the model a little bit easier. So solid mode and wireframe mode are our two main shading modes for modeling. There are other modes as well that are more useful when texturing and previewing the final scene, but we'll be using them as needed in the Pirate Raft project. So I'm going to end this lecture here, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn about the difference between something called smooth shading and flat shading. For this, I'll set up a couple of models. So let me rotate the scene so the x-axis is going left and right. And with the cube selected, I'll press G and then X to move it over on the x-axis to about right there. Now let's add in another model. So I'll press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu at the top, we'll add in a UV sphere. So now we have two different models. One of them has sharp 90-degree angles, and the other has a rounded surface. Now both models at the moment are flat shaded, meaning every individual face on the surface looks flat, and every edge between all the faces is sharp. And flat shading works perfectly for the cube over here, because the cube has 90-degree angles, which should be sharp looking. So we want this to remain flat shaded. But the sphere over here is a rounded model, and typically you would want this to look smooth. So in order to make this smooth shaded, we simply left click on it to make sure it's selected, and then we can right click for the object menu and choose Shade Smooth. And there we go. So smooth shading is now blending all the shading between the faces, giving the surface a smooth, rounded look instead of the faceted and sharp look that it had before. So flat shading is what you'd want on an object that has sharp angles and flat surfaces, like the cube. And smooth shading is used for curvier objects. But what if you had an object that had both curves and sharp angles, like a cylinder for example? Well, there's a tool for that called Auto Smooth. Let's start by actually adding a cylinder in. So let me press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu, let's add in a cylinder. And at the moment it's covering the sphere, so let's move it over on the x-axis by pressing G to move it, and then press the X key to lock the movement to the x-axis, and I'll drop it over there, and I'll zoom in a bit. Now, as you can see, the cylinder has rounded sides, but a flat top and a flat bottom. So if I were to right-click and choose Shade Smooth for this, it gets a little weird. And that's because Blender is trying to smooth shade those sharp 90-degree angles at the top and bottom, and smooth shading such sharp angles just doesn't end up looking right. What we need to do is tell Blender to smooth shade softer angles, like the ones around the middle, and flat shade sharper angles, like at the top and bottom. To do that, let's go over to the Object Data Properties by clicking on this triangle icon right here in the Properties Editor. And then go to the Normals panel here and expand that. And here we have an option called Auto Smooth, so let's enable that. And there we go. Perfect. So that Auto Smooth option is going to smooth shade any angles that are 30 degrees or less, as specified right here. So because the softer angles in the middle here are 30 degrees or less, they end up getting smooth shaded. But the sharper 90-degree angles here are above 30 degrees, so they remain flat shaded. So in the end, that gives us the perfect combination of smooth shading and flat shading. All right, and that does it. So those are the basics of smooth and flat shading. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll begin our journey into actually learning how to 3D model, and not just move models around. Though all of the tools we learned thus far will be useful when modeling as well. So far, we've been working in something called Object Mode. This mode allows us to select entire objects and move them around our scene, rotate them, and scale them. But this mode does not allow us to edit the shape of those models or build custom models from scratch. For that, we use something called Edit Mode. In order to modify this cube, for example, with the cube selected, we can press Tab to toggle on Edit Mode for it. And if you forget the hotkey for that, there's also a menu at the top of the editor right here, which shows you the different work modes you can use for your objects. And there's Edit Mode right there. So now we're in Edit Mode. And in this mode, we can see the different components that make up the cube model. So this is the anatomy of a model. The points on the corners are called vertices, and the lines between the vertices are called edges, and the solid surfaces between all the edges are called faces. And selecting works the same in edit mode as it does in object mode. You can simply left-click on a vertex to select it. And once it's selected, it becomes highlighted, and now we can transform it. For example, I can press G to move this around. And by moving the corner of the cube, it changes the shape of it. And all transformations work pretty much the same in object mode as they do in edit mode. For example, I can press G to move this, and then I can press the Y key to move it just on the Y-axis. Now let's hold Shift so we can add to the selection. And then I'll left-click on this vertex right there to select it. And this selects the edge between the vertices too. So the edge here is also highlighted along with the vertices. And if I were to continue holding Shift and select the other top two vertices right here, it will select the face that's between them all too. So now all the vertices and edges are highlighted, and so is the face between them. And now we can perform any transformations on this selection too, like pressing G to move it, or R to rotate it, and even S to scale it. So let me scale that down to create a bit of a pyramid. And that's pretty much the gist of modeling. You go into edit mode, you select some vertices or some faces, and then you just transform them into the shape that you want. And once you're finished editing the model, you can press Tab again to go back to object mode. And then in object mode, you can transform this as an entire object again. Now, just a couple more things to note about edit mode before we move on. Let me tab back into edit mode. Now, in order to select an edge or a face, we just selected one vertex at a time until an edge or the whole face was selected. But there are separate selection modes for these things as well. These three icons right up here will switch between selection modes. Right now we're in vertex select mode, which is this icon here. So in this mode, we're able to select one vertex at a time. Now let's click on this second icon here, which is for edge select mode. In this mode, we can't select vertices, but instead, we can click on each of these edges to select that whole edge, which would be the equivalent of selecting both vertices that make up that edge. And now let's go back up and click on the third icon here, which is for face selection. And in this mode, you can click on a surface to select that entire face. So these modes will come in handy in different circumstances. For example, let's say you wanted to select the top of the pyramid and scale that up or down to change the shape. Well, instead of having to select each of the 4 vertices on the corner of that face, you can simply go into face select mode and then click on the face itself to select it. And then you can press S and scale that up or down as needed. And there are hotkeys for these modes as well, which are really handy. The hotkeys 1, 2, and 3 on the number row switch between those selection modes. So I can press 1 for vertex select, 2 for edge select, and then 3 for face select. And let me press 1 to switch back to vertex select. Now let me press Alt and A to deselect everything. Now moving on, when modeling, you'll be switching back and forth between shading modes. Sometimes it's more useful to see your object in solid shading mode, which we're in right now. But one issue with this is that you can't select vertices that you can't see, which is often useful. For example, let me rotate the view so we're looking at the side of the pyramid like this. Now I can't see the vertices on the other side of the pyramid, so I can't select them unless I rotate the view. For example, I'll left click and drag over all these vertices for the entire pyramid. But because I can't see the vertices on the other side, they didn't get selected. Now sometimes that's useful to only be able to select vertices that you can see, but sometimes you might want to be able to select the vertices on the far side of a model. And one solution for that is to press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, like we learned about before. In this view, nothing is shown as solid, so you can see through the pyramid, and that means you'll be able to select vertices on the far side of it as well. Now let's press Alt and A to deselect everything, and I'll press Shift and Z to switch back to solid shaded mode. Now another way to see through and select through the pyramid is to press Alt and Z to toggle on X-ray mode, which we learned about before as well. In this mode, your objects are semi-transparent. So you can see what the surface looks like still because they're not totally transparent, but because they are partially transparent, you're able to see the vertices on the far side of the model. And that means we can select them as well. So this mode is similar to wireframe mode because you can select through the model. but in this mode, the object isn't totally transparent, so you can still make out the shape and the surfaces of it. And it depends on the situation what shading mode you might like best, or which mode might be the most useful. We'll be switching between them through the Pirate Raft project as needed. Now let me turn off X-Ray by pressing Alt and Z, and I'll tab out of Edit Mode. And one more thing about Edit Mode. Edit Mode only works on certain types of objects. For example, we can't select the camera and go into Edit Mode. If I select it and press Tab, nothing happens, because it's not the type of object we can edit the shape of. The pyramid, however, is something we can edit. The pyramid is a type of object called a mesh, and in Blender, meshes are what's used most for modeling, and this is the type of object we'll be using for modeling throughout the course. And that about covers the basics of Edit Mode, and in the next lecture, we'll get into the more complex editing tools that will help us modify meshes and make our own. So we're really going to start getting into the good stuff now, so I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll learn about the most fundamental modeling tools that you'll be using when you're modeling pretty much anything. So let me start off by zooming into the cube. And we're going to start things off by going over a tool called Subdivide. Now with the cube selected, let's press Tab to go into Edit Mode. Now at the moment, this cube only has 8 vertices, one at every corner of it. So this limits how much we can change the shape because it only has these 8 control points. Now in order to add more vertices to this, what we can do is press A to select everything, and then right click for the Vertex tool menu, and then choose Subdivide at the top. And now you can see we have many more vertices to work with. So here's what happens when you subdivide a selection. Initially, we had just a single edge between these 2 vertices. And when we subdivided that edge, it added the vertex in the middle, and that turned one edge into 2 edges. And because faces were part of that selection that we subdivided as well, it turned all the single faces on the sides into 4 faces, as you can see. So now that we have more vertices to work with, we can create a more complex shape. For example, I'll left click and drag over these bottom 6 vertices right there. And I'll rotate the view a little bit. And now I can press G and then X to move these vertices on the X-axis, and I can move them over to the right a little bit. And this creates a shape that we could not have made if we just had 8 vertices. Now, what if I wanted to add an extension to this shape instead of just modifying the existing vertices? For that, we use a tool called Extrude. This is a tool that's used to extend a selection. So with these 2 faces here still selected, let me rotate the view a bit like this, and then I'll press E to extrude them. And this will extend that selection. And by default, this will extrude in the direction the faces are pointing. So let's move this forward to about right here, and then left click to confirm. So that's how extruding works. It'll extend whatever you have selected, and that'll work on entire faces or edges or even just a single vertex. You can extrude anything. For example, I can left click and drag over just the bottom 3 vertices here, and this selects just the 2 edges and no faces. Then if I press E to extrude this, it'll extend those 2 edges away from the shape. And this works with even just a single vertex. For example, I'll select this vertex, press E, and I'll extrude that or extend that away from the shape. Extruding is probably the most important tool you'll use when drawing your models. Now let's move on and learn how to create our own edges and faces. First, let me tab out of Edit Mode of this, and then I'll press X and delete that object. And now let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu up top, let's add in a circle. And now let's press numpad 7 for top view, and let me pan the scene and zoom in to center the circle. Now every time you perform an action, there's always extra options for that action down in the operator menu at the bottom left of the 3D view here. So let me expand this. Now our last action was adding in a circle, so here are all the extra options we have for this new circle. We can change the number of vertices up here, and we can do things like change its location, and even change its radius. So let's change the number of vertices here down to 6. And then let's minimize this. And now let's press Tab to go into Edit Mode of this. Now, since we added in a simple circle, there are no faces. We just have edges and vertices. But we can actually create our own faces. To do that, you'll need to select at least 3 vertices. So let me select this one, and then I'll hold Shift, and I'll select this one and that one. And then to create a face between these three vertices, we simply press the F key. And there we go. We've just created a 3-point face called a triangle, or tri for short. This works with 4 vertices as well. So if I were to select that vertex, hold Shift, and select those, so I have these 4 vertices selected, and then press F, this creates a 4-point face, also called a quad. And this actually works with any number of vertices. So let me press Ctrl and Z a couple times to undo that facing. And then I'll press A to select all 6 vertices, and then press F to create a face between them. And now we just created a face called an n-gon, which simply means any face with more than 4 vertices. Now, faces with 4 vertices, or quads, have proven to work best for modeling, especially for more curvy surfaces. So we're going to stick with them as much as we can throughout the course. Now finally, let's real quick go over a few delete options. The menu for deleting can be accessed by pressing the X key. And while in edit mode, we have more delete options than in object mode, because there are different elements that we can delete in edit mode. For example, let's say I wanted to delete the n-gon we have selected, but I don't want to delete the edges and vertices that make up that face. For that, I'll choose to delete only faces. And that gets rid of just the face that was selected, but the edges and the vertices remain intact. And most of the other delete options are similar in concept. For example, if I want to delete this vertex right here and the edges connected to it, I can select that vertex, press X, and delete the vertices. Or let's say I select 2 vertices and I just want to delete the edge between them. I can press X and choose to delete the edges. And so on. And we'll use different delete options as needed through the course. Now, just to show you one last thing, we use the F key to create faces between 3 or more selected vertices, but this works on just 2 vertices as well. If you select 2 vertices that aren't connected to each other, like these 2 right here, you can then press the F key and it'll connect them with an edge. So the F key can create faces or edges depending on how many vertices you have selected. Alright, so that about does it for the modeling fundamentals, and that'll do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. Now, we've learned about some of the tools available in both object mode and edit mode. And now in this lecture, we'll practice with those tools as we build a snowman. Let's start things off by clearing the scene. So I'll press A to select all the objects in the scene, and then press X to delete them all. Now let's start off with the body of the snowman, which will consist of 3 spheres of different shapes and sizes. So let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu up top, let's add in a UV sphere. And let me zoom into that. And the first thing we'll do is make sure this is nice and smooth. So let's right-click for the Object menu and choose Shade Smooth at the top. Now let's press numpad 1 for front view. And let's press Tab to go into edit mode to start editing the shape. By default, all of the vertices are selected already, so let's scale these down on the Z-axis to squash the shape a bit. So let's press S to begin scaling, and then press the Z key to scale only up and down. And let's look at the value at the top left of the 3D view to get the right scale amount, and I'll scale this down to about 0.9 looks good. Now let me zoom out a bit and I'll pan down so we have some room up here to create 2 more of these spheres. And we'll make the other 2 spheres by duplicating this one. So to duplicate this, with all the vertices still selected, I'll press Shift and D to duplicate. And as we're moving the duplicate, let's press the Z key to lock the movement to the Z axis. And we'll move this up to about 1.15 looks good. And now let's scale this down a little bit. So I'll press S to scale it, and I'll scale this down to about, let's go with around 0.8. And we'll do that one more time to create the snowman's head up here. So let's press Shift and D again to make a duplicate of that selection, and then press the Z key as we're moving it, so we move it straight up and down. And then let's move it up to about 1.08. Somewhere around there looks good. And then let's press S, and we'll scale this down to about 0.82. Alright, not bad so far. Now, one thing I want to point out is that all 3 of these spheres are now part of the same object. To see this, let's press Tab to get out of edit mode. And now in object mode, you can see this is one single object. Like if I press G to move it, or R to rotate it, everything moves together as one object. So objects can contain multiple meshes. It's often useful or just organized to keep similar meshes in the same object. Like in this example, all three of these spheres, they make up the snowman's body. So it just makes sense to keep all of them in the same object. But now we're going to move on to creating the eyes and the mouth, and we'll make these separate objects. And to make separate objects, we need to make sure to add the new objects in from object mode. If we added something new while in edit mode of an object, it gets added to that object. So while we're still in object mode, let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and from the mesh menu, let's add in another UV sphere. And just like before, let's right click for the object menu and choose Shade Smooth for it. Now let's move this away from the snowman's body so we can work on it. So I'll press G to move this, and I'll move it up and to the right next to the head. And now let's scale this down to be the right size for a snowman's eye. So I'll press S to scale it, and I'll scale this down to somewhere around 0.13. Now we want to place this half in the snowman's head so that it sticks out a little bit. So let me zoom in a bit, and then I'll press G to move this, and I'll place it about where the left eye of the snowman should be, so somewhere around right there. Now if I rotate the view, you can see that it's actually inside the snowman's head. We want that sticking out of the face a little bit, so let's press numpad 3 to go into side view. And now we just have to move this to the left a little bit until it's sticking out of the snow. And this direction, as we can see from this axis display up here, is the Y direction. So let's press G to begin moving this, and then press the Y key to constrain the movement to the Y axis. Then move it to the left until the eye is sticking out of the snow a little bit like that. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view. We're going to make a duplicate of this and move it to the other side of the head. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, then press the X key to constrain the movement to the X axis, and just move it over to the other side of the head like that. And now let's make the mouth. So what we'll do is duplicate this eye and we'll move it down. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate it, and we'll move it down here around where the center of the mouth would be. And now let's press S, and we'll scale that down to about 0.54. And now let me press G, and I'll move that down a little bit more, so it's a little bit further away from the eyes. And we'll worry about it sticking out of the snow the right amount after we create all the other spheres for the mouth. So now let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, and I'll move it to the left to start making a smile with it. And then I'll press Shift and D again to make another duplicate, and I'll move it up and to the left to finish off the smile for this side of the face. And now let's repeat that process for the other side. So I'll press Shift and D to duplicate this, I'll move it over and down here a little bit, right about there, and then press Shift and D one more time, and finish off the smile on this side by placing that there. Alright, now let's rotate the view a bit like this, and I'll zoom in. And what we'll do now is select one sphere at a time, and we'll move it into the snowman so it's sticking out the right amount. So with this one here still selected, I'll press G, and then press Y to move it on the Y axis, and move it in so it's sticking out a little bit less like that. And I'll do the same thing for each one. So I'll select this, press G and then Y, move it into the snowman a little bit like that, and do the same thing for the rest of them. Alright, and this is shaping up. So now let's give them a nose, and then we'll work on the hat after that. And for the nose, we'll add a cone for that. So let me press numpad 1 for front view, and I want to add the cone in right in the middle of the face. So to do that, we need to move the cursor there. So let's hold Shift, and I'll right click right in the middle of the face where I want the nose to be. And that'll place the cursor there. And now let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and from the mesh menu, we'll add in a cone. And now let's right click for the object menu and choose Shade Smooth. And the shading for this is a little bit weird because it's trying to smooth shade this sharp angle at the bottom of it. So to fix that, let's go over to the object data buttons by clicking on this icon here. We'll go down to the normals panel and enable auto smooth. And that'll keep that corner at the bottom sharp. And that looks better. And now let's press numpad 3 for side view. And we need to rotate this so it's pointing to the left. So let's press R to rotate this. Then while rotating, type in -90 and press enter. And that'll rotate it perfectly 90 degrees counterclockwise. Now it'll be useful to edit the cone while also seeing where the face is. So let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. And then let's tab into edit mode of the cone. Then I'll left click and drag over just the back vertices here to select just them. And now let's move these vertices closer to the front of the face. So I'll press G and then Y to move these on the Y axis and move them over there close to the front of the face, but leave it inside the face a little bit still so that the nose will be sticking into the face a little. And now what I'm going to do is scale this down a lot. So let me press S to scale it, and I'll scale this down to about 0.0, somewhere around 0.06 looks good. And now let's make this a little bit shorter. So I'll left click on that vertex at the tip of the nose, and then I'll press G and then Y to move it on the Y axis, and move that into however long you want the nose to be. I'll move mine to about right there. And now let's press Tab to get out of edit mode, and then I'll press Shift and Z to return to solid mode, and let's rotate the view and see how it looks. Cool, not bad so far. Let's move on to the hat now, and for the hat I want this to be perfectly centered on the head, but we move the cursor to the front of the face, so if we added in a circle to start making the hat, it won't be centered. Now we created the snowman with the cursor centered in the world. So let's get the cursor back to the center of the world. Then when we add a circle in, it will be centered with the snowman too. So to reset the cursor back to the world center, let's press Shift and S for the snapping menu, and we'll snap the cursor to world origin right here. And that returns it to the center of the world. And now let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and from the mesh menu, we'll add in a circle. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view, and let's move this up by pressing G and then Z to move it up on the Z axis, and move it up to around right here to the forehead area. And now let me zoom into this, and I'll press Tab to go into edit mode. Now with all the vertices selected, let's press S, and I'll scale that down to be about the same width as the widest part of the snowman's head right here. Now this is going to be the brim of the hat, so let's extrude this upward to give the brim some thickness. To do that, I'll press the E key to extrude, and as we're moving the extrusion, let's press the Z key to constrain the movement to the Z axis. And then I'll extrude this up to about 0.06. And now let's rotate the view a bit. We're about to make the flat top of the brim, and I want to see how wide that should be. So what we'll do now is make an extrusion of this circle, and then scale that extrusion inward to create the flat part of the brim. So let's press E to extrude this to make an extension of it, and then while we're moving it, let's immediately press the S key to scale it inward. And scale it in until it goes inside the snowman's head, just so we can see where the boundary is, and then scale it back up a little bit until it's outside the head just a little. That'll give us a nice tight fit around the head. And now let's press numpad 1 to go back into front view. We're going to start extruding this up for the rest of the hat now. So let's press E to extrude this, and then press the Z key to constrain the movement to the Z axis, and I'll move this up about 0.2 units. And now let's give the hat some shape by making it smaller in the middle. So let's start scaling things down by pressing S to scale this, and I'll scale this down to about 0.87. And now let's press E to extrude this again, and I'll press the Z key to extrude it straight up, and I'll extrude this up another 0.2 units. And then I'll press S to scale this in a little bit more, and I'll scale this one into about 0.95. And we'll keep going, so let's press E to extrude this again, press the Z key to extrude it up, and move it up another 0.2 units. And now let's start scaling these circles up. So I'll press S to scale it, and I'll scale this up to about 1.08. And now one more time. Let's press E to extrude this, press Z to move it up, and let's move it up about 0.2 units. And then I'll press S to scale it, and we'll scale this one up to about 1.18. Alright, cool, that's looking pretty good. But if we rotate the view now, you can see the top of the hat is open. So we need to create a face between all these vertices. So with that circle of vertices selected, I'll simply press the F key to create a face between them. And the bottom here has the same problem as well, so we need to select this circle at the bottom and face that too. Now, one quick way to select a loop of edges like a circle is to hold Alt and left click on one of those edges. That's going to select that edge plus all the edges connected to it going in the same direction. So that selected that entire circle for us. So now we can just press F and that'll face it up. Alright, cool. So this is looking pretty good so far, and we are almost finished. Let's press Tab to get out of edit mode, and with the hat object selected in object mode, let's right click and choose Shade Smooth for it. Now this smooth shading is smoothing out the sharp angles at the top and bottom too, which is looking a bit odd. So let's go over to the object data properties and enable auto smooth for this. And there we go. Awesome. And that's it. There's our snowman. If you want to try taking things further on your own, you can try adding a couple of buttons going down the chest here by taking one of the spheres we made for the mouth, duplicating that, and then moving it down. Then you can try making some stick arms for him too. You can make stick arms the same way that we made the hat. You can start off by adding in a circle, and then scale it down and place that where the arm should start, about right here. Then you can make a few extrusions sideways. That'll do it for this practice project though, so I'll see you in the next lecture. In this section, we'll be learning the basics of lighting, adding materials, and rendering your scenes in the Cycles render engine. But first, let's go over a few terms, like what is rendering? The term rendering refers to processing your scene into a final image. So the rendering process draws all of the objects you have in your scene and calculates all of the materials you create for them, and also calculates all the lighting in your scene illuminating these objects. And in the end, you're left with a final image, or render. Now let's go over the render engine we'll be using first, Cycles. Cycles is a type of render engine called a ray tracer. That means it tries to simulate the behavior of light rays in real life and how they bounce around the world and behave differently when interacting with different materials. Cycles tries to replicate this to produce realistic results, though this render engine can also be used to produce stylized results. It depends on how you light your scene, how you make your models, and how you create your materials. Cycles produces high-quality results and can be used for all sorts of scenes and styles. This is the render engine we'll be using for the Pirate Raft project too, but in the next section we'll also briefly go over another render engine called Eevee. We'll focus on Cycles for now, and in the next lecture we'll go over setting it up so that you can use it for rendering. So I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll go over setting up Cycles to use when rendering. This will involve enabling Cycles as the render engine, and also setting up our graphics cards to use for both the final render and for preview rendering in the 3D view. Now we're going to use this simple scene here for all the following lectures in order to learn about everything you need for rendering in Cycles. And you can download this blend file in the resource files for this lecture if you want to follow along with the same scene. In this lecture, we're just going to change a few things in Blender to make sure that we're actually using Cycles for rendering and that we're using our graphics cards for rendering as well, which are referred to as GPUs. Now, you can render using your GPU or CPU, but it's typically faster to render with your GPU if it's compatible, so we're going to set that up in a minute. First, let's go over to the Properties editor over here, and let's make sure we're looking at the render properties by clicking on this camera icon at the top. And then at the top we have options for render engine, so let's click on that drop-down menu and switch this to Cycles. Now by default, the render device down here might be set to CPU, and if it is, then just go into this menu and switch it over to GPU. At the moment though, this option appears to be grayed out, so Cycles will default to using the CPU for rendering. To be able to use our GPUs for rendering, we need to change something in the user preferences. So let's go up into the Edit menu here, and then go down to Preferences. And now let's go to the System tab right here, and at the top we have a panel for Cycles render devices. By default, this is set to none, so your CPU will be used for rendering. Now I have an NVIDIA graphics card, so to enable that, I'll click on CUDA here to enable that, and then I'll enable my graphics card from the list right here. And now you can see the GPU option over here is no longer grayed out, so that means the GPU is now enabled for rendering. And if you have an AMD graphics card, then you can enable the OpenCL option here, and then enable your graphics card from the list there. If you don't find your graphics card listed under either section, then that means your graphics card might not be compatible with Cycles, unfortunately. or it might mean that you need to update your drivers. Now, after enabling our graphics card, you'll want to make sure that these preferences are saved. Down in this menu right here, you can see that the changes are saved automatically by default. So we're good to go, and I can close this. And that's it. I just wanted to real quick set up cycles so we can actually use it. What I'll do now is make sure I save this blend file so we can continue using this for the following lectures. So I'll go up to File and click on Save. And I'll do that at the end of each lecture in this section so we can save our progress and can start from that point in the lecture after. That'll do it for this lecture then, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll learn about adding background color and lighting to your scene using something called the world. We'll be using the same scene we left off with in the last lecture, where we switched the render engine to cycles, and we changed some options to make sure we were able to use our graphics card for rendering. So you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now, in the 3D view here, we can preview how the scene will look with all the lighting and materials by going into a different shading mode called Rendered. It basically shows us a preview of what the final render will look like. We can do that by pressing the Z key for the shading menu, and then choose Rendered up here. Now, at the moment, we don't have any lamps in the scene, so it's not lit well. We do have an ambient gray lighting though, so the scene's not totally black. But where's this lighting coming from? Well, in Blender, you can add what's called a world to your scene. And in the world, you can do things like change the color of the background and have this background emit light into your scene. To see the world properties, we can click on this globe icon right here. And right up here, you can see that a default world is set up in Blender automatically. This default world is present in every new project that you start. And this world color is set to gray, as you can see right here. That's why in our rendered view, the background is gray, and therefore so is the world lighting being cast onto our objects. And to change that color, we can click on the color field here, and using the color wheel, we can change the color, and we can use the slider here to change the brightness. And we can also control the strength of this world lighting using this strength slider here. I'm going to leave both these options default, but a world can be very handy for setting the color of your background and for lighting your scene in different ways, even if just for a little extra ambient lighting like we're seeing right now. So that was world lighting. In the next lecture, we'll go over adding in actual lamps to illuminate the scene. So I'll see you there. So now that we covered how the world can add lighting to your scene, let's add in some lamps and illuminate things more directly. Again, we'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download the starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now before we start, let's make sure that we press the Z key and then switch over to rendered mode. Now to add a lamp in, let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and down here we have a menu for lights. So let's start by adding in a point light. Now at the moment it's kind of inside the glass. So let me rotate the scene a little bit, and I'll press G to move it, and move it up and to the right like that. So it's kind of shining down at it at an angle now. It's not a very strong light at the moment though, so let's change that by going over to the Object Data Properties right here by clicking on this light bulb icon. And from here we can change the lamp type, and we can change the color, and the power, and we have some other options. Let's increase the power here from 10 up to 3500. And that gives us a really nice bright scene. Now that we've got the scene lit, let's backtrack for a second and go over exactly what a point light is. So a point light is a type of lamp that emits light in every direction, like a light bulb would. In fact, if I press G to move this down towards the center of the scene, you can get an idea of how it's emitting light in every direction because it's casting shadows in every direction. And let me press Ctrl and Z to undo moving it. So this kind of light is perfect for things like light bulbs. And there's some other options over here too, like we can change the color of the light, like I mentioned. And we can also change the radius down here, which will change the lighting's softness and will change how sharp or soft the shadows are. For example, if I click on that and drag it down to 0, you can see this results in perfectly sharp shadows. And as I increase the radius, the shadows will get softer and softer. And let me press Ctrl and Z twice to go back to the default 0.25 radius. And again, up here we can change the type of light that it is as well. We won't get into all options or all lamp types in this section, but let's go over one more, the sun type. So I'll click on that to change this light into a sunlight. And obviously the sunlight is way too bright when it's set to 3500. So let me turn the strength down to 4. And that's better. Now a sunlight only emits light in one direction. And you can see this line right here, stemming from the middle of the sunlight, telling us which direction that light is being cast, which at the moment is straight down. So let's press the R key to rotate the light and point it at our objects more, like that. And that's looking good. So unlike the point light, which emits light in all directions, the sunlight casts light in a single direction, which is giving us shadows all cast in a single direction as well. And one thing to note is that this emits light the same way no matter where it is, meaning this lamp can be anywhere in the scene. I can even press G and move this below the floor, or over here, or back over here. And the lighting remains the same no matter where it is. This type of light is supposed to simulate a light source from very, very far away, like the sun. So all you really need to worry about is what direction you want that light emitted. And this type of light has similar options to a point light as well. We have the color right here, we have the strength, and we have angle here, which is similar to radius for the point light. This will control the softness of the lighting and the shadows for the sunlight. For example, if this was down to 0, we have perfectly sharp shadows. And as we increase the angle, those shadows get softer and softer. And let me press Ctrl and Z twice to get that back to default. And actually, let's switch this back to a point light and stick with that for this scene as we continue through this section. So let me click on the point light type here to switch that back. And let's increase the power back up to 3500. I just like the way this lighting looks a little bit more than the sunlight, so I'm going to stick with this. So let me go up to the File menu and then choose Save. So we have this saved for when we move to the next lecture. And that's actually going to do it for the basics of lighting. We'll get into more lighting complexity if we need to in the Pirate Raft project. But that'll do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, I'll briefly go over what materials are. Materials are something that we add to our objects to make them look like certain materials in real life, like wood or marble. To create materials in Blender, we'll be using an editor called the Shader Editor. And within this editor, we'll be working with lots of these little things called nodes. And within these nodes are all the different options we can use to change different attributes of our material, like color and texture size, and a lot more. All of the different nodes we can use and all the different options within those nodes give us the potential for unlimited variety when making materials. In the following lectures on materials, we'll learn how to create different types of materials using different kinds of nodes. We'll learn how they connect together and what some of the different options do. There's a crazy amount of information to cover when it comes to creating materials, but we'll start things off basic in this section, and then we'll get into more complex stuff as needed when we work on the Pirate Raft. That'll do it for this quick intro to materials though, so I'll see you in the next lecture where we create our first one. In this lecture, we'll be creating our very first material, a shiny checkered floor. And again, we'll be using the same scene we left off with in the lighting lectures. So you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. So right now, if I were to press the Z key for the shading menu and switch over to rendered mode, you'll see that everything is rendered as a light gray still, and that's because nothing has a material yet. So this is just how things look by default. So let's add a new material to the floor object. So I'll left click on the floor to select that. And now let's go over to the material properties by clicking on this red sphere icon here. Now there's no materials here yet, so let's click on the new button right here to add a new material in for the floor. And now let's click on this name field here, and we'll rename this to floor. Now nothing has changed in the render view quite yet, because the floor's base color right here is still almost white. It's a really light gray. So let's change this by clicking on this color field, and from here we have a color wheel where we can change the color, and also a brightness slider to make it brighter or darker. I'm going to change this to a blue color like that. And there we go, our floor is now blue. Now you can change a lot of different parameters here, but there's also a separate editor that gives you greater control over everything, and that's what we're going to use. So in order to bring this editor up, let's mouse over the border at the top of the 3D view here, then right click and choose to vertically split the area. And I'll split that to about right here. And that'll give us two separate areas to work with. And on the right side here, let's go up into the header, into the editor type menu here. And we'll switch this editor to the shader editor. And let's hover over this editor and press the N key to get rid of the right side toolbar. We're not going to need that right now. And in this editor here, we can middle click and drag to pan it. And we can also use the scroll wheel to zoom in and out. So let me zoom into these blocks right here. Now in this editor, we control the material with these boxes of options which are called nodes. There are lots and lots of different nodes, and they all have different effects that you can mix and match for different materials. You can make metals, you can make cloth, and an endless number of other materials by mixing together the right nodes. Now whenever you add a new material in, you're given this default setup right here. You have a node on the left which is called Principled, and this is connected to the node on the right called Material Output. Now the principled node here is a type of node called a shader. Shaders define how light will react when it hits the surface of an object. So with this node we can define things like color, and also we can use the metallic slider here to make a material more metallic. And we can even control the surface roughness. For example, let's give the floor sharper reflections by turning roughness down to 0. Now you can see the reflections are more mirror-like. So roughness set to 0 simulates a smooth surface that light bounces straight off of, giving us sharper reflections. If we were to increase the roughness value, it simulates a rougher surface, where light bounces off the surface in a more scattered way, giving us more blurry reflections. But I'm going to keep that set to 0. And there's lots of other properties here as well that will allow us to make different things, and we'll go over some more of them soon. Now, like I mentioned, the principled node is a type of node called a shader. Every time you create a material, you need to have at least one shader node. Shaders define how light reacts with the surface, so these are essential for defining the material. There are other shader nodes too, quite a few in fact, but we're going to focus on just the principled shader for this course because it's probably the most commonly used. You can create so many different kinds of materials using this shader right here. It's really an awesome all-in-one type node. Now, along with at least one shader node, your material also needs to have a material output node that your shader node connects to. Whenever you make a material, whether it's using one node or 1,000, in the end it must all get plugged into a material output node to get processed. If I were to hold Control and right-click and drag through that line to sever the connection, you can see the object turns black. So in the end, we have to connect our shader node to the material output node in order to get processed. So let me click on this output socket right there and drag it over to the green surface input right there, and now our material's back. Now the material output node has 3 different inputs, as you can see right here. I'm not going to go over all of them right now, but the surface input right here is the most used input because this is used for materials that are solid, like a material a floor would have. So that's why I plugged the principled shader into the surface input here. Alright, so now let's move on and let's make our floor a little bit more interesting by adding a checkered texture to it. So let me zoom out a bit and I'll pan this over so we have some space over here to add a new node. And to add a new node in, we'll press Shift and A for the add menu, and here's our list of menus and nodes that we can add in. And there's quite a lot of them. The one we want is in the texture menu here. From this menu we can add things in like a simple brick texture or a wave texture, which is especially useful for making wood, and lots of others. What we're going to do is add in the checker texture right here. So I'll click on that and I'll drag it up over here and then left click to drop it there. Now our material didn't change yet because we didn't connect this to anything yet. Textures are nodes that are used to add more complexity to shader properties. So we connect texture nodes to shader nodes. Now in this case, instead of using this simple blue color to color the floor, I want to use this more complex checker pattern to color the floor. So let's click on this color output socket of the checker texture, and I'll drag that over to the base color input of the principled node. And there we go. So now the colors from the checker texture node are being used to define the shader's base color. So now we can change the colors of the checker pattern. So I'll go with a white up top. Right now it's a really light gray. So I'll click on that color field and I'll drag the brightness here all the way up to the top for a full white. And for color number 2, I'll just make this a darker blue like that. And using this node, we can even control the size of the checkers as well by changing the scale value here. So I'll click on that and increase this up to 15. And that's about it. So this is a pretty fundamental material setup right here. You have your shader node here, which is your main node, and this defines how light reacts with the surface. Then you have a texture node here, which is adding more complexity to a certain shader property. And all of this gets plugged into a material output node here to get processed. And that's how a material works. So that actually does it for this lecture then, and I'll see you in the next one. Now, before we move on to learning more about materials, I want to go over a feature that can make creating materials a lot faster and a lot more fun. And again, we'll be using the same scene we left off with in the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. And now let's switch things over to rendered mode real quick. So let's hover over the 3D view, press the Z key for the shading menu, and select rendered mode. Now you may have noticed that whenever you make a change in the shader editor, or even if you just rotate the view around or zoom in, the rendered mode needs to update, and it takes some time for that to render. And the preview, as you can see, can be pretty noisy. So this can slow down workflow and just make creating materials sluggish and frustrating. But luckily, there is another mode that we can use that's extremely helpful when building materials. And appropriately, it's called Material Preview Mode. To access this mode, let's press the Z key for the shading menu and then choose Material Preview. And there we go. And now when I rotate the view, or even if I change some parameters, you can see the updates are instant and with no noise. Now in this mode, there's different lighting as you can see. And there's a different environment in the world. You can see the floor is reflecting an environment with some trees. This is just a placeholder environment for Material Preview mode, and it gives the scene something to reflect basically. This mode is different from the final render. It just helps us visualize our materials faster as we build them. So we'll stick with this mode for right now, and we'll switch to rendered mode when we want a better preview of the final render. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, I want to go over a very important aspect of texture nodes called texture coordinates. In short, texture coordinates means how a texture is positioned and scaled on a surface, like where on a surface a texture begins, for example, because there has to be some starting point for these checkers. This topic can get a little complex, but for right now, we'll just go over some of the fundamentals. And there are many types of texture coordinates, but to keep things simple, for this course, we'll just be using one type called generated coordinates. And we'll be using the same scene we left off with in the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now, to start things off, let's press numpad 7 for top view, and I'll zoom out a bit to get a perfect shot of this floor. Now you might have noticed that the checker pattern on the floor is a perfect grid of 15 by 15 squares. And this is because we set the texture scale here to 15. If I were to set this to, say, 2, then we get a perfect grid of 2 by 2 squares filling the floor. And that seems to make sense. You set the scale to 2, and you get a perfect 2 by 2 grid as a result. But how does the texture node know how big the floor is, and then scale the checkers perfectly to fit in this 2 by 2 grid? And how does the texture node know where to place the texture on the plane so that it's perfectly within the boundaries of the plane, even if I move the plane around? For this, it uses texture coordinates, and coordinates simply refer to the location of something in space. So in this example, if I press tab to go into edit mode, we can see the plane has 4 vertices, and each vertex has a location in space. And it's these vertex locations that are used as coordinates for the texture, or in other words, texture coordinates. And this is a type of texture coordinates known as generated coordinates, where the vertex locations are used to position and scale the checker texture. For example, because these vertices are a specific distance apart, the texture knows it only has that much space to work with, and it scales the texture accordingly to fit in a perfect 2 by 2 grid, since that's the scale value we set. Now it's easy to visualize how a square texture can fit perfectly within a square shape. But what happens if we alter the shape? Let me click on this vertex right here, and I'll press G, and I'll move it up and to the left like that, and I'll drop it there. And then I'll tab out of edit mode to update the texture coordinates. So you can see the texture still gets scaled to fit a 2x2 grid within the shape, even though the checkers are cut off a little bit. And this is happening because the texture coordinates aren't really taking the exact modified shape into account. Instead, it's drawing a square boundary around the entire shape, and it's using that square boundary to position and scale the checker texture. This square boundary is called texture space, and to visualize this better, we can go over to the object properties by clicking this icon here, and then go down to the viewport display panel, and we'll scroll down and enable texture space visibility. Now this square right here is the texture space. This is drawn around the shape of your object, and this is what's used to position and scale your checker texture. So now you can more easily visualize why the checkers are cut off, because they're scaled to fit a 2x2 grid perfectly within this texture space. To further visualize this, let me tab back into edit mode, and with this vertex still selected, I'll press G and move it down and in like this. And then I'll press tab to get out of edit mode to update the texture coordinates. And now you can see how the texture space updated, but still the same concept. A box is drawn around the border of your shape. And it's this box that's used for positioning and scaling the texture. Alright, let me press Ctrl and Z a few times to get back our original plane. And let's stay in edit mode, so I'll press tab to go back into edit mode. And we undid enabling texture space here, so I'll re-enable that. Now let me change the shape of the plane one more time to illustrate something. Let's left click and drag over these left side vertices here to select them, and then I'll press G and then X to move these over on the X axis to make this plane more rectangular. And then let's tab out of edit mode to update the texture space. And as you can see, since these vertices are now further apart, this will stretch the texture space wider as well, and this results in the checker texture getting stretched out too. So no matter what size or shape the texture space is, it will try and fit in a 2x2 grid within the boundaries of it, even if that means stretching out the texture. Now obviously stretched textures are not usually ideal, but there are ways to fix that. One way is to manually scale the texture space itself. To do that, let's go over to the object data properties by clicking this icon here. And then let's go down and expand the texture space panel here. And I'll scroll down so I can see all the options. And now here we have an option enabled called Auto Texture Space. This means that the texture space will scale and change automatically depending on the shape of the object. So in this example, because we stretched out the plane, this also stretches out the texture space, and that results in a stretched texture. And that's not what we want, so let's disable this option. And now we can manually change the location and the size values of the texture space. So when we made the plane wider by moving the vertices, this increased the X scale of the texture space right here. So what we'll do is we'll click on that field and we'll change the X scale back to 1, which was the default value. And that resets the texture space scale back to the default 1 by 1 by 1. So the texture space is perfectly square again. To see that, let me press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. And here you can see the texture space is square again and not rectangular. And this uniform shape prevents texture stretching. Now let me press Shift and Z to return back to material preview mode. And now we have a checker texture that's not stretched out anymore. And by turning off the auto texture space option here, this will prevent the texture space from getting changed if we edit the mesh. So if I tab into edit mode, and I press G to move these vertices up and over, and then I'll tab out to update the texture coordinates, you can see the texture space remains the same. And so does the position and the scale of the checkers. But we can still change things manually too. Like if I click and drag on the X location, you can see this is moving the texture space along the X axis, and that's moving the checker texture along with it. And this works for scale as well. I can click and drag on the Y scale to squash the textures on the Y axis or stretch them out. Alright, so that's what texture space is. When using generated coordinates, texture space is what's used to position and scale your textures. But one last thing, how do we know what texture coordinates we're using for the checker texture here? Like, how do I know it's using generated coordinates? Well, if you don't have anything plugged into this vector socket of your texture node, then by default, almost every texture node will use generated coordinates, including the checker texture. So because I didn't plug any different kind of texture coordinates into the vector socket here, I know that this node is using generated coordinates by default. There are other types of texture coordinates, and there's even a node that you can use to plug different coordinates into texture nodes, but they're a topic for a different time. we're just going to be using generated coordinates for this course. So I think I'll leave this lecture here. If you're confused at all about how texture coordinates work still, at this point you don't have to worry too much about it. In this lecture, I just wanted to introduce you to the idea that textures are applied to your objects in a specific way. So just hold on to that idea for now as we move forward. And we made a bit of a mess of our plane here, so I'm just going to not save this blend file. And next up, we'll move on to making other materials. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Now, since the principled shader is our main node, and one of the most commonly used shaders, let's learn a little bit more about it by giving the other objects materials of their own. And we'll be using the same scene we left off with from the material preview lecture. So you can use your scene if you've been following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now let's start by learning how to create a metal material. So we'll create a gold material for the sphere right here. So let me left click on the sphere to select it. And now we can add a material in the material properties here like we did before, or we can add a new material for this in the shader editor right up here. So let me click on this new button to add a new material for the sphere. And let me click on the name field here, and let's rename this to gold. So adding a new material to this gives us the same default setup as before. And now to turn this into gold metal, let's first give it a gold color. So let me click on the color field here, and let's make this a gold, slightly orangey color. And I'll increase the brightness all the way up as well so it's as bright as it can be. And let's zoom into the sphere a little bit so we can focus on that. And now let's turn the roughness value down so that we can sharpen the reflections. So I'll click on that field and I'll type in 0.2 to lower the roughness and sharpen up the reflections a little bit. Now at the moment, this is making the sphere look more like a plastic yellow ball. To make a material metal, we'll use the metallic slider right here. When you're creating a non-metal material, you'll typically want to keep this at 0 so it doesn't look like metal. But to turn this into a metal sphere, let's crank that value all the way up to 1. And there we go. So it's that easy to make a metallic material. You just turn metallic up to 1, and that's it. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. The principled shader node is capable of lots of different materials. For example, we can create a glass material with this as well. So let's go over that now. And again, we'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Alright, so let's left click on this wine glass right here to select it. And then I'll go up here and click on New to create a new material for it. And let's click on the name field, and we'll rename this to glass. Now, to make glass with this node is actually pretty easy. Glass typically has a smooth surface, so let's turn the roughness value here down to 0. And now we have sharper reflections on the surface. And now to make the material allow light to transmit through it, we go down here to the transmission value and we increase that up to 1. And there we go. Now we have glass. Though it looks a little weird in material preview mode because of that environment it's refracting. This mode doesn't handle realism as well as Cycles does, so let's just real quick preview this in rendered mode to see how it looks. So let's press the Z key and choose rendered mode. And that's better. So there's our wine glass. Now with transmission set to 1, this is behaving more like glass in the real world. It's allowing light to transmit through the surfaces and even bending or refracting that light as it transmits through. That's why you can see the checkers kind of bending as they get towards the rims of the glass here. And we can even tint the glass by changing the base color up here. So I'll click on that color field and I'll make this sort of a teal color. Alright, and that looks good to me for now. So let's switch back to material preview mode so that things run faster as we continue making materials. So I'll press the Z key and select material preview. And that'll do it for creating glass, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Now we'll move on to making a wood material, and we'll add a little complexity to this by using a couple of extra nodes, including a node called Wave Texture to create the wood grain, and a node called Color Ramp to choose the colors for the grain. And again, we'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. And to start things off, let's click on the torus here to select it. We're going to add the wood material to this object. So let's go up to the top of the shader editor here, click on New to add a new material, then I'll click on the name field and we'll rename this to Wood. Now for the base color of this wood, we're going to use a texture node. So first, let me click on the boundary between the areas, and I'll drag that to the left to give us a little more room to work with. And then I'll middle click and pan that to the right to give us some space. And then let's press Shift and A, and from the texture menu here, let's add in a wave texture. And I'll drag that up there and drop it right there. And now let's connect the color from the wave texture to the base color of the principled node. So let me click on that color socket there and drag it over to connect to that color socket there. And there we go. So the wave texture gives us all these lines and gradients. It's black and white right now, but we're going to color this with a different node later. Now let's change some parameters in the wave texture node to make this look more like a wood grain. At the moment, the texture is going through it in lines left to right, which isn't all that interesting. And this is because we have the wave texture set to bands here. So let's click on that menu and we'll switch it over to rings. That way the lines kind of circle around the torus and give us a more interesting pattern to start with. But right now the rings are kind of spaced really close together, but we can space them out more by lowering the scale value here. So let me click on that field and I'll lower this to 2. There we go, that looks better. But the rings are really perfect looking at the moment. So let's increase the distortion value right here up to 10. And as you can see, that adds some imperfection to those rings. So things are shaping up. But right now, the gradients on the rings are a little bit too smooth. Let's add some noise to that by increasing the detail value right here. Let me click on that field and I'll increase that to 10. And as you can see, that just adds a bit of noise and texture to the rings. So that's looking pretty good. Now all we need to do is color this. And we can do that using a node called a color ramp, which can convert colors into other colors. So in this example, we'll be converting black and white into different shades of yellow and brown for wood. And to do that, we'll be running this color value through a color ramp node to convert those colors before it reaches the principled node. So let me zoom out a bit because we need to add a node right in the middle here. So let's press Shift and A for the add menu. Then from the converter menu right here, add in a color ramp node. Then as you're moving the node around, hover over this line right here until it highlights. Then left click to drop the node there. You can see it kind of sneaks in between these two nodes and gets connected to both of them. So now the wave texture's color here is running through the color ramp node to get converted, and then that final output runs into the base color of the principled node. But right now things look the same so far. So how do we use the color ramp to change the wave texture colors? So the color ramp here works by replacing colors based on their brightness. For example, the left side of the color ramp here represents darker colors. So we can change all the darker colors of the wave texture by changing this black marker right here, which is also called a color stop. So let's left click on this color stop right here to make sure it's selected, and then to change the color of that, we can use the color field right here. So let's click on that, and we'll change this to a brown color. Now, I've already picked out the color values I want to use before I recorded this, so if you want to use the same colors as me, let's go over to the RGB settings here. And for red, let's type in a value of 0.5, and for green, 0.2, and we'll leave blue at 0. And you can see changing that color stop changed all the darker colors of the wave texture. Now, on the right side of the color ramp here, this represents all the lighter colors. So we can change all the lighter colors of the wave texture by changing this color stop right here. So let me left click on that to select it, and then let's change the color by clicking on the color field here. And we're going to change this to a light brown, and again I've already picked out the colors I want to use, so in the RGB settings here, let's change red to 0.8, and we'll change green to 0.375, and then we'll change blue to 0.03. And there we go, a quick wood texture. We can also control the contrast by clicking on one of the color stops and dragging it left and right. As I drag it to the left, you can see this really tightens up the wood grain, adding a little more contrast to it. So I think I'll leave this color stop right about here, so the wood grain pops out a little bit more. And now let's see what this looks like in rendered view. So let's press the Z key for the shading menu and switch over to rendered mode. And there we go, not bad, but the surface of the wood might be a little bit too shiny. So let's pan over here, and let's increase the roughness value up to 0.8. See how that looks. And that'll do it. Now let's press the Z key again and switch back to material preview mode. And alright, so that was an example of how you can string together different nodes having the data modified each step of the way. And that about covers the basics of materials. All of this was just a taste of what the shader editor has to offer and how materials work. There's a lot more to cover, but we'll go over what we need to when we add materials in for the Pirate Raft project. But if you're curious about all the other options in the principled node here, I do have a free and very in-depth tutorial on that on my website, cgmasters.net. So you can check that out if you want, but it won't be necessary for this course. That's going to do it for materials for now though, so that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll go over how to frame your scene for your final render using a camera. We'll be using the same scene we left off with in the last lectures where we added materials to all the objects. So you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. So we left off giving all the objects materials. So let's preview that by pressing the Z key and switching to rendered mode. So this is what we've got so far. However, to actually get a final high quality rendered image out of this, we need to have a camera pointing at the scene telling Blender exactly what part of the scene to render. But first, let's press Z again and switch back to material preview mode. Rendered mode will just slow this process down. And now let's also get rid of the shader editor here. We don't need this anymore. So let's hover over the boundary between the two areas, then right click and choose Join Areas. And then make sure that this arrow is pointing to the right because that's the direction the areas will be joined. Then left click to confirm. And now to add a camera in, you can press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from right down here you can add in a camera object. And there it is right in the middle. However, you can see that it's looking past our objects and not at them, so we need to move this camera into a better position. Now, just like with any other object, you can move and rotate the camera using G to move it and R to rotate it. So let's press G, and I'll move that up and away like that, so it's pointing more down towards the objects and not past them. Now, to see if the camera is looking at the scene right, we can switch to camera view by pressing numpad 0. Now our goal is to get what we want rendered within this camera boundary right here. Nothing outside of that rectangle will get rendered. But first, sometimes the border doesn't fill the 3D view like it should, but you can simply use the scroll wheel to make it bigger or smaller. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit like that, and you can see that it's off center in the 3D view a little bit. So we can also pan this by holding Shift and middle click and drag it to get that nice and centered. So now the camera boundaries fill the 3D view more, and that'll be helpful when framing your shot because you'll be able to see it closer. And for this shot, we obviously need to center things a little bit better. So first we need to zoom out, and to do that, we can press G to start moving the camera. And then if you middle click, it will activate a zoom, and you can zoom the camera in and out. So let me zoom out a lot like that, and left click to confirm. And now let's center everything into the camera boundaries by pressing the G key again, and I'll move the camera over here until everything is nicely centered like that. And now I'd like to zoom in a little bit more to fill the corner up here with the checkered floor. So to zoom, again you press G to start moving the camera, and then middle click to activate zoom. And I'll zoom in until that corner is filled with the floor. And now let me press G one more time, just to center this a little bit better like that. And there we go, that's looking pretty good. Now if you need to rotate the camera side to side, what you can do is press R to start rotating it, and then press the Z key to only rotate on the Z axis, and that'll look left and right. And if you want to rotate the camera up and down, what you can do is rotate it on its own local X axis. To rotate on a local axis, remember that you double tap that axis. So let's press R to start rotating, and then press X twice to rotate on the local X axis. And now you can look up and down. So those are all really handy hotkeys for helping frame your final render. I would definitely suggest practicing with those. There are other ways that really help position the camera as well. For example, it would be really convenient if I could just rotate and pan the view like we normally do, and have that view be our camera view. But right now, if I were to middle click and drag to rotate the view, or zoom in and out, you can see it takes us out of camera view, so it doesn't actually change the camera. But luckily, there is actually a way to do that. But first, let's press numpad 0 to get back into camera view. And now let's press the N key to bring up the right side toolbar. And let's go down to the View tab here, and under the View Lock panel, let's enable Lock Camera to View. Locking the camera to view means that if I were to middle click on the view and drag it around to rotate it, we actually remain in camera view. So changing the view will change the camera now. And this works for panning as well. I can hold Shift and middle click and drag to pan the scene, and this really just moves the camera. And it works for zooming too. I can use the scroll wheel on the mouse to zoom in and out, and this just zooms the camera in and out. So this is a really convenient way to find the perfect view. Then after you find a good view, you'll want to make sure to turn Lock Camera to View off. That way you don't accidentally change the camera view when you want to just rotate the 3D view. Let me press numpad 0 to go back into camera view. And now let's press N to get rid of the right side toolbar. And that will actually do it for the basics of working with the camera. Once you have a good camera view set up, then we can move on to the next lecture where we actually render the scene out and save the final render as an image. So I'll see you there. In this lecture, we'll go over the basics you'll need to know in order to render your final shot and save the results. We'll be using the same scene we left off with in the last lecture where we set up the camera. So you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download the starting file from the resources for this lecture. So we've got our finished scene here. And if we go over to the render properties here, earlier in the section we already switched the render engine over to cycles, and we switched the rendering device over to the GPU so it'll render faster. And our scene has lighting, our objects have materials, and we've set the camera up to frame the final shot. So we're finally almost ready to render this. The first thing we'll do for rendering is to make sure we're rendering at the size that we want. To find these options, let's go over to the output properties right here. And up top here we have our resolution values. Currently our scene is set to render at 1920 by 1080, and that's a pretty standard render size, so we'll leave it there. But this is where you can change the size of the render if you want to. And down here you can see it's set to render at 100% of the resolution value. If you want it to get a faster render going just to test things out, you can lower that percent to something like 50%, and it'll render out smaller just to test everything to make sure it looks right. We'll leave that at 100% for a full-size render. And that's about all we need to know for now in these properties, so let's head back up to the render properties right here. Now, there are a lot of render properties here, and a lot of them are related to maximizing the speed and quality of your renders in different ways. Rendering with cycles can take a long time, because it's trying to simulate tons of photons bouncing all around your scene, reacting to all different kinds of materials. So this is a lot to calculate, and it can take a while. But with the options in the render properties, you can optimize things in different ways. We won't go over all of them here, they can get pretty technical, but we will go over the most essential options like the ones in the sampling panel here. So what is sampling? Well, to put it simply for now, samples are the quality setting for your renders. The higher the samples, the better the quality, but that also comes with longer render times. And there are sample settings here for both the final render and for the viewport here. So we can set a higher sample amount for the final render, but a lower sample amount for the 3D view for faster previews here. For right now, let's switch the viewport samples down to 1. This will lower the quality of the preview render in the 3D view, so that means it'll render faster, but it won't look as nice. Let's see what it looks like by pressing the Z key and switching over to rendered mode. So you can see in a second it's already done rendering, but it's really noisy. It does give us a fast preview though, and doesn't slow down our computer too much, so we can work faster. But if we want a higher quality preview render, we can crank the viewport samples up to something like 100. And now as it's rendering in the 3D view, you can see the samples being rendered in the top left of the 3D view here, and that'll stop rendering when it reaches 100 samples. And our result here is much nicer than rendering at 1 sample, but it took a lot longer. So that's basically how samples work, and they work exactly the same for the final render. The higher the samples, the better the quality, but longer render times. So sometimes you have to find a good balance. So let's crank the render samples here up to 500, and we'll see if that works out for us. Alright, so that's it for the moment. So all that's left is to test out the current render settings by actually rendering this. And to render a single image, you can go up to the render menu here, and you can select render image or press the hotkey F12. And when you render, a new render window pops up, which is called the image editor, and it processes one square of the image at a time, rendering 500 samples for each square, and then it moves on to another square until the image is completely rendered. Now you can see at 500 samples this rendered out pretty well, and it didn't take my computer an insanely long time to render. Up here you can see the time was just about 45 seconds. But we still have quite a bit of noise, especially on the bottom of the glass here and in the glass's shadow here. Now, there are several ways that we can deal with noise. One of them is to increase the number of samples, but you might need to increase samples quite a lot before all the noise is gone, and that's going to increase render time significantly. Another option is to use the denoising features, which will examine the render and try to remove as much noise as possible without affecting the details too much. So let's check those options out. Let's press the escape key to close this window, and let's go back to the render properties over here. And now let's go down here, and we'll expand the denoising options here. And here we have options for denoising for the final render and for the viewport. Let's enable this checkbox here to enable denoising for the final render. Now, if we go into the menu right here, you can see that we have 3 different denoising options. I don't know the technical differences, but I know that NLM can run on either GPU or CPU, and that optics only works with NVIDIA graphics cards that have the optics features, and Open Image Denoise only works on CPU. Personally, I've had the cleanest results using the Open Image Denoise option, so I'm going to select that. And now let's remind ourselves of what the first render looked like. To bring that up, you can press F11 to show us the last render. So the noise we're hoping to get rid of is mostly under the glass here, and in the shadows, and especially the glass's shadow here. So we're going to pay attention to that. Also, the render took about 45 seconds, as you can see here. So let's pay attention to how much more time denoising adds to the render too. So now let's just press F12 to make a new render with the denoising. And as you can see, as it's rendering, it's also denoising the squares as it goes. And it's doing a heck of a job too. You can see the noise under the glass is all gone actually. And it's doing a really good job taking care of the noise in the shadows as well. And the best part is, this only added like 10 extra seconds to the render time, which is fantastic. To get rid of the noise by just increasing the samples would have required a few thousand samples, and that would have taken much longer to render. So here's our final render. Now make a note that this image is not saved automatically. What we have to do now is go up into the image menu here and select Save As. Now from this window you can select the folder you want to save to, and you can also select the image format you want to use. I'll leave this set to PNG. And then just save the image, and that's it. So that's how you render and save your final image. Now I just want to go over one last thing about denoising. So let's press Escape to get rid of that window. Now with denoising, the higher your render samples are, the better the denoising results will be. If you have too much noise in your render, then denoising will make the final results look really blotchy. For example, let me turn the render samples down to 1, thinking I could get a super fast render and just let denoising fix it. And then let's press F12 to render, and we'll see what that looks like. Now denoising still did its best to get rid of the noise, but the results, as you can see, are really blotchy. So you want to be careful about how low you set your render samples if you're planning on using denoising. So let me press Escape, and I'll set this back up to 500. Now there are lots of other ways to optimize your render times and render quality, but those are the basics of rendering to get you started and able to render out your final shot. So that's actually going to do it for this lecture. The Cycles render engine is what we'll be using for the Pirate Raft project, so you can jump ahead to that now if you want to. But in the next section, I'm also going to go over the Eevee render engine basics if you're interested in that, but that won't be necessary for the course. That's more of like a bonus. So whatever lecture you go to next, I'll see you there. Now that we've gone over all the basics of rendering with Cycles, I'll give you a quick introduction to the Eevee render engine as well. And this section is more of a bonus section where I'll go over some of the main options for Eevee, but we'll still be using Cycles for the Pirate Raft project. Now Eevee is not a ray tracer like Cycles, so it's not quite as realistic, but it can still be used to achieve realism. The biggest benefit of this render engine is that it's fast. This is a real-time render engine, meaning pretty much instant render times and little to no noise. It falls a little short when it comes to physically accurate lighting and materials, so if realism is a goal of yours, then Cycles will still be the better render engine. But Eevee can still achieve amazing results in a fraction of the render time. Now for this section, we'll be using the same scene we left off with in the last section, where we rendered out the final shot in Cycles. That way we can compare the two render engines using the same finished scene. So you can use your scene if you've been following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Currently, over in the render properties, we have the render engine set to cycles, as you can see here. Let's see what this looked like again so we can compare things to Eevee. So I'll press the Z key for the shading menu, and then switch to rendered mode. So this is the result in cycles. Now let's switch the render engine over to Eevee and see how it looks. So I'll go over here to this menu and switch this to Eevee. Alright, so that's not too bad. It actually looks very similar to cycles in some ways, and that tells us that a lot of the lighting and a lot of material nodes work similarly in both render engines. And that's really convenient knowing that I can create a material for cycles and it will look similar in Eevee, and vice versa. But we're obviously missing some elements like reflections for the sphere, and refraction for the glass, and the shadows are very low quality by default. But we can fix all of these things by changing some settings. But the thing you'll notice right off the bat is that this is fast. As I rotate the scene, you'll notice that it renders pretty much instantly, and there's no noise. So we don't have to wait for cycles to calculate the paths of all the photons bouncing around the scene. But because it's not trying to simulate real light physics like that, we're missing out on some realism. So for the rest of this section, what I'll be doing is going over some of the basic settings for Eevee that you can tweak to achieve higher quality renders. That'll do it for this intro lecture though, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll go over a feature called Ambient Occlusion, which will add some soft shadowing under your objects to make your shadows look a little more rich. We'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now before we start, let's make sure to press the Z key and switch over to rendered mode. Now when I talk about shadowing underneath your objects, let me show you what I mean. For example, let me zoom in to the inside of the torus right here. You'll notice that there's no variation in the shadows. They're actually pretty flat, and this makes it look like the torus is floating over the floor instead of sitting on it. But in contrast, if we switch back to the cycles render engine, you'll notice more variation in the shadows, especially right underneath the torus. As the torus gets closer to the floor, the shadows get darker, and this gives you a real sense that the torus is sitting directly on the floor. Now let's switch back to Eevee. So in Eevee, again, the shadows are more single-toned and flat, but we have lots of options over in the render properties that can help us achieve more realism. And for shadow variation like that, we can enable this option right here called Ambient Occlusion. So let's enable that. This will add extra shadowing to objects that are closer to each other. So it's giving us extra shadowing underneath the torus here as it gets closer to the floor. It's not exactly physically accurate, but it's a good enough approximation of how shadows will be darker in crevices and corners. And now let's expand this panel here for some extra options. Now the distance value here allows us to control how far the shadows extend. If we make this smaller, we can make the shadows a little bit tighter underneath the torus, and if we increase it, the shadows extend further out, making them softer and more natural looking. Let me click on that field, and I'll type in 0.6. So this is looking a little bit more like cycles now. In fact, let me turn this on and off to show you the difference. So this one option just adds a lot of variation to those shadows, and it adds to the realism. And you can also control the strength of the shadow effect using the factor value here. Turning that down to 0 basically turns it off, and turning it up to 1 gives you the full effect. So that'll actually do it for ambient occlusion then. It can make your renders a little bit slower depending on how complex your scene is, but the effect is usually worth the extra render time because it adds quite a lot to the quality of the lighting. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll go over how to enable reflections for your surfaces, because currently our objects aren't reflecting the other objects in the scene. We'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now, before we start, let's make sure to press the Z key and switch over to rendered mode. So first off, to enable reflections for the scene, let's enable this option right over here called Screen Space Reflections. And there we go. So things are already looking a little bit better. Again, these reflections aren't going to be physically accurate like cycles is because this isn't a ray tracer, but they are convincing effects still. The reflections are a little bit noisy though. You can see that this reflection over here is quite noisy, and even the reflection on the glass here looks low quality. It looks like the sharp edges of these checkers are kind of pixelated. But if we go over here and expand the screen space reflection panel, you can see there's an option here called half res trace, and that's enabled. So this means it's only rendering reflections at half the quality to speed up rendering. So let's disable that. And you'll see immediately that the reflections are higher quality now, especially the checkers on the glass. These are really smooth lines now, and they're not pixelated anymore. So again, let me turn this on and off, and you can see the difference. So here is low quality, and here's high quality. Definitely an improvement. Alright, so I definitely think we're getting somewhere with this. So let me press numpad 0 to go back to camera view, and let's switch this back to cycles so we can compare. So let me scroll up to the top, and I'll switch the render engine over to cycles. And alright, things are looking pretty similar, I think. Let me switch this back to Eevee to compare again. And I don't think that's bad at all. So we're actually getting somewhere with changing these settings. And that's going to do it for reflections, so I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll go over enabling refraction for transparent materials like our glass, which is currently pretty solid looking. But by enabling just a couple of options, we can make this look like glass again. We'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you've been following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now before we start, let's make sure to press the Z key and switch over to rendered mode. Now the first thing we do to enable refraction is go over to the render properties and under screen space reflections, enable refraction. And this doesn't change anything quite yet because we have to enable refraction for any glass type material as well. So let's left click on this glass to select it, and we need to go back into the shader editor. So let's go up to the top and hover over the border between these areas, then right click and choose vertical split. And I'll split it right about there. And then in the right area here, let's change this editor by going into the editor type menu here and switching it to shader editor. And then in the right side toolbar here, let's go over to the options tab. And let me click on this boundary and drag it to the left so we can see all the option names. And right here you can see there's an option for screen space refraction. So let's enable that. And there we go. That's actually looking like glass now. Let me join these areas together. So I'll right click on the boundary between them, choose join areas, make sure the arrow is pointing to the right, and then left click. And that is not bad at all. Again, this isn't going to be totally physically accurate, but it will produce a convincing refraction effect. Now let's press numpad 0 to go back into camera view, and let's switch back to the cycles render engine real quick to compare. So I'll switch the render engine over to cycles, and now let's switch back to Eevee, and not bad at all. Very similar results in both render engines now, but near instantaneous render times with Eevee. And this is why Eevee is a very popular render engine, because even though it might fall short in certain ways compared to cycles, the render times are super fast and you can still achieve great results with it. Alright, so that'll do it for this lecture then, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll address the issue of the lower quality shadows in our scene, and we'll get them to look nice and smooth. We'll be using the same scene from the last lecture, so you can use your scene if you're following along, or you can download this starting file from the resources for this lecture. Now, before we start, let's make sure to press the Z key and switch over to rendered mode. And you can see the quality of the shadows over here. And it's not the worst, but this could definitely look a lot better. And one way to increase the quality of your shadows and your scene in general is to increase the samples over here. We learned about samples in the last section, and they're generally the same concept for Eevee. The higher the samples, the higher the quality of your final render. And just like with cycles, we can set a sample amount for both the final render and for the viewport here. So to demonstrate sampling's effect on shadows and your scene in general, let's turn the viewport samples here down to 1. Now you can see the whole scene is lower quality, including things like reflections, which are a lot noisier, and you can especially see how low quality the shadows are to start with. And it's higher sampling that helps smooth all of this out. So if I were to crank the viewport samples up to 64, for example, then everything starts looking a lot smoother, especially the shadows over here. Though they are still a little bit jagged around the edges, so they're not totally high quality yet. The issue with the shadows is that they're low quality to begin with, which we saw when we had the viewport samples down to 1. So even with higher samples, something this low quality can only get so much better. To fix this though, let's scroll down to the shadows panel down here in the render properties and expand that. And let me scroll down to see these options better. Now up top here we have two main settings for quality. The first one is called cube size, and this is the quality setting for point lights. And the other one is called cascade size, and this is the quality setting for sunlights. So since our scene has a point light, let's increase the cube size here all the way up to the highest number for the best quality shadows we can get. And by increasing that number, you can see how much better the shadows look now. That is significantly better than they looked before. And this might take a little bit longer to render because there's extra detail involved, but in a simpler scene like this, the extra render time isn't really noticeable. So now that we've got higher quality shadows, let's see what happens when we increase the samples. So let me scroll up, and I'll increase the viewport samples up to 64. That will then blur the shadows a little bit, making them look even nicer. And this makes them look very comparable to the shadows we saw in Cycles. So there are two ways to make your point light shadows look nice: higher samples and a higher cube size. And again, higher samples just makes your entire scene look better too, so everything is looking super smooth right now. And this quality should be very comparable to Cycles now, so let's actually compare the two. Let me switch back to Cycles, and then I'll switch back to Eevee. And that's not bad at all, but it is missing the physical accuracy and some of the lighting effects that Cycles does bring. So we achieved very similar results with a fraction of the render time. And that's what Eevee is all about. So that'll do it for this lecture then, and I'll see you in the next one. So now we've covered the basics of Eevee. We added Ambient Occlusion to add some depth to the shadows, we enabled Reflection and Refraction, and we increased the quality of the scene overall by increasing shadow resolution and render samples. And while Eevee might not be as physically accurate as Cycles, the rendering is way faster. And by changing some parameters like we did, we were able to make our Eevee renders look very similar to Cycles renders, especially given the fact that materials and lighting often work similarly in both render engines, which is super convenient. There's actually quite a lot to learn about Eevee. We only scratched the surface, but I just wanted to go over the basics here. There are lots of features that help you maximize the quality and realism of your results while still keeping render times lightning fast. So this is a really awesome render engine for your projects where you want or need fast rendering. This is not a render engine that replaces Cycles though. Cycles is a much more robust engine for rendering more realistic lighting and effects, so keep that in mind. So that's going to do it for this introduction to Eevee, and that's going to do it for this section as well. In the following project, although we'll be making a more cartoony scene, we're going to be using Cycles for the better lighting that it provides. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll jump into creating the pirate raft scene, and I'll take you through things step by step, explaining everything I'm doing as I'm doing it. And we'll start by creating the 4 logs that make up the actual raft. The first thing we'll do is press A to select everything in the scene, and then press X and delete it so we have a blank slate to start with. Now to create those logs, we're going to start with the cylinder. So let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and in the top Mesh menu here, let's add in a cylinder. And now after adding that in, let's immediately go down into the Operator menu right here. And since we want a more cartoony and low poly look for the raft, let's change the number of vertices down to 6. And then minimize this menu. Alright, now let's press Tab to go into edit mode, and then we'll get this in the right shape now. So first, with all the vertices still selected, let's press R to begin rotating it, and then press the Y key to rotate it just on the Y axis. And then type in 90 and press Enter to get this sideways for us. Now let's press numpad 7 for top view and zoom out a bit so we can stretch this to make it longer. Now I'm not sure exactly how long I want this to be, so let's just start scaling it and see what looks right. So let's press S to begin scaling it, and then press X so it scales only on the X-axis, which just makes it longer. And let's scale this up to about somewhere around 6. I'm looking at the value at the top left of the 3D view. So to make this exact, I'll actually just type in 6 and press Enter. And that looks pretty good to me. And there we go. This is the start of everything. Now our goal will be to shape this a little bit, add some rope to it, and then duplicate it to create the other 3 logs. So let's start by creating a little inset area on the ends to make it look like the rims of a tree log. Now I want to select the faces on the ends, and the easiest way to do that is to switch to face select mode by clicking on this icon up here. Or you can press 3 on the number row to switch to that selection mode. And now we can simply left click on a face and it selects that entire face for us. So let's select the other side as well. I'll rotate the view, center this in view, and then hold shift and left click on that face to add it to the selection. So now both of those faces are in the same selection, and now let's zoom in to either one of them. What we're going to do now is perform operations on both sides of this log at the same time, instead of editing one side at a time. We could set up something called mirroring, which will copy our actions from one side to another, but in this case, instead of taking the time to set that up, it's actually just faster to just edit both sides at the same time. Now, we don't yet have any geometry within this face to shape it, so what we need is another circle within this circle. That way we have a rim on the outside and an inner area to extrude. To accomplish this, we can use a tool called inset. Insetting is similar to extrusion. It will make an extrusion of the selection and then sort of scale it into itself, and you'll see what I mean. So to activate inset, let's press the I key. And you can see it made an extrusion of the selection and it's kind of scaling it into itself, which is perfect. This will give us the rim that we need. Now I'm looking at the thickness value at the top of the 3D view, and let's go with a thickness of around 0.17-ish. So let me type that in. I'll type in 0.17 and press enter. And that looks good to me. And because we have multiple selections, that operation was performed on the other side of the log as well. And now let's press Shift and Z to toggle wireframe mode so that we can see both of the faces we have selected. What we're going to do now is extrude these and scale them in towards each other to create an inset area here. So first, to extrude these, we press the E key, and this creates an extrusion of both faces. Now, as we're moving the extrusion, we can switch the transformation to scale by pressing the S key. And now you can see that we're scaling in towards the middle of the selection. So these faces are scaling into the log just like we wanted in order to create that inset area on the end. However, one problem is that they get smaller as we scale them in towards the middle. But what we can do is lock the scaling to the X-axis by pressing the X key. So now they're just moving in towards each other, which is exactly what we want. So now let's find the right thickness for the rim on the end there. And it looks like about 0.98 looks good. So I'm going to type in 0.98 and press enter. And now let's press Shift and Z to return to solid mode to see how everything looks. And that looks perfect. Let's just double check the other side. And that looks identical, so everything is good to go. Now just one last thing with these faces. When we go to color this later, I want to create rings on the ends with different colors. To make this easier, we can create the rings with geometry. So with these faces still selected, let's press the I key to inset them again. And let me type in a value of 0.15 and press enter. So now we have one ring, but I want to create a few more. But instead of having to do it manually, we can actually just repeat what we just did using the Repeat Last Action tool. And to do that, we press Shift and R. And that repeats the last action, which was to inset by a value of 0.15. So now we have another ring. And let's press Shift and R again, and then one more time. So that's a handy hotkey for repeating actions and saving some time. And now we have all the rings going around the end here, and we can color each one of these rings differently later on. Alright, now moving on. At the moment we have a perfectly straight log. So let's give it a little more shape in the middle to make it more interesting. One issue is that we don't have any geometry in the middle that we can use to shape it. Now we learned about subdividing in the quick start sections and how that can add more geometry to your mesh that we can use to shape it. But there are other ways to add more geometry too, and one is called the Loop Cut tool. This will cut a brand new loop of edges through the faces, and you can specify where this cut happens. To activate the Loop Cut tool, press Ctrl and R. And now when you hover over edges, you'll see a yellow guideline going through the faces, and this is telling us where the cut is going to happen. Now keep in mind that this tool only cuts through quads, which are faces with 4 vertices. But all of our faces going long ways through the log are all quads, so we'll get a nice clean loop of edges cut through the middle. So hover your mouse over one of the edges in the middle to get that kind of guideline cutting through it. And let's add more than one cut in. Let's add 2. So to increase the number of cuts, you can scroll up on the mouse wheel, or you can press the plus sign on the numpad. So do that until you have 2 cuts like this, and then left click to create those cuts. And now as the cuts are added in, we can move them around. But let's right click to cancel the movement, and this will keep them centered. Now to use these new edge loops to shape things in the middle, let's press numpad 7 for top view, and let me center this. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe view so I can see these lines more clearly. And let's switch back to vertex select mode by clicking on this icon up here or by pressing 1 on the number row. I typically like working with vertices the most, so I like switching back to this mode when I'm done with edge or face select mode. Alright, now to begin shaping this, let's get a bit of a bow shape going by making the middle of the log a little bit thinner. And to do that, let's just press S to start scaling this in, and I'll scale that in down to about 0.92 or 0.93. That looks pretty good. So that just made it a little more interesting by giving it a bowed shape by making it thinner in the center. Alright, now before we duplicate this for the other logs, let's add some ropes to it. I'm going to add some ropes on the left side here and in the same place on the right side. To create a circle of rope, we'll add in a new mesh called a torus. And we'll add this in while we're still in edit mode. That way the rope gets added to the same object as the log. So when we're finished, we can then go back into object mode and we'll be able to move the log and the rope as one single object. So now let's press Shift and A for the add menu. And you'll notice we have less options in this menu than when we use this menu in object mode. Because we're in edit mode of a mesh type object, we can only add in mesh objects now. So let's add in a torus. And then let's immediately go down into the operator panel right here, and we're going to change some options to shape this a little better. First, let's change the major segments option up here down to 6, so that this matches the low poly shape of the log. And the rope is a bit too thick right now, so to change the thickness, we'll change the minor radius right here down to 0.075, and that'll make the rope slimmer. Alright, now let's minimize this, and let's get this situated on the log a little better. So let's rotate the view so we can see which way we need to rotate the rope. So let's start by rotating the rope upright. So I'll press R to start rotating, then press X to rotate it on the X-axis, and then type in 90 and press Enter. And now we just need to spin this 90 degrees on the Z-axis. So let's press R to rotate it, then press the Z key to rotate on the Z-axis, and again type in 90 and press Enter. And now let's press Shift and Z for solid shaded mode to see how this looks. And that looks good. Now let's press numpad 7 for top view, and I'll press Shift and Z to go back to wireframe mode. Now let's move this into place and scale it if needed. So let's press G to begin moving it, then press the X key to move it only on the X-axis, and we'll move this all the way over here to about negative 4.45, somewhere around there looks good. Now if we zoom in to the top of the rope here, you can see where the edge of the log is. And you can see how this circle of rope is actually intersecting the log a little bit down here. That means we need to scale the rope up a little so that it's on the surface of the log instead of intersecting it. So let's simply press S to scale it, and scale it up until the circle of rope is flush against the surface of the log just like that. Let me rotate the view, and I'll press Shift and Z for solid mode real quick, just to make sure that's seated perfectly on the surface. And that looks perfect. So now let me press numpad 7 to go back into top view, and I'll press Shift and Z to go back into wireframe mode. Now I want to create 2 more ropes to the right of that one. So to duplicate this selection, let's press Shift and D, and it'll make a copy of it. And as we're moving it, press the X key, and it'll lock the movement to the X-axis. Then just drop it directly to the right of the other rope like that. Now because the log gets thinner as it goes towards the middle, because we move this over to the right, it looks like we need to scale it down a little bit to make it flush against the surface of the log. If I zoom in this far, you can see the circle of rope is hovering over the surface of the log a little bit. So let's simply press S to scale it down, and I'll scale it down until they're flush against each other like that. And that'll make a nice fit. And now let's repeat this process one more time for a third rope. So I'll press Shift and D to duplicate this, then press the X key to move it on the X-axis, and move it next to the other rope, just like that. And again, let's zoom in to where the rope meets the log surface, and I'll press S and scale it in until they're flush against each other. And now let's press Shift and Z for solid mode to check it out, and I'll rotate the view a bit. And let me press Tab to get out of edit mode so I can see the model better. And that's looking good. Now we just need to get ropes on the other end here, and then duplicate the whole object to make a few more logs. So let me press Tab to go back into edit mode. I'll press Shift and Z for wireframe mode again, and then let's press numpad 7 for top view. Now in order to copy these ropes to the other side, let's first left click and drag over all those ropes to select them. And now we're going to use a tool called Symmetrize. So let's go up to the mesh menu here, and then go down here and select Symmetrize. And there we go. So what Symmetrize does is it copies this selection and then mirrors it to the other side based on where the origin point is. This orange dot in the middle of the log right there, that's the origin, and that's the mirror line for the Symmetrize tool. So we mirror the ropes from this side of the origin to that side of the origin. Now we got lucky and things mirrored in the right direction for us left to right. But if we go down to the operator menu here, you can see there are other options to mirror things in different directions. So if things weren't mirroring in the right direction, we would come down into the operator menu here and we would switch the directions. And let me minimize that. And now let's tab out of edit mode and press Shift and Z to return to solid mode, and let's check it out. That's looking good, but everything is flat shaded, including the ropes, which is weird. These should be smooth. Now I want to keep the log flat shaded for that low poly look, but I want the ropes to be smooth shaded. To get just the ropes to be smooth shaded, we could play around with the auto smooth option that I showed you in the quick start sections, or we can actually tab back into edit mode, and with all of the ropes still selected, with all of those faces still selected, let's go up into the face menu here, and down here select Shade Smooth. And there we go. Let's tab out of edit mode so we can see that better. So in edit mode, you can specify what faces you want smooth shaded or flat shaded, and that can really come in handy. Alright, now all that's left is to create a few more of these. So let's press numpad 7 for top view, and let me zoom out so I can see the whole log. And now let's duplicate this. Now we've used the Shift and D hotkey before to duplicate things, and this makes a full copy of something. But in object mode, we can also use the hotkey Alt and D, which will create something called a linked duplicate. This new duplicate will be linked to the original and vice versa. So if we were to modify one of them in edit mode, it'll change the other one as well. This can be really handy, because if we create 4 logs and we decide later on that we want to change the shape of all those logs, if the logs are all linked to each other, then we just need to change the shape of one of them and it'll change all the others. And you'll see what I mean in a second. So let's create a linked duplicate of this now by pressing Alt and D. Then while we're moving it, press the Y key to lock the movement to the Y axis, and move it just above the other log like that. It's okay if the ropes are intersecting a little bit, but leave a tiny bit of space between the ends of the logs here. And now to repeat that last action of creating a linked duplicate and moving it up, we press the Shift and R key. And I'll do that twice so that we have 4 logs. And now to demonstrate how they're all linked, if I press Tab to go into edit mode of one of them, it's like we're in edit mode of all of them. And if I were to select a vertex and move it around, you can see that same vertex on each of the other logs moves around as well. So that's how they're all linked together. And this will come in handy when texturing later too, because we'll only need to texture one of them, and then all the linked duplicates get the same textures. Alright, let me tab out of edit mode. Now keep in mind, the linking only affects edit mode, not object mode. So for example, I can move this one around, or rotate it, or scale it, and it doesn't affect the other linked duplicates. Now the final step is to randomize the log rotations a little bit. They're all lined up a little bit too perfectly. So let's left click on this second log right here, and I'll press G to move it, then press X to move it on the X axis, and I'll move it to the right just a little bit like that, just to randomize where they end. And now let's left click on the third log here to select it. I'll press G and then X and move it to the left a little bit. And alright, that looks pretty good. Now let's rotate the view so we're almost straight on so we can see how flat the surface is. So everything is too straight and too flat from this view as well. So what we can do is randomize the rotation up and down a little. So let's left click on this second log there to select it, then I'll press R to rotate it, then press Y to rotate it only on the Y axis. And I'll rotate it up just a little bit, like half a degree. That just makes it stick up a little like that, giving it a little bit of randomization. And now let's select the third log here. I'll press R and then Y to rotate on the Y axis, And I'll rotate it down a little bit like that. So that just makes things look a little less straight. Alright, so that's not too bad. Now finally, let's press numpad 7 for top view, and I want to center the raft in the middle of the world down here. The middle of the world is the point that the Y, X, and Z axis converge right in the center at the location 0, 0, 0. So I want to center the entire raft in the middle of the world, just for aesthetics and to make the scene look more organized. The raft is the focal point, so I want it in the middle. So let's press A to select everything, and then in top view, let's press G and then Y to move this down on the Y axis, and I'll move it down until it looks centered to me. And that looks pretty good. Alright, so that'll actually do it for the raft for now then, and in the next lecture we'll start building the mast, so I'll see you there. In this lecture we'll create the mast for the raft, which holds the sail. And we've actually already made everything we need. We're going to take some pieces of the raft and slim them down to form the mast. So to start things off, let's left click on this log there to select it, and then I'll press numpad 1 for front view, and then press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. And now let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, and we'll move it up and over there. And now let's press Tab to go into edit mode. And let's delete the ropes for now. So I'll left click and drag over those vertices to select them, then hold Shift and left click and drag over these. And now let's press X and erase those vertices. And you'll notice that making changes to this isn't changing the other logs. That's because this is a full copy. We use the hotkey Shift and D to duplicate this, and not Alt and D to make a link duplicate. So this is not linked to the other objects down here. This is a full independent copy. Alright, now let's press A to select all the vertices, and let's get this standing straight up by pressing R to rotate it, and then type in 90 and press enter. And now let's slim this down a bit. So let's press S to begin scaling it, and I want it to have the same height, so I don't want to scale it on the Z axis. Now to be able to lock the Z axis like that, we press Shift and Z while we're scaling it. And now it's only going to scale on the X and Y axis. And now let's slim this down to about somewhere around 0.2. So I'll actually type in 0.2 and press enter. And now let's move this towards the front of the raft. So let's press G to move this, and I'll move this towards the front of the ropes right there, and I'll place the bottom of the mast kind of in the middle of the raft right there. And that looks good. So now that we've got this in place, it does seem like it might be a little bit too tall for this small of a raft. So I want to shrink this down on the Z axis. Now the bottom of the mast here is perfectly in place, so I don't want to move that. Instead, I want to scale the top of the mast down towards the bottom. To do that, we can move the 3D cursor towards the bottom of the mast right here, and then we can scale everything towards the 3D cursor, just like we learned about in the quick start sections. So first, we'll move the 3D cursor there by holding the Shift key, and place your cursor down at the bottom of the mast, and then right click, and that'll move the 3D cursor right into that position. Now at the moment, if I press S, we're still scaling towards the middle of the selection. So we have to change the pivot point to scale towards the 3D cursor. And we can do that by going up into the pivot point menu right here and select 3D cursor. Now when I press S, you can see we're scaling straight down towards the 3D cursor. So that's perfect. So to shrink this, we'll simply scale it on the Z axis. So let's press S to begin scaling, then press the Z key to lock scaling to just the Z axis. And I'll scale this down to about maybe around 0.8 looks good, so let me type in 0.8 and press enter. Alright, I think that looks like a much better height. So now let's switch the pivot point back to the default medium point up here. That way we're not still scaling towards the cursor, and instead we're scaling back at the middle of the selection. And now let's press numpad 7 for top view. And with all the vertices still selected, let's center this in the middle of the raft here. So I'll press G and then Y, and move that up on the Y-axis, so it's right in the middle of the raft right there. And now let's press numpad 3 for side view. What I want to do now is select these middle two sets of vertices and scale them in a little bit so it's a bit slimmer in the middle. So let's left click and drag over both of those sets of vertices, and then I'll press S to start scaling them, and I'll scale these down to about 0.85. I'll type that in. I'll type in 0.85 and press enter. So that just gives it a slight curvature and makes it a bit more interesting. So now let's create some cross beams for this. So let's press A to select all the vertices. And now let's press Shift and D to duplicate these, and then immediately press R to switch the transformation to rotation, and then type in 90 and press Enter. And now let's scale this on the Y-axis to make it the same width as the raft. So let's press S to start scaling, then press Y to scale it on the Y-axis, and it looks like scaling it in at a value of around 0.85 looks good. So to make it exact, I'll type in 0.85 and press Enter. And now let's move this up to be the top crossbeam. So I'll press G and then Z to move it up on the Z-axis, and I'll move it up about 4 units. And again, to make that exact, I'll type in 4 and press Enter. Now there's no reason to always make things exact like that. For this course, I'm just putting in exact numbers like that so I can tell you exactly where I'm moving things or how much I'm scaling things so that you can use the same values and have the same exact results as me. Alright, now to make the bottom cross beam, let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, and then press the Z key as we're moving it to move it just on the Z axis, and we'll move it down about -5.1 looks good. So I'll type in -5.1 and press Enter. Now at the moment, both of these cross beams are intersecting the main beam in the middle, as you can see. So I want to move both of these in front of it. So let's rotate the view like this and focus in on the one cross beam we have selected. And I'll press Shift and Z to go into solid mode so we can see it better. And let's zoom into this intersection here. And now let's press G and then X to move this on the X-axis. And I'll move it in front of the beam until they're flush against each other like that. Let's rotate the view to make sure that's a nice fit. And that looks good. And now we'll do the same thing with the top beam here. And now let's press Alt and A to deselect everything. And an easy way to select this entire crossbeam up here is to simply hover your mouse over some of those vertices and then press the L key. This will select all the vertices that are connected to the ones that we were hovered over, so it selected the entire crossbeam for us. And now we'll do the same thing here. Let's zoom in to this intersection here, and I'll press G and then X and move this on the X-axis until the surfaces are flush against each other like that. Alright, not bad. And now I want to make a sharp point at the top of the mast beam here, and then we'll add some ropes to the cross beams. So let's press numpad 3 for side view, and press Shift and Z to go into wireframe mode. And let's zoom into the top, and then I'll left click and drag over just those top vertices so only they're selected. Now I want the faces within this selection deleted. I don't want this little pocket right there. I want to extrude this up to a point. So to get rid of those inner faces, let's press X for the delete menu and choose to delete faces. Now if we rotate the view, press Shift and Z for solid mode, you can see those faces are gone and we're left with just this circle at the top that we can now extrude up to a point. So let me press numpad 3 for side view again and Shift and Z for wireframe mode again, and I'll left click and drag over the vertices at the top to select them. And now let's extrude these up to a point. So to do that, let's press E to extrude them, then press the Z key to move this just on the Z axis, and I'll move this up about 0.7 units. So I'll type in 0.7 and press Enter. Now I want these vertices here to join together in a single sharp point. And to do that, we can right click for the Vertex Tools menu here, then go down to Merge Vertices, and merge them at the center. And that'll combine them all into one vertex in the middle. And now let's press Shift and Z for solid mode, and let's check it out. So that's looking pretty good so far, but I want to get this point to look a little less perfect, and sort of like it was carved to a point with a knife or something. And we'll do that by selecting multiple vertices down here on the rim, and we'll move them down. So let's start by left clicking on this vertex right there, and then I'll select every other one. So let me rotate the view. I'll skip this one, then hold Shift and select that one, then skip the next one, hold Shift and select this one. And that looks good. So with all those alternating vertices selected, let's press G and then Z to move these down on the Z axis, and I'll move them down about -0.15. So I'll type in -0.15 and press Enter. Alright, cool. So the main mast structure is now made. Now we just need to add some ropes on the cross beams here and here. These ropes will hold the sail in place. So let's start on the left side of the raft here. And when we add a torus in for the rope, I want to make sure that it's centered with the crossbeam. To do that, we need to make sure that the 3D cursor is centered with the beam, so the torus will be added at that point and be centered automatically. So here's what we'll do. First, we'll select one of the circles of edges on the end here. And in order to do that, we can use a selection tool called Loop Selection. To activate that tool, we hold Alt and just simply left click on one of those edges. And it will select that edge that we hovered over and every edge that's connected to it that's going in the same direction. So it ended up selecting this entire circle for us. And now to center the 3D cursor in the middle of our selection, we can press Shift and S for the snapping menu and choose to snap Cursor to Selected. Now with the cursor in the middle, when we add a torus in, it'll be centered with the beam. So let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and we'll add in a torus. And now let's immediately go down into the Operator menu down here, and we'll change the number of major segments down to 6 to match up with the shape of these cross beams. And we'll also make sure the minor radius is set to 0.25. I think that'll give us a good thickness once we scale this down to fit on the crossbeam. And now we need to rotate this to line up with the crossbeam. So we can actually rotate that from the operator menu here. So let's rotate it on the x-axis 90 degrees, and then we'll rotate it on the y-axis 90 degrees too. And that lines up with how the crossbeam is shaped. And now let's minimize this menu, and let's press S and scale it down till it's about the right size for the crossbeam. We'll make that perfect in a minute. And now let's press numpad 3 for side view, and let me zoom out a bit. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, and let's move this to the left a little bit so it's not on the end. So I'll press G and then Y to move it on the y-axis, and I'll move it over about -1. So you can type in -1 if you want that to be exact, and then press enter. And now let's zoom in to where the circle of rope meets the surface of the crossbeam. And we'll scale this down until the circle here is flush against the surface of the crossbeam. So let's press S to scale it down until it's flush against the surface right there. And now let's duplicate this and make 2 more ropes to the right of it. So let me press Shift and D to duplicate this, then press the Y key to move it on the y-axis, and move it next to the other piece of rope like that. And now because the crossbeam slants up here, moving this over is creating an intersection here. So let's press S to scale this up until that circle is flush on the surface of the crossbeam. And we'll do that one more time. Let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, press Y to move it over next to that rope, then we'll zoom in, press S and scale it up until it's flush on the surface. And now let's press Shift and Z to check everything out. That looks pretty decent. But now I want to get these ropes to be smoothed just like we did with the logs. So let me hover over the vertices for this rope and I'll press L to add that to the selection, and I'll do the same thing for this one. And with all of them selected, let's go up to the face menu and we'll choose Shade Smooth. And now let me zoom out a bit, and let's press numpad 3 for side view. And now what we're going to do is duplicate these and move them down to this crossbeam. So first, let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, then I'll press Shift and D to duplicate these, and press the Z key to move them on the Z-axis, and move them down over that crossbeam there. And now let's zoom in to make sure they're flush on the surface. So you can see there's a bit of a gap here, so let me press G and then Z to move these down until they're all flush on the surface, like that. And let me double check the bottom to make sure that's good, and it is. And now what I want to do is take all of these ropes and symmetrize them to the other side. The problem is, symmetrize works based on the position of the object's origin, and right now this object's origin is over here instead of in the middle. So we need to move this origin somewhere in the middle so the middle can be the mirror line. To do that, first let's place the 3D cursor in the middle of the crossbeams. To place the cursor there, let's left click and drag over those middle vertices there, then press Shift and S for the snapping menu, and choose to snap Cursor to Selected. And that places the cursor right in the middle. And now we need to tell the object's origin to move to where the 3D cursor is. And to do that, we need to be in object mode. So let's press Tab to get out of edit mode and back into object mode. And now let's right click for the object menu. Let's go down to the Set Origin menu, and choose to set origin to 3D cursor. And there we go. You can see the little orange dot in the middle of the 3D cursor. So we move the origin to the center of the mast, and now we can use that for symmetrize. So now let's tab back into edit mode, and let's left click and drag over all the ropes to select them. And now let's go up into the mesh menu up here and select symmetrize. And it seems like nothing happens at first, because we need to make sure that we choose the right direction to mirror this. So let's immediately go down into the operator menu down here, and right now it's set to mirror at a direction of -x to +x, and that's obviously not working out. We want to mirror from right to left on the y-axis. So let's switch this direction to +y to -y. And there we go. And now let's minimize this menu here, and I'll tab out of edit mode, press Shift and Z for solid mode, and see how it looks so far. Alright, so that's shaping up pretty good. And now we just need some ropes going down from the mast to the raft. So let's press tab to go back into edit mode of the mast here, and I'll rotate around the back of the mast, and let's zoom in to these 3 ropes right here. Now what we're going to do is use loop select to select a segment of faces from the middle of this rope right here, and then we'll simply extend that segment down to the raft. Now I want to select this entire segment of faces in the middle here, and before we use loop select to select a circle of edges, but to select a circle of faces, what we can do is go up here and enable face select mode. And now if you hold Alt for loop select, and then you click on one of these vertical edges in the middle of this segment, it's going to select all of the faces connected to that going in the same direction. So now we've got this entire segment selected, and we can duplicate that to create the rope going down to the raft. But first, let's go back up here and click on this icon to switch back to vertex select. Now I want to separate this segment into its own object to create a new rope, just so that we can work with it separately. But right now it's part of the rope that's on the crossbeam here. So I need to create a duplicate of this first before we separate it. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate this. And as we're moving it, let's right click to cancel the movement, which just returns the duplicate back to its original position. It almost looks like right clicking undid that, but if I press G to move this, you can see the duplicate is still there. So now we can separate this duplicate into its own object by pressing the P key for the separate menu and separate the selection. And now let's tab out of edit mode, and let's select the new segment object by just left clicking in that area until just that new object is selected. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view and press Shift and Z for wireframe view. And then let's tab into edit mode of this and press A to select all the vertices. Now we want to rotate this a little bit so it goes down at a diagonal to meet up with the ropes down here. So let me zoom back into it, and I'll press R to rotate it, and I'll rotate it about -50 degrees, somewhere around there looks good. And now let's left click and drag over those bottom vertices there. I'll zoom out, press G, and move them all the way down into the ropes down here. And let's rotate the view, and I'll press Shift and Z for solid mode, and let's make sure that this rope is going into the middle rope here. So I'll press G and then X, move to the right a little bit like that. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Let's take a look up here, and it's looking pretty good up there as well. Alright, now we just need to symmetrize this to the other side. So let's press numpad 3 for side view, and I'll press A to select all the vertices. Now we're going to need to symmetrize this from -y to +y. So let's go up to the mesh menu and choose symmetrize. And then immediately go down into the operator panel here and switch the direction to -y to +y. And there we go. Alright, now let's minimize this menu. Let's tab out of edit mode, rotate the view, and press Alt and A to deselect everything to see how it looks. And that's not bad at all. So now we just need to create the sail for it, but that'll do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll finish off the raft by creating the sail for the mast. What we're going to do is create a square mesh called a plane, and then we'll subdivide this plane a number of times to help give it a rounded shape to make it look like the wind is blowing on it. To start things off, we want the sail to be centered with both of the cross beams. So let's left click on the mast to select it, and then tab into edit mode. And now let's press numpad 3 to go into side view. I'll zoom in a bit. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. And now let's select both cross beams. So let's hover over the vertices for this cross beam, and I'll press L to select it all. Then go down here and press L over those vertices to select that one too. And now we can snap the cursor to the middle of them by pressing Shift and S for the snapping menu, and choose to snap cursor to selected. Alright, so with the 3D cursor centered, we should be able to get the plane to align perfectly with the cross beams. And we're going to create the sail as a separate object. So let's press Tab to get out of edit mode and back into object mode. And now let's add that plane in. So let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and from the mesh menu up top, add in a plane. And a plane is just a single quad, as you can see here. Now we want to rotate this counterclockwise to be the right rotation for the sail. So let's press R to start rotating it, then press Y to rotate it on the Y-axis. And let's type in -90 and press enter. And now let's scale this correctly to be the right size for the sail. So let's press numpad 3 for side view, and let's press Tab to go into edit mode. And now let's press S to start scaling this up, and scale it up so the height is in the middle of the cross beams right here. And now let's stretch this wider because I want the corners to be attached to these ropes. So let's press S to start scaling, then press Y to scale on the Y-axis, and stretch it out until the ends are in the middle of the ropes over here. Now in order to shape this, we're going to need some more geometry, because right now we only have 4 vertices at the corners, so that's not a whole lot to work with to create some kind of shape with. So with all the vertices still selected, let's right click and choose Subdivide. This will split all our edges and faces into more edges and faces. But we're going to need a lot more than this to create the smooth surface of a sail. So let's go down into the operator menu down here, and under number of cuts here, we can actually change the number of subdivisions. If I click on that and drag it up, you can see we get more and more subdivisions. Now I've already tested this out, and I found that 31 subdivisions gave us a good number of vertices to work with. So let's left click on this field here and type in 31. And I mean, any number around 31 would work just fine too, because you'll still get a lot of vertices. But 31 is the number that I liked. And that should definitely be a good enough amount of geometry to create a smooth sail. So let me minimize this menu now. Now what I want to do is pull the top here down a little bit to create kind of a bowed shape there. Same thing with the bottom. I want this to bow up a little bit. And that'll make it look like the sail's stretching out from the wind blowing on it. For this, we're going to use a tool called Proportional Editing. This tool will allow us to select a vertex in the middle up here, for example, and when we move this down, the vertices around it will move down too. And vertices closer to the selection will move down more, and vertices further from the selection will move down less. So this is going to give us a nice gradual curve down on both sides of the selection. And this will make more sense when we actually go to do it. So let's left click on this top middle vertex right there to select it, then hold Shift and left click on the bottom middle vertex to select that as well. We're going to shape the top and bottom of the sail at the same time. Now to pinch these vertices inward, we're going to press the S key, and that'll scale them in towards each other, but it's only scaling those 2 vertices in and not the ones around them. So we still need to activate proportional editing to do that. So let me right click to cancel that. Now to enable that, let's go up to the header of the 3D view here and click on this icon here to enable proportional editing. And now with that enabled, if we press S to scale this again, you'll notice that the vertices around the selection are now moving with it. And vertices further from the selection will move less, and vertices closer to the selection will move more, and this gives us a nice gradual fall off effect. And we can actually use the scroll wheel on the mouse to change the size of the fall off. If I scroll down, it makes the fall off bigger, and that's going to affect more of the surrounding vertices. But notice how scaling it in is giving us more of a pinch shape, and it's not a smooth bow shape at the top and bottom like I want. So let's right click to cancel the scaling. And now let's go up into this menu right here for the fall off shape. These are all the different shapes that we can give our fall off, and you can see by the icons next to them what that shape will look like. Right now we have it set to smooth, and you can tell by that icon that the curve kind of fans out on the sides of it instead of being a consistent round bow shape. I think a more appropriate fall off shape for this situation would be inverse square right here. This gives us a nice consistent bow shape. So let's enable that. Now if we press S again to scale it, you can see we get a much better shape at the top and bottom. Now, by just pressing S, we're scaling on every axis, so all of the sail's geometry is being pulled toward the middle from the sides too. I just want to pull the top down and the bottom up, so let's restrict scaling to the Z-axis by pressing the Z key while we're scaling. So that's looking much better now. Now you can see the corners of the sail aren't being affected by the fall off, so let's increase the fall off by scrolling down on the mouse until the corners are being scaled with it. And now to get this shape right, let's scale this to about somewhere around 0.82. So I'll type in 0.82 and press enter. Alright, that's looking good from this view. Now we need to bubble it out in this direction to make it look like the wind's blowing on it. So let me press numpad 3 to go back into side view. And let's left click on the very middle vertex right there to select it. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view. And we're going to move this to the left, and proportional editing is going to bring a lot of that sail with it, making it look like the wind is blowing it. So let's press G and then X to move this just on the X-axis. And you can see it's not bringing all of the sail. I want to bring the corners with it. So I'm going to scroll down on the mouse until every vertex, including the ones at the corner, are moving with it, just like that. And now let's move this into the right spot to about negative 2.3 looks good. So I'll type in negative 2.3 and press enter. Alright, cool, so that looks good. Let's rotate the view, press Shift and Z for solid mode, and let's see how it looks. Not bad, and it looks like the corners are attached to the ropes there nicely, so we're good to go. So now we're done with proportional editing, so let's make sure we turn that off up here. And let's tab out of edit mode. Now at the moment the sail is still flat shaded, so let's right click for the object menu and choose shade smooth. And there we go, looking good. Now to finish off the raft, let's do a little organizing. Over here in the outliner, you can see all of our objects in the scene, and they're all called things like cylinder and plane, and that's not very descriptive. So let's rename these real quick. Naming your objects makes it easier to select them in the outliner when you have a really busy scene with lots of objects. And to rename things, you simply left click on it to select it, and then press F2 to rename it. So I'll rename this to sail and press enter. And you can see the object's name in the outliner is now sail. And that's it. So I'll just go through real fast and rename everything one by one. I'll left click on the mast, press F2 and rename that to mast. And let's select these ropes, press F2 and rename this to mast ropes. And let me select each one of the logs, press F2 and rename it to log. And I'll do that real quick for all 4 of them. And you can see in the outliner, when you give something the same name, it just adds some extra numbers on the end to make it different. Now I want all of these objects to be grouped together in the outliner. And for that we use something called collections, which can be thought of as folders. We can create new folders for different things. So I want a folder that's just for the raft objects. Now in the outliner up here, you can see that we already have one collection started, and all of these objects are already in that collection. If your objects are not in that collection, what you can do is press A to select all the objects in the scene, and then press the M key for the Move to Collection menu, and then move them to that collection right there. And now let's go up and double click on this collection name here so we can rename it. And then I'll rename this to Raft. And then let's also right click on this icon right there. And down here we can change the color for this collection. So let's change this to a brown to let us know that's for the raft. And now let's go up here and click on this to minimize that collection to organize the outliner. So now we know exactly where our raft objects are, and we can easily navigate to them and select them if we end up having a really busy scene. Alright, so that actually does it for the entire raft then. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now that our raft is complete, let's make an ocean for it. I want the ocean to be centered in the world like the raft is. So we're going to need to reset the 3D cursor to the middle of the world. And to do that, we press Shift and S for the snapping menu, and we set the cursor to world origin. And that moves the cursor in the very center of the world. And now let's press numpad 7 for top view, and let's zoom out a bit because this is going to be pretty big. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. Now before we create the ocean object, let's create a new collection to place all the ocean objects in. This collection will include the ocean itself, but also elements like the sharks. To create a new collection, first let's left click on the main scene collection up here to select it. This main scene collection contains all the other objects and collections in the scene. If we were to have left the Raft collection selected, then if we added a new collection, it would have added that collection inside this one. So let's make sure scene collection is selected, and then we'll go up here and click on this icon there to create a new collection. And now let's double click on this collection, and we'll rename this to Ocean and Sharks. And then right click on its icon, and let's change this to a tropical green color. Now make sure to leave this collection selected. Whatever collection is selected is where new objects will be added into. So now let's go back over to the 3D view and press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu, add in a plane. And now you can see this plane here was added into the Ocean and Sharks collection, so that's perfect. Alright, now let me zoom out a little bit more, and I'll press Tab to go into edit mode, and with all the vertices selected, let's press S and start scaling this up. And I'll scale this up to about 55 looks good. So I'll type in 55 and press enter. Now what I want to do with this plane is I want to kind of round it off so that we get more of a rounded horizon. That'll make this look like more of a smaller cartoony planet. But we're going to need more geometry for this. So let's press numpad 7 to go back into top view. And to add more geometry, we'll right click and choose subdivide. And just like we did before, let's go down into the operator menu here, and let's change the number of cuts here up to 31. And that's going to give us plenty of geometry to work with. And now let's minimize this. And to round this off, we'll do exactly what we did with the sail. We'll use proportional editing, which we need to reactivate. So let's go back up into the header here and enable proportional editing right there. And now let's left click on the very middle vertex to select it, and let's press numpad 1 for front view. And now let's press G and then Z to start moving this up on the Z axis, and then scroll down on the mouse until the fall off is big enough to affect every single vertex, including the ones on the corner, like that. And now let's move this up to get the right rounded look. So I'll move this up to about around 7, maybe a little higher. So I'll type in 7.25 and press enter. Alright, cool. Now we're done with proportional editing, so let's go back up to the header and disable proportional editing so we can switch back to regular editing. And now let's press A to select all the vertices, and let's zoom in to the raft at the center of the world here. We need to move all these vertices down under the raft now. So we'll get the middle of the ocean level with this red x-axis line. So let's press G and then Z to move this straight down, and we'll move it until the top of it is flush with that red line. Or actually, maybe move it slightly lower so the raft isn't too submerged. So I'll put it right there. Alright, now let's press Shift and Z for solid mode. Let's rotate the view and make sure that's at a good level. And at this point you can move the ocean up or down if you want the raft more or less submerged, but I think that looks pretty good. Alright, now let's tab out of edit mode, and we're almost done with this. At the moment the surface is still flat shaded, though it's kind of hard to tell because the surface is really mellow, but let's make sure it's perfectly smooth by right-clicking and choose Shade Smooth. And finally, let's press F2 and rename this to Ocean. Alright, and that'll do it. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so now that we've got an ocean, let's start putting some stuff in it, like shark fins. So first, let's make sure new objects will get added to the Ocean and Sharks collection up here. At the moment, we have the Ocean object selected, so whatever object we add in will be added into the same collection that this is in, so we're good to go with that. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view, and press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. And now let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and let's add in a mesh plane. And now let's go down into the operator menu, and let's change the X rotation value so that the plane's facing us. So I'll click on this X rotation field, type in 90, and press enter. And let's minimize this. And now let's tab into edit mode and start editing. The first thing we'll do is make this a little bit shorter, maybe about the height of the raft. So let's press S and then Z to scale this on the Z axis, and I'll scale that down to be about 0.83 looks good. Now I want to work with this alone, without any other objects visible. They're kind of just getting in the way right now. To do that, we can press the / key on the numpad to go into something called Local View. This will isolate our selected objects into a special view, where only those objects are shown. And we can switch back to Global View when we're done. And now let's make this fin a little bit longer. So let's press S and then X to scale this on the X-axis. And I'll scale that up to about 1.2 looks good. And now let's start shaping this into a fin more. So let's left click on the top left vertex to select it, then press G and then X to move it on the X-axis, and I'll move that over to about 1.8. In fact, I'll type it in 1.8 and press enter. And now let's left click on the top right vertex to select it, then press G and then X, and I'll move that over about -0.47. I'll type that in, -0.47, and press enter. Alright, now I want the back part of the fin here to be curved a little bit instead of so straight. So we're going to need more geometry in order to do that. So let's add in a loop cut through the middle. To do that, let's press Ctrl and R for the loop cut tool, then hover over this edge right there to create a horizontal cut, and then left click to add the cut, and then while moving the new cut, just right click to keep it placed in the middle. And now let's left click on this new vertex right there, and I'll press G and then X to move it to the left on the X-axis, and I'll move it over about -0.2, somewhere around there. And now let's give this fin some thickness. Right now it's as thin as paper, so let's press numpad 7 for top view, and then press A to select all the vertices. And now let's press E to extrude it all, and extrude it up about somewhere around 0.18 looks good. And now let's rotate the view and press Shift and Z for solid mode to see how it looks. Alright, not bad so far. Our goal right now is just to block out the right shape for the fin, and in a minute we're going to be using something called a subsurf modifier to really smooth this out. Now at the moment, the sides of the fin are looking a bit flat. So let's swing around to the back of it, and left click and drag over the bottom vertices there. We're going to make this part of the fin a little bit wider just to make the overall shape a little more interesting. So let's press S to scale these apart now, and I'll scale them up pretty wide up to around 4. And now let's rotate the view and we'll check it out. So that's definitely a little more interesting than those flat sides we had. Now to really smooth this out, we're going to use a modifier. Modifiers are basically like post-processing effects. We can take a model like this one and apply all different kinds of effects to it. To do this, let's head over to the Modifiers tab by clicking on the wrench icon here. And now let's go up into the Add Modifier menu here, and you can see all the different effects that we can add to the fin. In our case, we want to smooth it out, so we'll need a modifier that subdivides it for extra geometry, and then smooths that extra geometry out at the same time. For that, we'll use the modifier right here called Subdivision Surface, or Subsurf for short. So I'll click on that to add it in. And there we go. Well, that's a good start anyway. We still have to fix a few things. So the Subsurf modifier will subdivide the mesh the number of times specified in these fields here. This top field here for the viewport is the number of subdivisions for the 3D view, so this can be seen as the preview level. Let me crank this up to 3 so the shark fin is nice and smooth. And I want the final render to be the same quality, so let's crank up the render levels here to 3 as well. So now this modifier is subdividing the mesh 3 times and also physically smoothing all of that extra geometry as well, giving us a nice smooth result in the end. And the cool thing is that we still have our original simpler shark fin model, which is now acting as a cage for the subdivided result. This makes it extremely easy to modify. For example, if I select this vertex at the corner there and press G to move it, you can see because we changed the cage, the smooth result within the cage changes with it. So this is a great way to have a simpler, low poly mesh for editing, because working with less vertices is just easier, but then you still end up with a smooth, high quality result. This is a modifier that you'll end up using a lot in modeling, and we'll be using this again later in the project too. But right now, let's finish up the shark fin. So first, let's fix up the bottom of this. It's being rounded off way too much. And that's because we have the bottom of this faced up, so that's being smoothed out too. But luckily, there is a way to tell the Subsurf modifier not to physically smooth something, by using what's called creasing. When you crease an edge, it remains sharp, So what we'll do is crease all of the bottom edges here. So rotate the view so you can see the bottom, then left click and drag over all those vertices to select them. And now let's press the N key for the right side toolbar, and let's go to the item tab right here. And under edges data right here, we have a mean crease value. Let's click on that, type in 1 for the full creasing effect, and press enter. And there we go. By creasing those edges, they won't get physically smoothed by the modifier. They'll stay nice and sharp, so that fixes that issue for us. And now let's press N to get rid of the right side toolbar. And now what we'll do is get a little more curvature going on the back of the fin here. So let's press numpad 1 for front view. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, and then left click and drag over those vertices right there. Now let's press G, and I'll move that down and in a little to make the curvature there a little more extreme. Let's press Shift and Z for solid mode again and see how that looks. And let me press G and I'll move that in and down a little bit more. And that curvature looks pretty good there. Now the last step is to create a couple cartoony notches cut out of the back of this. We can do that by creating the notches as a separate object going through the fin. And then we can use another modifier called a Boolean modifier. And this will subtract those notches from the fin itself. So basically, it'll be like making a cookie cutter that will cut a shape out of the fin. So let's tab out of edit mode, because the notches will need to be a separate object in order to be used to cut shapes out of this one. And then I'll press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. That'll just make it easier to see things and select things. And now let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and from the mesh menu, let's add in a cube. And then let's tab into edit mode, and with all the vertices selected, let's press S to scale this down to about, let's go with 0.3. So I'll type in 0.3 and press enter. And now let's press G and move it to the right side of the fin a bit like that. Let me zoom into it. Now, to create a couple of sharp notches sticking out this way, we're going to need some more geometry going through the middle of this. So let's add in some loop cuts. To do that, let's press Ctrl and R to activate the loop cut tool, hover over this edge until we get a horizontal cut, and then scroll up on the mouse until we have 3 cuts. Then left click to make the cuts, and right click to keep them centered. Now, to make those notches on the left here, let's left click and drag over those vertices to select them, then hold Shift and left click and drag over those. And now let's press G and then X to move these on the X axis, and I'll move them over about somewhere around -0.3 looks good. And now let's get this shape to align with the back of the fin a little bit more. So I'm going to rotate it counterclockwise a little to kind of match the curvature on the back. So let me press A to select everything, then I'll press R to rotate it, and I'll rotate it to match up with the back of the fin, so somewhere around -8.5 degrees looks good. And now let me zoom in a bit, and I'll press Shift and Z for solid mode, and let's press G, and I'll move them outside of the fin to about maybe around right there. That way it leaves a little bit of a gap here. So it'll cut a triangle out there, then leave a flat spot there, then cut the next triangle out, and that should look good. Now, one issue is that these vertices at the bottom are inside the fin a little, so this is going to create a bit of a flat spot. So let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, left click and drag over them to select them, then simply press G and move them outside of the fin like that. And that should do the trick. Alright, so that should do it for the cutout object. So let me press Tab to get out of edit mode, and then press Shift and Z to go back into solid mode. And now let's rotate our view to make sure the cutout is going all the way through the fin, from one side to the other. Although it's not centered with the fin, it's still going through the fin completely, so that should still give us a nice clear cutout. Now, one issue is that in solid mode, we can't see through our cutout object to know if these cuts are actually working. So what we'll do, with this selected, let's go over to the object properties by clicking this icon here, and then go down to the viewport display panel, and under display as, let's switch this to wire. That prevents this object from being solid shaded in solid mode, so we can see through it in this mode, and that will be perfect when we're working with the Boolean modifier. So now to actually make this cutout, let's click on the shark fin to select it, and then go over to the modifiers tab here. And then click on add modifier, and add in a Boolean modifier. That's what we're going to use to make these cutouts. Now by default, this is set to difference, which is perfect because this is what's used to cut something out of something else. And this object field down here is where we input the object that we want cut out of the fin. So to select an object, we can click on the eyedropper here, and then simply hover over the object, and then click on it. And there we go. So you can see how cool this modifier is at making cutouts in something. Now how this works is wherever this cutout object is intersecting the shark fin, it's going to take a chunk out of it. Now one issue with booleans is that in order to move the shark fin around, we also have to move the notches with it. If the notches aren't intersecting the shark fin, they won't cut a piece out of it. So that's kind of inconvenient, but what we can do is apply the modifiers so that the effects become real. To do that, each modifier has a drop-down menu with an option to apply it, but we want to be careful with that because the ordering of modifiers is very, very important. For example, right now the subsurf modifier is first, so it's calculated first, and this is giving us all that extra geometry and a smooth shark fin. And then the Boolean modifier is calculated after that, so it's subtracting these notches from the subsurfed shark fin. Now if we were to change the ordering of these by clicking on these dots here on the Boolean modifier and dragging that up to the top of the list, now the Boolean modifier is being calculated first, and those cutouts are being taken out of the original low poly shark fin. And then the subsurf modifier is calculated after that, which is going to subdivide and smooth the entire result, including the cutouts, which is not giving us a result that's ideal. So we need the subsurf modifier back at the top of the list so that it's calculated first. So the ordering of modifiers is super important, and that means that when we apply these modifiers, we need to make sure to apply from the top of the list and then work our way down. So let's click on the drop-down menu for the subsurf modifier and apply it. And now over in the 3D view, if I press tab to go into edit mode, you can see all of that subsurf geometry is now real. So we no longer have the original, very simplified shark model. That gets replaced by the subsurf geometry that was generated by that modifier. So that's one reason you want to be careful about applying modifiers too, because it does replace your original mesh, so you want to make sure that applying the modifier is definitely something you want to do. Now applying modifiers doesn't work in edit mode, so let me press tab to go back to object mode, and then let's go over here, click on this menu for the Boolean modifier and apply that too. And that should do it. So now if I press G to move the fin around, you can see we don't actually need the cutout object anymore. Because if I press tab to go into edit mode, you can see all the geometry generated by those modifiers is now real. So let's tab out of edit mode, and I'll select the cutout object, press X, and delete it. We don't need that anymore. And now let's select the shark fin again, right click, and choose Shade Smooth for this. And it's smoothing out those sharp angles, but we know how to fix that. Let's go over to the object data properties here, go to the normals panel, and enable auto smooth. Now it looks like some of these edges are still sharp. Let me check the front. Yep, some of these are sharp still too. So they must be over the 30-degree angle limit we set here. So let's try increasing this to 50. And almost, just a little bit more down there. So let's try 55. And there we go. So let's check the back. That worked for the most part, except now that we increase that limit, it smoothed out this angle right here. So I need to make sure that these edges stay sharp. To do that, we can mark these edges as sharp so they remain sharp no matter what. So let's press tab to go into edit mode. And I'll switch over to edge select up here by clicking that second icon. And I'll left click on that edge to select it, then hold shift and left click on those edges as well. And then I'll press Ctrl and E for the edge menu, and I'll select this option here called Mark Sharp. And now let's switch back to vertex select mode up here by clicking the first icon, and then I'll tab out of edit mode, and there you go. So marking those edges as sharp makes them stay sharp no matter what. Alright, cool, we're just about done with this. Now let's rename this real quick by pressing F2 and rename that to Shark Fin. And now let's go back to global view where the raft is by pressing / on the numpad again. And let's press numpad 7 for top view and Shift and Z for wireframe mode so we can see the shark fin better. Now let me zoom out a bit and let's place a few of these shark fins around the raft. So with this one selected, I'll press G to move it, and I'll move it down and to the right of the raft like that. And now let's make a link duplicate of this by pressing Alt and D, and move that link duplicate up to the front of the raft, somewhere around there. Now at the moment the fin is facing to the left, so let's press R to rotate it, and I'll rotate it so it sort of looks like the shark fins are circling around the raft. And now let me zoom out a bit. We'll add two more a little bit further away up here. So again, we'll make a link duplicate, so let's press Alt and D, and we'll move this up to about right here. And again, we'll press R to rotate it to make it look like they're all circling around the raft. And one more time, let's press Alt and D, and we'll move this one somewhere around there. And let's press R to rotate this, and I'll point this one more downward like that. And now let's press Shift and Z for solid mode. Let's rotate the view and see how this looks so far. Now, one final issue is that because the surface of the ocean is curved like that, we need to make sure that every shark fin is at the surface of the water. So let's zoom in to this shark fin here, click on that to select it, and you can see how it's intersecting the water too much. So I'll press G and then Z to move it straight up, and move it up until it's just under the water a little bit like that. And let's do the same thing for the other ones. So I'll zoom into this one, select it, press G and then Z, and move it up until it's just under the water. And the same thing with the other two. And that about does it. So now let's minimize the ocean and sharks collection there. We're finished adding things into that collection. And that'll actually do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll begin working on the island. The island itself won't be too complex. We'll basically just use the top of a sphere and put it in the water. So to start things off, let's create a new collection for all the island objects. So let's click on the main scene collection there, so a new collection is added to that, and not one of the other collections. And then click on this icon in the top right to create a new collection. And then let's double click on this and rename this to Island. And right click on the icon of it, and we'll change this one to yellow. Now this collection is currently selected, so any new objects we add in will add into that collection, and that's perfect. Now let's get started modeling by adding in a sphere. So in object mode, let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and in the mesh menu here, you can see we have two different options for spheres. Icosphere will give us a sphere that's made up of triangles, and UV sphere will give us a sphere made up of mostly quads. So let's go with UV sphere. The geometry will be cleaner and easier to work with if it's all quads. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view, and I'll zoom in and press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, and then press Tab to go into edit mode. Now I just want the top part of this. The island's just going to be rounded, but obviously we don't need the whole sphere. So let's left click and drag over all of these vertices, including the ones in the middle and the edge loop above that. And with all of these selected, let's press X and delete those vertices. And now let's zoom out, and we'll see how big we want this to be. Let's press A to select all the vertices, then press S to start scaling it, and we'll scale this up to be the right width, so somewhere around 26 looks good. I'll type in 26 and press enter. Now obviously the island's too tall, so let's squash this by pressing S and then Z to scale this on the Z axis, and I'll scale that down to about 0.33 looks good, so I'll type in 0.33 and press enter. Now I want the island going down far into the ocean, because we're going to make the ocean semi-transparent around the island so that we can see some depth. So let's select these bottom vertices and extrude them down. So let's left click and drag over all those vertices to select them. And now let's press E to extrude these, and as we're moving these, let's press the Z key to only move them on the Z axis, and I'll move them down about 17 looks good. Now we don't want the island to simply go straight down. We want this to go down at an angle. So let's press S to scale this up, and I'll scale this up to about, let's go with 2. That gives us a nice continuous angle from the surface of the island. Alright, so now we just have to place this island in the right spot in the top right over here. So let's press numpad 7 for top view. I'll zoom out a bit, press A to select everything, and press Shift and Z for solid mode. And now let's press G to move this, and move it up and to the right over here. And if you want to use the same exact values as me, if you look at the top left of my 3D view, you can see that I have an X value of about 37.5 and a Y value of about 25.5. So I'm going to drop my island right there. This should be a good distance from the raft. And now let's rotate this from other views to make it match up with the curvature of the ocean. So let's press numpad 1 for front view. And I'll zoom in a bit. And we want this to match up with the curvature of this right here. So let's press R to rotate it. And I'll rotate it about 4.5 degrees, looks good. And now let's press numpad 3 for side view. And we'll do the same thing from this view. So we've got the ocean curving downward like that. So let's press R to rotate this clockwise a little bit to make it match up with that curvature. And I'll rotate this about 3.5 degrees. Alright, and that's looking pretty good. It is sticking out of the ocean a little bit too much though, and it might be a little bit too close to the raft. So let's just move this down into the water more. So from a rotated view like this, let's press G and then Z to move this down on the Z axis. And I'll move that down to about -3.5 looks good. And I'll drop it there. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Don't worry about this sticking off the end of the ocean right there. That's not going to be visible when we have our camera over here and kind of lower to the surface. Alright, so let's tab out of edit mode now, and let's smooth the surface by right-clicking and choose Shade Smooth. And there we go. And now let's press F2 to rename this, and we'll rename this to Ocean. Nope, this is the island. We'll rename that to Island. And that'll do it. Alright, so that's going to do it for this lecture then, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll make some palm trees for the island. We'll make one of them and then duplicate them all around. And we'll start with the trunk of the tree. And let's build this straight from the surface of the island. So let's hold Shift and right-click in the middle of the island to place the 3D cursor there like that. And now let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Mesh menu, add in a cylinder. And I'll zoom in on that. And let's immediately go down into the operator menu now and change the number of vertices down to 6 so that it has the same low poly look as the raft. And while we're here, let's change the radius here down to 0.6 to slim this down a bit. And now let's minimize that. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view, and let's move this up on top of the surface. So I'll press G and then Z and move that straight up until it's more on the surface like that. And now let's press Tab to go into edit mode, and press Shift and Z for wireframe mode to make selections easier. And now let me zoom out a bit, and I'll left click and drag over just the top vertices to select them, and let's move this up to be the height of the tree. So I'll press G and then Z to move that straight up on the Z axis, and I'll move that up to about, let's go with 8.5. So I'll type in 8.5 and press enter. Now the tree is going to get slimmer at the top, so let's press S to scale these vertices down to about 0.375. Let me type in 0.375 and press enter. And now we'll use the loop cut tool to add some extra edge loops through the middle so that we can use them to create some cartoony segments. Now before we do that, let's go up to this selection menu up here and click on the second icon to switch to edge select mode. And I'll tell you why that's going to be helpful in a minute. So now let's add those loop cuts in. So let's press Ctrl and R to activate the loop cut tool, and hover over the middle edges for a horizontal cut, and then scroll up on the mouse until we get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cuts. And then left click to make the cuts, and right click to keep them centered. Now, because we did that in edge select mode, only these new edge loops remain selected in the end. And that's good because I want to perform an operation on just these edge loops in a minute. If we had used that loop cut tool in vertex select mode, you can see that all of the vertical edges and faces between those new edge loops get selected too, which I didn't want. So let me press Ctrl and Z to undo that and get back to just having those new edge loops selected. Alright, so right now we have these extra edge loops dividing the tree into multiple segments. What we need to do now is get another edge loop below each one of these that we can scale up to shape these segments a little better. So basically what I'd like to do is split each one of these edge loops into 2, and we can do that using the bevel tool. And to activate the bevel tool, we simply press Ctrl and B. and that will split that one edge loop into two, and it does that for each of the edge loops we have selected. That's why it was important to have just those edge loops selected. So let's split these apart the right amount. I'm going to type in 0.01 and press enter, just for a small split. Alright, awesome. So we've got the edge loops we need, and now to shape these, let's first switch back to vertex select mode up here. And now let's do some loop selecting and select all the bottom edge loops of each segment. So let me go up here to the top segment, and I'll hold Alt for loop select, and then left click on the bottom edge there to select that whole edge loop. And now let's go down to the next segment, and to add another edge loop to the selection, we hold Alt and Shift, and then left click on that bottom edge there to select that loop. And now we'll just do that for the rest of these as well. I'll go down here, hold Alt and Shift, and left click on that edge, and so on. And now let's press Shift and Z for solid mode so we can see the shape a little better, and let's press S to start scaling these up. Now I don't want to scale them on the Z axis because they're just moving out of place. So let's press Shift and Z to lock the Z axis so it only scales on the X and Y. And let's scale this up to about 1.35 looks good. Alright, cool, so those look like pretty decent segments. And let's tab out of edit mode and check it out. And that looks good. So now what we have to do is make leaves coming off the top of this, and then we'll bend it all into shape. So now let's press numpad 1 for front view, and while still in object mode, let's press Shift and A and add in a mesh plane. And now let's press G and move this up to the top of the trunk like that. And let me zoom in. And let's get the left side of the plane here directly in the middle and flush against the surface here. So I'll press G and move that over to about right there. And now, just so that we're not distracted by all the other objects in the scene, let's hold Shift and click on the tree trunk to add that to the selection, and then press / on the numpad to go into local view. And now let's click on the plane to select just that, and I'll press numpad 7 for top view. And now let's press tab to go into edit mode, and press Shift and Z for wireframe mode. And the first thing we'll do is scale this down to be the right width for the leaf. So let's press S to start scaling, and then press Y to scale it on the Y-axis, and I'll scale it down to about, let's go with around 0.8. So I'll actually type in 0.8 and press enter. And now let's work on getting this to be the right length for the leaf. So let's left click and drag over the right side vertices there to select them. Then let's press G and then X to move this on the X-axis, and I'll move this over about 5.35. I'll type in 5.35 and press enter. And now we can start shaping this so it's not just a rectangle. For that we need to add a couple of extra edge loops going through the middle of it. So let's press Ctrl and R to activate the loop cut tool and hover over the middle edges for a vertical cut, and then scroll up on the mouse until we have 3, 4, let's go with 5 cuts. And then I'll left click to add the cuts and right click to keep them in the middle. Now to shape this, we're just going to select 2 vertices at a time and then scale them down different amounts. Let's start on the left side here. So I'll left click and drag over those 2 vertices to select them, and then press S, and we'll scale this down real small to about 0.05. I'll type in 0.05 and press enter. And now let's left click and drag over the next 2 vertices to select them, and let's press S and scale this down to, let's go with 0.6 for this one. I'll type in 0.6 and press enter. And we'll keep doing that. So let's select the next 2, and I'll press S and scale these down to about 0.94. So I'll type in 0.94. And we'll keep these 2 vertices as is. And let's left click and drag over these 2 now. And we'll start scaling these down to a point now. So let's press S to start scaling. And I'll scale this one down to, let's go with 0.95. And let's select the next 2, press S to scale, and we'll scale these down to, let's go with 0.63. And then finally select these 2, and we can just merge them together at the center by right-clicking for the vertex menu, then go down to merge vertices and select at center. And that'll merge them into one vertex in the middle. Alright, now I want the leaf shape to look smoother, and for that we'll use a subsurf modifier just like we did with the shark fins. So let's go over to the modifier properties by clicking that icon, then click on Add Modifier, and we'll add in a subdivision surface modifier. And in the 3D view, let's press Shift and Z for solid mode so we can see the shape better. And let's increase the viewport levels here up to 2 to match the same subdivision levels as the final render. Alright, that's not bad. That should definitely be enough subdivisions, and it gives us a nice smooth result. One issue though is that we lose the sharpness on the tip from the smoothing effect of the subsurf modifier, so that's what we're going to fix now. What we need is another edge closer to the tip. When you're using the subsurf modifier, adding more edges in an area will sharpen up the details in that area. So if we add an edge closer to the tip, it's going to sharpen up the tip. Now the loop cut tool is one way to add in new edges, but like I mentioned before, that only cuts through quads. But this face here is a triangle, so that tool won't work here. But for this, we can use a tool called the knife tool to cut our own edge through it manually. To activate the knife tool, we press the K key. And now we've got this penknife icon as the cursor. So let's left click around right here to start our cut. And we can drag that through the triangle, and you can see where it creates new vertices and it cuts that edge through it. I want to create a nice straight up and down cut. And to do that, we can press the C key to constrain the angle of the cut to 45-degree increments. So let's get a nice straight up and down cut like that. And then I'll left click down there, and then press Enter to confirm the cut. And there we go. Adding that extra edge right there sharpened up the tip, so this is good to go. So now that we've shaped this from top view, let's press numpad 1 for front view and shape it from this view as well. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode to make selections easier. And what we'll do is just move some of these pairs of vertices up or down. And we'll start with the right side. So let me left click and drag over that vertex to select it. And let's press G and then Z to move it straight down. And I'll move this down about negative 1.2. So I'll type in negative 1.2. And let's left click and drag over the next set of vertices there. And I'll press G and then Z to move it on the Z axis. And I'll move this down negative 0.94. So I'll type in negative 0.94. And now let's select the next set, press G and then Z, and I'll move this down negative 0.25. And let's select the next set, and we'll start moving these up a little bit now. So I'll press G and then Z, move these up about, let's go with 0.48. And let's select the next set, press G and then Z, and move these up about, let's go with 0.8. Select the next set, move them up, and we'll move these up 0.8 as well. And now we'll start coming back down. So let's select this set, press G and then Z, and move that up about, let's go with 0.56. Alright, so that's looking pretty good. The top of it's looking a little bit flat though. Let's press numpad 3 for side view. And it would be nicer if we had a bit of a bowed shape to the top of the leaf. To do that, we'll add another edge loop going right down the middle of it. So let's press Ctrl and R for the loop cut tool, hover over these edges until we have a vertical cut, then left click to add the cut and right click to keep it in the middle. And now let me zoom in a bit, and I'll press G and then Z to move these up on the Z axis up to about, let's go with 0.15, just for a slight curvature on top of that. Alright, now let me press Tab to get out of edit mode. I'll press Shift and Z for solid mode, and let's rotate the view and see how it looks. And that's a pretty decent leaf. Right now it's flat shaded, so let's right click for the object menu and choose Shade Smooth. Alright, not bad. And now let's work on making the other leaves. So first, let's place the cursor in the center of the top of the tree trunk, so we can use the cursor as a pivot point to rotate the leaves around. That way all the leaves will be centered with the tree. And to do that, let's select the tree trunk and tab into edit mode. And now let's hold Alt for loop select, and then left click on one of the edges at the top there to select that whole ring. And now let's press Shift and S for the snapping menu, and choose to snap cursor to selected. That'll center the 3D cursor right in the middle there. And now let's press Tab to get out of edit mode, and select our leaf again. Now by default, we're still rotating around the origin point, so let's go up into the pivot point menu here and switch this to 3D cursor. And now we can rotate around the cursor. Now, before we make more of these, let's press numpad 1 to go into front view, and let's move this down until it's on the surface. So I'll press G and then Z, and move that straight down until it's right on the surface like that. And now, to make the tree canopy seem more full, we'll have 2 layers of leaves. This one will be the top layer. So let's make a lower layer that droops down a little more. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, and then immediately press the R key to start rotating it. And I'm going to rotate it down about 15 degrees. So let's actually hold the Control key for snapping, so we get a perfect 15-degree rotation. Now, we could have used Alt and D to make link duplicates, but in the end, I'm going to join all the leaves together into one single object. So it doesn't really matter too much how we duplicate them right now. Now, at the moment, these leaves are directly on top of each other, and that looks a little repetitive. So let's rotate the bottom layer to create kind of alternating leaves. So let's press numpad 7 for top view, and I'll press R to start rotating it, then hold Control for snapping, and let's rotate this -45 degrees. Alright, now let's make the rest of the leaves by duplicating these 2 and rotating them around. So let's hold Shift and click on this leaf to add it to the selection, then press Shift and D to duplicate them, and immediately press R to start rotating, and type in -90 and press Enter. And now to repeat that last action of duplicating and rotating, we can press the Shift and R hotkey, and press Shift and R one more time, and that completes the canopy. Alright, that's not bad. Now what I'll do, instead of having a bunch of separate leaf objects, is join them all together into one canopy object. That'll make things feel a little bit more organized. At the moment you can see all of these plain objects over here, and they're all the leaves, but we can combine them all into one object, and that'll just make it easier to select it and move it around and things like that. Now to join these all together, we need to select them, and an easy way to do that is to go over here in the outliner, and let's select the first plane, then hold Shift and select the last one, and that'll select everything in between. And let's just make sure every leaf is selected, and they are. Now to join all of these objects into one single object, let's press Ctrl and J to join. And now the canopy is just one single object that contains all the leaf meshes. You can see there's only one plane left in the outliner now. And now let's rename things real quick. So with this selected, I'll press F2 and rename this to Tree Canopy. And while we're at it, let's select the tree trunk as well, press F2, and rename this to Tree Trunk. And now we just need to bend this into shape and we'll be done. So let's press numpad 1 for front view. And we're going to bend this into shape in edit mode. Now we have 2 separate objects for the tree, and so far we've only gone into edit mode of one object at a time. But you can actually go into edit mode of multiple objects at the same time. To do that, let's hold Shift and select our top canopy to add it to the selection, and with both objects selected, let's press Tab to go into edit mode of both of them. Now what we're going to do is curl this tree to the left, and then curl it back up at the very end. So first, let's press Shift and Z to switch to wireframe mode and make selecting easier, and then press A to select all the vertices, and we'll start off by tilting this to the left. Now we still have the 3D cursor set as the pivot point, so we can select points in space that we rotate around. That'll really come in handy here. So let's hold Shift and right click in the middle of the base of the tree to place the cursor there. And now let's press R to rotate it to the left, and I'll rotate it -4, so I'll type in -4 and press Enter. And now let's deselect the very bottom here by holding Control and left click and drag over just the bottom vertices to deselect them. And now let's rotate around the bottom of this segment here. So let's hold Shift and right click at the bottom of the segment right there in the middle. And now let's press R to rotate the tree around that pivot point. And I'll rotate this, let's go with -5, so I'll type in -5. And we'll keep doing this segment by segment. So now let's deselect the bottom of this by holding Control and left click and drag over them. And let's move the pivot point up a segment, so I'll hold Shift and right click in the middle of the bottom of that segment there. And now let's press R to rotate these, and we'll rotate these, let's go with -7. And we'll keep doing that all the way up. So let me deselect the bottom vertices there, and I'll move the 3D cursor to the middle of the bottom of the segment there, and I'll press R to rotate it, and let's rotate this one negative 13 degrees, and we'll deselect those vertices, move the 3D cursor there, press R to rotate these, and I'll rotate these negative 16 degrees, and same thing, let's deselect those, place the cursor in the middle of that segment, rotate this, and we'll rotate this one negative 12, and now we'll start rotating it back upward. So let's deselect those, place the cursor here, press R to rotate, and I'll rotate this up 16 degrees. Let's deselect those, place the cursor here, and rotate this up another 16 degrees. Alright, now let's press Tab to get out of edit mode, and press Shift and Z for solid mode, and let's check it out. And that's not bad. So now let's place a few of these on the island. So let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view. And now let's press numpad 7 for top view. And what we'll do is add a couple of trees more towards the left and bottom of the island, since that's going to be more visible in the final render. So let's press G to move this, and I'll move this up and to the left a little bit like this, so that the leaves are hanging over the water just a little bit like that. And now let's rotate the view, see how that looks. That looks like a pretty good spot. Now let's make sure this is actually on the island and not floating over it. So let me zoom in a bit, and I'll press G and then Z to move this on the Z axis, and move that down into the island a little bit like that. Alright, now let's make 2 more of these, and we'll make them as link duplicates. That way when we texture one later, the others get automatically textured as well. So now let's press numpad 7 for top view, and let's press Alt and D to make a link duplicate of this, and just drop it somewhere down here. And let's press Shift and Z for wireframe mode, so we can see what direction the tree trunk is pointing. At the moment, this is pointing to the left, but I'd rather it be pointing down towards the rim of this part of the island. Now, we're still rotating around the 3D cursor, as you can see, and this will really move it out of place. So let's go back up into the pivot point menu, and reset this back to the default median point, so that we rotate around origin points. And now let's press R to rotate this, and I'll rotate this about, let's go with around negative 70 degrees. That way it's going to be facing the ocean more, so the leaves are going to be hanging over the ocean a little more. And now let's press Shift and Z to go back into solid shaded mode. And now let's press G, and I'll move it up and over so it's a little closer to the other tree like that. And it doesn't have to be perfect right now either. We can always change things later on when we go to set up the final render. And now let's rotate the view and zoom into the base to make sure it's in the surface. And mine's looking good. But if you need to move yours, just press G and then Z, and move it up or down as needed to make sure it's only in the sand a little bit. And now let's press numpad 7 to go back to top view. And now let's make 1 more of these trees right up around here. So let's press Alt and D to make another link duplicate, and drop this about right there. And now let's press R to rotate this, and we'll rotate it totally away from the other trees. So let's type in 180 and press enter. And then press G and move that down a little bit closer to the other trees like that. And now let's rotate the view and zoom into the base and just make sure that your tree is in the sand a little bit, and we're good to go. And this is shaping up. And again, we can tweak things later once we set up the camera for the final shot. We're actually almost all done with the modeling now. We just need to make some rocks and then some clouds, and that's it. But that'll do it for the trees, so that does it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to finishing all the modeling. Just some rocks and some clouds are left, and they shouldn't be too tricky. So to start things off with the rocks, let's place the cursor on the island so that new objects get added on the surface. So let me hold Shift, and I'll right click right around there to place the cursor. And now let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and we'll add in a mesh cube. And this actually looks like a decent size for a boulder, so now we just need to shape this to look more like a rock. But first, to get rid of all the other distractions in the scene, let's press / on the numpad to go into local view. And now let's press Tab to go into edit mode. We're going to need more geometry to really shape this, so with all the vertices selected, let's right click and choose subdivide. And then go down into the operator menu down here, and make sure number of cuts is set to 1. And there's some other options in here like smoothness and fractal that will help us shape this a little better. So let's start by turning smoothness up to 0.6 to make this more round and less cube-like. And then the fractal option here will randomize the position of the vertices, and this should help us achieve something that's more rock-like. So let's turn this up to 4. And if you're not happy with the result of your rock, you can randomize these results by changing the seed number down here. So let me increase this until I have a rock I like the look of. I'm going to go with a seed of 4. Looks pretty good for now. And now let's minimize this. And let's press tab to get out of edit mode. And at the moment, things are a little bit too jagged and low quality. I want to smooth this out just a bit for a smooth boulder type look. And for that, we need some more vertices. So let's add in a subsurf modifier for this. So let me go over to the modifier properties here, click add modifier, and add in a subdivision surface modifier. Now, just like with the shark fin, this modifier is subdividing the rock and smoothing it out at the same time. The problem is that it's smoothing it out way too much. But like we learned before when working on the palm tree, adding more geometry to something will sharpen up the details when you use the subsurf modifier. So let's simply subdivide this one more time. So let's press tab to go into edit mode, and with all the vertices still selected, let's right click for the vertex menu and choose subdivide. And let's tab out of edit mode. And there we go. And that's all there is to it. So we've got our boulder now, and now let's just right click and choose shade smooth for this. And now before we duplicate this to create others for the island, let's press F2 to rename this, and we'll rename this to rock. And for some reason, it looks like this object was added in outside of the island collection. So I'm just going to click on that object and drag it up and into the island collection to place it in there. Alright, so now let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view, and let's add a few of these around the island. So let's press numpad 7 for top view, and let me zoom out a bit. And let's start by pressing G, and I'll move this over a little bit closer to that tree. And now let's make a bunch of link duplicates. So let's press Alt and D to duplicate this, and I'll move it over next to that tree. Press Alt and D again, and let's move this one here. And let's add maybe 3 around here. So let's press Alt and D, move that one there, press Alt and D again, move it there, and then one more time, maybe somewhere up there. Alright, now let's rotate the view, and let's zoom into one of the rocks, and I'll click on it to select it. And now what we'll do, if you need to, is press G and then Z, and move this up or down into the sand, however much you want this sticking out. So I'll move that about halfway into the sand, looks pretty good. And we'll do the same thing for each of the rocks, and we'll also give them all random rotations. So for this one, let's press R twice for something called trackball rotation, which allows you to rotate on every axis. And that'll make it really easy to give these all a nice random rotation. So randomize that rotation however you see fit, and that looks pretty good. And then I'll move on to the next rock. I'll select that, press G and then Z, and move it down into the sand a little bit. And I'll press R twice to randomize its rotation. And I'll do that for the rest of the rocks as well. And alright, so that about does it. The island is totally finished now. So now we just need to create some clouds and we'll be done with the modeling. But before we go, let's minimize the island collection. And that's it. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll finish up all the modeling by making some clouds. And we're going to use a new type of object for this called a metaball. Metaballs are objects that kind of melt together when they're close to each other. They're really cool, and while their modeling uses may be limited, they're actually a lot of fun and very useful for certain things. Now what I think we'll do, since we have the island at the top right of the final shot, maybe we'll add a cloud on the left side of the raft here, and then maybe 2 around right here to create some kind of balance in the background. So let's press numpad 7 for top view. And before we add objects in, let's make sure we add them to a new collection. So let's go up to the outliner here and select the scene collection there, and then click on this icon at the top right to add a new collection in. And then double click on this new collection, and we'll rename this to Sky. and let's right click on the collection icon and change this to blue. Alright, now let's add in some metaballs. So let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and go down to the metaball menu and add in a ball. And I'll explain how these work in a minute, but first let's get things into position. So let me zoom out a bit, and I'll press G to move this, and we'll move it up and over there for right now. We can change the position once we're finished everything and we know what the final shot's going to look like. And now let's press numpad 1 for front view. And this is a little bit low, though I do want to keep these lower to the horizon. But let's move them up just a bit by pressing G and move them up to about right there, just a little bit above the red line. And now I want the clouds to be a little bit bigger, so let's press S and scale that up to about, let's go with around 1.85. Now I also want this to be a bit wider, so we're not just working with perfect spheres to create clouds. So let's press S to scale it, and then X to scale it on the X-axis, and scale that up to about 1.35 looks good. And now let's press / on the numpad to go into local view and build the clouds without any distractions. Alright, now let me show you how metaballs work. Let me zoom out a bit so we have some room to work with over here. And let's press Shift and D to duplicate this. And as we're moving the metaballs, you can see as they get closer together, they sort of merge together, which is super cool, and it's really handy for achieving certain kinds of shapes. For some cartoony clouds like we want, this is perfect. So as we're moving it, let's press X to move it just on the X-axis, and I'll move it over here around 9.5, looks good. So this will be the length of our cloud, and now we can add more metaballs in the middle to fill it in. Now, one thing to note about selecting metaballs. If you want to move them around, you need to select the outline of them. If you try to select the shape they create, then it selects the shape created by all the metaballs in the scene. And if you try to move that around, it'll basically just move the original metaball. So metaballs are kind of weird. All the metaballs in the scene are all connected to each other. In this case, that's perfectly fine though, because we're making one type of object, clouds. Alright, now let's get back to editing. So let's left click on that outline to select this, and then I'll press Shift and D to duplicate it, and move it up and to the left, somewhere around right there. And now let's connect these two cloud pieces together better by filling in this area here. So let's press Shift and D again, and I'll move this down between them like that to really fill in that area. And now let's fill it in up here with a smaller metaball. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, and drop it up there like that. And let's scale this down by pressing S, and I'll scale that down to about 0.56. And then press G and move that into place to fill that in nicely like that. And let's rotate the view, and there we go, there's our first cloud. Alright, now let's start on a new cloud. So let's click on the outline of this bigger metaball to select it, then I'll press numpad 1 for front view, and zoom out a bit. Now let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, and then press X to move it on the X-axis, and move it over about 22 units. And we're going to make a smaller cloud this time, so let's just get 2 smaller metaballs on each side of this. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate this, move it over to the left a little bit like that, and then I'll press S and scale that down to about somewhere around 0.7. And let me press G, and I'll move it down to the left a little bit more. And now let's press Shift and D, and duplicate that over to the right side like that. Alright, and that's 2 clouds down and 1 to go. So let me zoom out, and I'll pan the scene over to make some room over here. And let's click on the outline of the big metaball there to select it, then press Shift and D to duplicate it, and then press X to move it on the X-axis. And we'll move this over about 26.5 units. And let's zoom into this, and let's add a bigger metaball to the left of this. So let's press Shift and D to duplicate it, and move it up and to the left a little bit like that. And now let's press S, and we'll scale that up to around 1.2. And now let's press Shift and D again, and move this one over here. And then press S and scale that down to about 0.73. And let's add one more up here. So let's press Shift and D, and move that up there like that. And let's select the outline of the middle one. I'll press G and move that down a bit. And maybe I'll select that and move it up a little bit more. It looks fine like that. Alright, so I guess that looks like a decent cloud. You can create whatever cloud shapes you want, obviously, so mess around with that and have some fun. I think these 3 clouds look good enough to me, so I'll call them complete. So now let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view. Let's rotate the scene and see how it looks. So our final shot is going to look something like this. I'm not sure exactly where the camera is going to be quite yet, so I don't know exactly where to move these clouds, so I'm just going to leave them there for now. But let's do one last thing before we go. Let's go over to the outliner and minimize the sky collection. And that'll do it. So that does it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now with all the modeling out of the way, let's start setting up the scene for the final render. We'll begin by adding in and positioning a camera to frame the final shot. And then after that, we'll add in some depth of field to make the raft in focus and the background blurry. So let's start by adding a camera in. First, let's hold Shift and right-click somewhere in front of the raft to place the cursor there so we're not adding the camera in near the island. And now let's press Shift and A for the Add menu and add in a camera object. Now the camera is mostly under the water right here, so I'll press G and move it up and out of the water like that. And now to see what the camera is looking at, we can press numpad 0 to go into camera view. Now everything inside this viewing area right here will be part of the final render. So we just need to move the camera and zoom out a bit to get everything in view just right. But first, since we're focused on the area inside this rectangle, let's make that area bigger so we can see things more clearly. So I'm going to scroll up on the mouse once or twice to fill the area more. And then I'll hold Shift and middle click and drag to center that in the middle of the 3D view. Now I went over camera controls in the Cycles Quick Start section, but let me refresh your memory. To move the camera around, then just like with any other object, you press G. And if you want to zoom in and out now, then while you're moving the camera, you can middle click to activate zoom. And now to rotate your camera side to side, you can press R to rotate, and then press Z to rotate just on the Z axis. And if you want to rotate your camera up and down, you can press R, and then press X twice to rotate on the local X axis. Again, these controls and more are covered in the Cycles Quick Start section, so you can refresh your memory of the camera controls by checking out that section again, and then frame your final shot, or I can show you how to get the same exact setup that I found to be good for this scene. So with the camera still selected, let's press the N key for the right side toolbar, and then go up into the Item tab on the right side here. And from here, we can specify the camera's location and rotation. For example, I can click and drag on the X location here to move the camera on the X axis. Now I've already figured out the right position and rotation for the view I want, so let's plug some numbers in these fields. Let's click on the X location field here and type in -23. And for the Y location, type in -32. And for Z, type in 12. And for X rotation, we'll go with 77.5. My value was already set to that, but just make sure yours is too. And for Y rotation, set that to 0, and Z rotation will be -35. Alright, and this shot is looking pretty good, so we're done positioning and rotating the camera, so now we can press N to get rid of the right side toolbar. Now one last thing to do is to enable depth of field, which will have the raft in focus and the background blurry. So with the camera still selected, let's go over to the Object Data Properties by clicking on the camera icon here. And now let's enable the depth of field option here and expand that panel for more options. Now in this top field here, we can pick the object to focus on, and we'll focus on the sail. So let's click on the eyedropper here, and then hover over the sail, and then left click on that, and it plugs that into the field. And now the depth of field effect will be visible in the final render. But by default, we don't see it in solid mode in the 3D view unless we enable that. So to enable that, let's go up to this top right menu here for viewport shading and enable the depth of field option right here. And we still don't notice any difference here, but that just means we need to make the blur more noticeable. To do that, we can change the f-stop value right here. So let me turn this down to 0.1 to make things more blurry. And there we go. The background is now blurry, and the raft in the foreground is more in focus. So that is looking perfect. We might tweak this later, but this looks good for now. And that about does it. So in the next lecture, we'll just fix up anything in the scene that we might need to frame better now that we've got the camera in position and we know what the final shot's going to look like. But that's going to do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. Now that we have the camera set up, we can see exactly how we want everything arranged for the final shot. And the first thing we'll start with is by rotating the ocean. And let me show you why. I'm going to left click on the ocean to select it. And if I press R and then Z to rotate this on the Z axis, you can see the horizon changes depending on how it's rotated. Let me right click to cancel that. And that's happening because the ocean is square. And one of the corners of the square is up here, which is in camera view, and that's making the horizon look a little bit off. What I want to do is get the flat edge on this side of the ocean rotated to the right a little bit, so that's the horizon in the background of the camera view. So for that, let's press R to rotate this, and then press Z to rotate it on the Z axis, and I'll rotate this about -24 degrees looks good. That way the camera is pointing at this flatter edge of the horizon, so it's just going to look a little bit more uniform in camera view. Now let's press numpad 0 to go back to camera view, and it's kind of subtle, but it definitely looks better. And now let's move on to placing the clouds a little better. So let me rotate the view, and what I want to do is get the clouds facing the camera a little bit better. Right now they're going off in this direction, but I want them lined up with the horizon of the ocean so they face the camera more. So let's press numpad 7 for top view, and I'll zoom into them, and left click and drag over all of them to select them. And we'll give it the same rotation as the ocean horizon. So I'll press R to rotate these, and rotate them about 24 degrees. And now let's press numpad 0 for camera view to see how they look. And what we'll do is just move them all at once, and then we'll deselect one and move the others, and so on until they're all in place. So let's start with this one on the left here. I'll press G to move this, and I'll move it to the right and down a little bit, right about there, so it kind of centers itself in this open area here. And now let's deselect this by holding Control, and then left click and drag over all those metaballs to deselect them. And now let's work on this cloud right here. So let's press G again, and I'll move that to the right to about right there. Looks good. And let's hold Control, then left click and drag over that to deselect it. And this one right here, I think I'll just move over behind this tree over here. So I'll press G, move that up a little bit and to the right to about right there. Looks good. And you can move your clouds wherever you want. I think that this just has, I don't know, a bit of a balance to it, fills in the empty areas, and that all looks pretty good to me. And that's basically all there is to this lecture. So just take a few minutes and change anything that you might want to change. For example, I might take this shark fin and move it to the right a little bit so it's not behind the rope. And it's just basic stuff like that. So get your scene looking exactly how you want it to look, and that'll do it, and we can move on. So that'll do it for this lecture then, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll set up Blender to render with the Cycles render engine. Now, we've gone over this stuff in the Cycles Quick Start section, but I'll go through the steps in this lecture as well. If you already have Cycles set up to render, then you can skip ahead to the next lecture. Now, the first thing we'll do is head over to the render properties by clicking on this icon over here. And at the top right here, let's switch the render engine from Eevee to Cycles. And next, let's switch our rendering device here from CPU to GPU, because it's typically faster to render using your graphics card. Now, if you didn't follow the Cycles Quick Start section, your option here might be grayed out, just like mine is, and that means we can't use it, but to fix that, we just need to change something in the preferences. So let's go up to the Edit menu here, and go down to Preferences. And then go over to the System tab. And up top here we have a list of Cycles render devices. Now by default this is set to none, which means it will use the CPU to render, but if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, you can switch this to CUDA, and then select your graphics card from the list. Now this option is no longer grayed out, which means we'll be using our graphics card to render. Or if you have an AMD graphics card, you can enable OpenCL here, and then select your graphics card from that list. And if you don't see your graphics card in either list, that unfortunately means your graphics card might not be compatible with Cycles, or it might mean you just need to update your drivers. Now, after enabling your graphics card, you'll want to make sure these preferences are saved. Down in this menu right here at the bottom, you can see Auto Save Preferences is already enabled. So we're actually good to go here. Those settings are automatically saved, so I can just go ahead and close this. Alright, and that's actually all we have to do to get things set up for now. We'll be changing some render settings when we get to the point of getting things ready to actually render. But we're finished for now, so I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll set up the lamp lighting for the scene. And for this, since we're outside, we'll use a sunlight for our primary lighting. Now, if you remember from the Cycles Quick Start section, sunlights cast light in a single direction, as if it's from a light source really far away, like the sun. So it doesn't matter where we place the sunlight in the scene, all that matters is what direction it's pointing. That'll be the direction light and shadows are cast. So to start things off, let's press numpad 7 for top view, and we'll zoom out a bit. And now press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Light menu here, add in a sunlight. And it's kind of in the middle of everything, so let's press G to move it, and move it anywhere over there so we can see it better. Again, the location doesn't matter, just what direction it's pointing matters. Now let's press numpad 1 for front view. Now at the moment, the sunlight is pointing straight down, as you can see from this line right here. But I want the light coming down at more of an angle into the scene. So let's press R to rotate this. And I'll rotate this about -49 degrees, looks pretty good. And now let's press numpad 7 for top view again. Now at the moment the light is shining directly to the right from this view, which means it's pointing at the very front of the raft. And that's going to give us some shadows cast on the raft and straight behind it, and it's not going to be as interesting as if those shadows were cast diagonally. So I want the light coming down at more of a diagonal like that. So let's press R to rotate this again. And we'll rotate this about, let's go with around 47.5 degrees. And now let's see how this looks. So let's press numpad 0 to go back to camera view, and let's press the Z key for the shading menu and switch over to rendered. Alright, and that's not a bad start. I might tweak the rotation of the lighting later on, but this is definitely good enough for now. One thing that's bothering me though is all these grid lines running through the scene in rendered view. We can actually turn them off when we're in camera view or perspective views by going up to the viewport overlays menu up here and turn off the grid floor and turn off the X and Y axes. And that's a much cleaner view for a render preview. And our grid's still going to be there when we go into front view, for example, or side view and top view. It's just when you rotate the scene or when you go into camera view that the grid lines are gone. Alright, now I think the light could be a bit more powerful. And we should give it more of a yellow color as well. So with the light still selected, let's go over to the object data properties by clicking on the light bulb right there. And now let's click on the strength field here and increase this up to 10. And that's better, that should be plenty of light now, and we can always change that later if we need to. And now let's give the light more of a yellow or orange tint. So let's click on the color field here. And I already tested this out and I know what color I want to use, so if you want to use the same color as me, then head over to the RGB values here, and we'll leave red set to 1, and we'll change green to 0.81, and we'll change blue to 0.34. And that looks good. And that's actually it. That's going to do it for lighting for right now, so that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we're going to finish off the lighting, and we're going to give the background a sky color. Now at the moment, if we press the Z key for the shading menu, and we switch to rendered mode, you'll see that the background is gray, and this is also adding a gray ambient lighting to the scene, which is why the shadows aren't quite as dark as you might expect when only having one light source, because there's this ambient lighting flooding the scene too. Now the background color and that ambient lighting are coming from something called the world, which is an environment that you can create for your scene, and we learned a little bit about that in the Cycles Quick Start section. And to see the world's properties, we can go over to the world properties by clicking on the globe icon right here. And from here you can see there's a field to change the color of the world, which will also change the color of the ambient lighting flooding into the scene. And there's also a strength slider here, which controls how much light the background emits into the scene. So for this scene, we've got the yellow light coming down from the sun, but just as in real life, a blue sky will add some ambient lighting to the scene as well. So I want to add in a blue sky, one that's darker blue around the horizon and gets brighter as it goes up. This will be a bit more interesting than just having a flat blue background. But at the moment, this color field here only allows us to choose a single flat color. But if we use the shader editor, we can actually add a sky texture to the world for a more complex effect. Now, we went over the shader editor in the Cycles Quick Start section, but we only used it for adding materials to objects. But we can use that same editor for the world as well, and it'll help us create a more complex background color. So the first thing we'll do is bring up the shader editor. And to do that, let's split the 3D view by hovering over the border at the top of it here, then right click and choose vertical split. And we'll split it to about right there. And now on the right side here, let's go up into the header, into the left side menu here for editor type. And we'll switch the editor to the shader editor. And now hover over the shader editor and press the N key to get rid of the right side toolbar. We won't need that for this. Now currently, this editor is showing us options for objects, as you can see in this menu up here. So let's click on that menu, and we'll switch this over to World. And now we see our default setup for the world, and we can use the scroll wheel to zoom into these boxes, which are called nodes. We went over these in the Cycles Quick Start section where we use them to create object materials, but we can also use them to create a more complex world as well. So by default, a world starts out with a main background shader node. This node defines the most important aspects of the world, its color, and the strength of the light it emits. And this node gets plugged into a world output node to get processed. So just like we learned about object materials, a world must also have a shader node that gets plugged into an output node. Now I want to add in another node that will allow us to define a more complex sky color. And then we'll plug that node into the background color here. So let me middle click and drag to pan this. I'll zoom out a little bit, because I want to add the other node over here. And then let's press Shift and A for the Add menu. And here are all the different nodes that we can add in. The one we're looking for is called Sky Texture, and we can find that in the Texture menu right here. So go into the Texture menu, and then go down to Sky Texture. And let's drag this up, and just left click to drop it right there. So this texture here allows you to create sky environments for your world. It doesn't create clouds or any elements like that. It's specifically meant to create the colors of the sky. So the first thing we'll do is see what the default settings look like when we plug this into the background shader node as the background color. So let's left click on this color socket here and drag that over to this color socket. Now things got significantly brighter. And if I rotate the view, you can see the sky texture that it creates all around the scene. And let me press numpad 0 to go back to camera view. Now at the moment, this isn't quite the look we're going for. The first issue is that it's creating extra shadows, as you can see. And that's because the sky texture by default includes a sun of its own. And we already have a sunlight added in, so let's turn off sun disk in the sky texture. And that'll get rid of those extra shadows. And now we have to get this sky to look blue. And I haven't actually used this node that much, but I know that in order to get a blue sky out of this, we can increase the altitude value here. So let me click on that field, and I'll increase this to 25. And that looks pretty great right off the bat. We have a darker blue around the horizon, and that gets brighter as it goes up, just like we wanted. I would, however, like the blue to maybe be a bit more vivid for this kind of cartoony scene especially, and we can achieve that by turning up the ozone option over here, as you can see, but that's a little bit too high. So let me click on this field, and we'll just increase it a little bit to 2. And that looks perfect. Now we're almost done. I just want to change the hue of the sky to add a little green to it, to make it look a little bit more tropical. So let's add another node in by pressing Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Color menu here, add in a Hue and Saturation node. And drag it over this line right here until it highlights, and then left click to drop it in place, and it will connect itself in between the other two. So now the sky texture's color will run through the Hue and Saturation node where we can change it before it reaches the background node. Now with this node, we can change the color of the sky by changing the hue field at the top. For example, if I click on the left arrow to go from 0.5 to 0.4, you can see that definitely added more green to it. Perhaps too much though, so let's change the hue value to 0.45, just to shift the color slightly more towards green, but not too much. Alright, that looks good to me. And finally, I think the sky could add a little more light into the scene. The shadows down here are still a bit too dark. So let me middle click and drag to pan the editor over to the background node, and let's increase the background strength up to 1.5. Alright, that looks better to me, and we can always adjust this later if we need to, but this should do the trick for now. So now let's switch back to solid mode by pressing the Z key for the shading menu and choose solid. And that'll actually do it for setting up the world as well. We've got a nice background color and some nice tropical blue ambient color in the scene, so we're good to go, and that's it. So I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll begin creating materials for everything in the scene, and we'll start with the logs. So let me left click on one of the logs to select it, and then I'll press / on the numpad to go into local view. Now to add a material for this, let's go over to the material properties by clicking this icon here. And we don't have any materials for it yet, so let's click on the new button to add in a new one. And then click on the name field here, and we'll rename this to wood-bark. So first we'll create the darker wood color of the bark on the outside of the log, and then we'll work on the other materials we need. Now, we do have some parameters for the material over here, but just like we did in the Cycles Quick Start section, we're going to work with our materials in the shader editor. And we already have the shader editor opened here, but we have it set to world right now. So let's go up to this menu right here, and we'll switch this back to object so we can work with object materials. So just like when starting any new material, we're given this default setup right here. And we learned about these nodes in the Cycles Quick Start section. But basically, the node on the left is called Principled, and this is a type of node called a shader, which will define how light reacts with the surface of an object. So with this kind of node, we can define things like color and surface roughness. So let's start by selecting a dark brown color for the bark. So let's click on the color field here for base color, and pick whatever brown color you want, but if you want to use the same brown color as me, then head over to the RGB values here, and for red, let's plug in a value of 0.16, and for green, a value of 0.035, and for blue, a value of 0.01. And that looks like a good bark color, but we're not seeing it on the log quite yet. In solid shaded view, by default, you're only going to see models in this gray color. To preview our materials as we're working on them, let's hover over the 3D view and press the Z key for the shading menu, and let's switch over to material preview mode. And there we go. So this mode will give us a fast preview of what our materials look like, and that way we don't have to preview things in cycles, which can slow down the 3D view while it's rendering. Now at the moment, the entire object is displaying the bark material, so everything is the same color, including the ropes and the ends of the logs. After we're done with the bark, we'll go through and create different materials for the inside of the log and also the ropes, so don't worry about that right now. Now, at the moment, if we rotate the view, you can see the log appears to be a little bit too shiny for something like wood. Wood typically has a very rough surface, and we have a roughness value over here in the Principled node we can use to adjust that. And if we turn that down to 0, then the surface is super smooth and gives us mirror-like reflections. But we want the opposite, so let's increase roughness all the way up to 1. And that will simulate light scattering off the surface in random directions, so it won't give us mirror-like reflections, and instead will give us a very rough, dry look, which is perfect for wood. And that'll actually do it for the bark material. Next up, we're going to learn how to add multiple materials to the same object. To do that, let's go back over to the material properties. And at the top right here, we have a list of all the current materials that are assigned to the object. Currently, there's just the one material, the wood bark material, so the entire object is given that material. To add an additional material to the object, let's click on this plus sign next to that list to create a new material slot. And this creates a second material slot underneath the first one, but right now the slot is blank, so we need to add a new material to it. So let's click on the new button here to add a new material into that slot there. And let's click on the name field here, and we'll rename this material to rope. So now that we have a second material added to this object, how do we get this material to only show up on certain parts of the object? Well, we're going to do that in edit mode. So while hovered over the 3D view, let's press tab to go into edit mode. And you'll notice that once we tab into edit mode, we have these extra buttons underneath the material slots. We're going to be focusing on the assign button here, which we can use to assign different materials to selected vertices. Now by default, when we added in the wood material, all of the object's vertices get assigned to that material. So that's why the entire object is displaying that material. What we can do now though is select the vertices for the rope and assign them to the rope material. So over in the 3D view now, let's press Alt and A to make sure everything is deselected. And what we'll do is hover the mouse over the vertices of one rope at a time and press the L key to add it to the selection. And I'll do that for each of the 6 ropes we have. And then over in the material properties again, let's make sure the rope material is selected and then click on Assign. And there we go. That will assign that material to these selected vertices. The material is still white though, so now we can give this a proper rope color. So let's press Tab to get out of edit mode so we can see things better. And now over in the shader editor, let's click on the base color here, and you can give this any kind of rope color you want, but if you want to use the same color as me, then go over to the RGB values, and for red, let's increase this up to 1, and for green, we'll go with 0.62, and for blue, we'll go with 0.17. And that's looking pretty good. Now let's increase the roughness value as well so that it's not as shiny, just like we did with the wood. But maybe we won't make it quite as rough as the wood. So let's increase the roughness value here up to 0.8. Alright, and that's 2 materials down. Now let's work on the materials for the inside of the logs on the end. Now to add additional materials to the end here, we'll need new material slots. So back over in the material properties, let's click on the plus sign here to add in a new material slot, and let's add a new material into this slot by clicking on the new button. And let's click on the name field for this, and we'll rename this material to wood-light. We'll be creating a lighter color wood for this one. And then back over in the 3D view, let's press Tab to go back into edit mode, and let's focus in on the end of the log here. What we'll need to do now is select rings of faces on the end so that we can assign them to the wood-light material. Now in order to select rings of faces, first let's go up here and enable face select mode. And now we're going to use the loop select tool. Now we used the loop select tool before when we selected connected edges going in the same direction, but in face select mode, it'll select all connected faces going in the same direction, which can be really handy in certain circumstances, and you'll see what I mean. So let's hold Alt for loop select, and then click on the middle of this edge right here. And it'll select those connected faces and all the ones going in the same direction all the way around. And now let's add a couple more rings to the selection. So let's hold Shift to add to a selection, then also hold Alt for loop select, and then click on the middle of this edge right here. And that selects that entire loop. And let's add the middle face there to the selection as well. So let's hold Shift, and then left click on that to select it. Alright, and now with all these faces selected, let's go back over to the material properties, and let's make sure wood-light is selected, and then click on Assign to assign that material to these faces. And now let's do the same exact thing to the other side. So let me swing the view around to the other side, and let's hold Alt for loop select, and then click on the middle of that edge there to select that ring of faces, then hold Shift and Alt, and click on this edge here to select that ring, and then hold Shift and simply left click on the middle face to add that to the selection too. And then we'll go over to the material properties, make sure wood-light is selected, and then click on Assign to assign it to those faces. And there we go. So let me tab out of edit mode now so we can see things more clearly. And that's looking good so far. Now let's work on giving this a proper color. So over in the shader editor here, let's click on the base color field here on the principled node and give this an orangey color. If you want to use the same color as me, then go over to the RGB values. And for red, we'll go with a value of 0.93. And for green, a value of 0.34. And for blue, a value of 0.07. And then just like with the bark, let's crank the roughness value all the way up to 1 so it's not a shiny surface. Now we're almost done. We just have to select the remaining rings and we have to give them a slightly darker ring color. And we'll do the same thing as before. So over in the material properties, let's add in a new material slot by clicking on the plus sign, and we'll add a new material into that slot, and let's rename this material to wood-dark. And now over in the 3D view, let's press Tab to go into edit mode, and let's select these other rings the same way we did before. So let's hold Alt for loop select, then click on the middle of this edge here to select that ring of faces, then hold Shift and Alt and click on this edge to select that ring, And let's swing around to the other side, and we'll add these rings to the selection too. So let's hold Shift and Alt and click on this edge here, and keep holding Shift and Alt and click on that edge there as well. So now I have all the rings selected that I need. Then we'll go over to the material properties, make sure wood-dark is selected, and then click on Assign. And that assigns that material to that selection. And let me just double check the other side to make sure this was assigned, and it is, so we're good to go. And now we just need to give this a proper color. So let me tab out of edit mode so I can see this more clearly. And then over in the shader editor, let's click on the base color field here. And again, you can pick whatever color you want, but if you want to use the same one as me, then go over to the RGB values. And for red, we'll go with 0.53. And for green, we'll go with 0.2. And for blue, we'll go with 0.04. And again, let's increase the roughness value up to 1. And there we go. All finished. That actually does it for the log too, so let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view and see how it looks all together. And since we used link duplication to create the other logs, they all inherited the same materials, so we don't have to manually give them materials, and that's just really convenient. So that actually does it for this lecture then, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll be adding materials to different parts of the mast. Luckily, this will be easy because we already have bark, wood, and rope materials created, so we'll just have to assign those materials to the different parts of the mast. And in the 3D view, we should still be in material preview mode, but if you're not, then simply press the Z key for the shading menu and switch over to material preview. Now let's rotate the view to get out of camera view, and let's zoom in on the mast. Let's left click on the mast to select it, then hold Shift and left click on the ropes there to select them too. And then press / on the numpad to go into local view, and then click on the ropes to select just them. And then over in the material properties, let's click on this button next to new, and this will allow us to browse all of the existing materials. Then simply select rope, and it will assign that material to this object. So the ropes are finished now, and now let's left click on the mast there to select that, and we'll start by giving this whole object the bark material. So let's go over to the material properties, we'll click on this drop down menu, and then select wood-bark. And then back over in the 3D view, let's press tab to go into edit mode so that we can add and assign different materials to different parts of it. And now first, let's press Alt and A to make sure everything is deselected, and now what we'll do is hover the mouse over the faces of a single rope and then press the L key to select it. And then do that for every single rope. And now with all the ropes selected, let's add in a new material slot that we can load the rope material into. So back over in the material properties, let's click on the plus sign here to create a new material slot. And to load an existing material into this slot, let's go into the browse menu here and select rope. And that loads it into that slot. So now we can assign this material to everything we have selected by clicking on the assign button right here. And there we go. Now what we need to do is assign the wood-light material to the faces at the top of this stick here and to the faces on the ends of the cross beams. So let's start by pressing numpad 3 for side view, and then press Shift and Z for wireframe view, and let's go up here and switch back to vertex select mode. That should make it a little bit easier to select things. So let's zoom into one of the ends of the cross beams here, and left click and drag over those inner vertices right there. That will select those inner faces of the cross beam. And let me press numpad 3 to go back to side view. And I'll do the same thing for the ones down here. But remember to hold Shift to add to a selection, and then left click and drag over those vertices to add it to the selection. And let's go to the other end of the cross beams now, and we'll do the same thing. Hold Shift, and left click and drag over those vertices, go up top here, and hold Shift and left click and drag over those. And now let's navigate over to the point here, and I'll hold Shift and left click and drag over those. And now let's press Shift and Z for solid shaded view, and I'll rotate the view so we can see everything. Let's make sure I have everything selected, and I do. So let me zoom into the top here, and now what we need to do is just add another material slot and load the wood-light material into that slot and assign it to these faces. So let's head back to the material properties here, click on the plus sign to add in a new slot, and let's click on the Browse menu here and load in Wood-Light into that slot. And then simply click on Assign to assign it to all the selections, and let's check it out. Let's press Tab to get out of edit mode, and make sure the ends of each cross beam are light wood, and they are, and so is the top of that, and we are good to go. Alright, now let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view, and there we go. Not bad so far. So the mast is all finished now, and in the next lecture we'll make the material for the sail, so I'll see you there. In this lecture we'll create the material for the sail, and we're going to go with some classic red and white stripes for this. So let's start things off by clicking on the sail to select it, and then let's press / on the numpad to go into local view. And just so we can get these stripes right, let's press Ctrl and numpad 3 for left side view so that we're looking straight at the front of the sail. And now over in the material properties, let's click on New to give this a new material, and we'll click on the name field and rename this to Sail. And now over in the shader editor, in the principled node, let's increase the roughness value up to 0.8 so the surface is rougher and less shiny like you'd expect from cloth. Now at the moment the color of the sail is being defined by the base color field here, but this is only going to give us a solid color. We need something that will give us alternating bands of color for stripes. Luckily there are a few nodes that can achieve this, and one of them is called the wave texture. So let me zoom out a bit, and I'll pan this over to make some room over here. And then let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Texture menu, let's add in a wave texture. And I'll place this right around there. And now let's take the color output from the wave texture and plug it in as the base color for the principled node. So let's click on this color socket here, and drag that over to the base color to connect them. And now the principled shader's color is being defined by the wave texture's color, and this is what we've got so far. So you can see we've sort of got stripes already. The wave texture gives us bands of gradients that we can modify for different looks. The first thing I want to change is their direction. I'd like them to run vertically. So over in the wave texture node here, let's change the X direction here to Y. And now I want to change the colors from black and white to red and white. And one way to do this is to use something called a color ramp. A color ramp can change colors that you plug into it based on their brightness. So for example, we can change all of the darker bands to red, and we can leave the white bands as is, and we'll have red and white stripes. So let's start by pressing Shift and A for the Add menu again, and from the Converter menu right here, let's add in a color ramp node. And while we're moving it around, let's hover over this connection line here until it highlights, and then left click to drop it on that line. And it automatically sneaks into that connection. So now the wave texture color is running through the color ramp where we can change it, and that output gets plugged into the principled's base color. Now we went over the color ramp in the Cycles Quick Start section, but I'll just reiterate how it works again. The left side of the color ramp here represents darker colors. So we can change darker colors by changing the color of this marker right here, which is also called a color stop. And the right side of the color ramp represents lighter colors. So we can change lighter colors by changing the color of this color stop. Alright, now we want the darker colors on the wave texture to become red. So what we need to do is just change the marker on the left side of the color ramp to red. So let's click on this to select it. And now to change the color of this stop, we can click on the color field right here. And I'm going to give this a dark red color. So let's go over to the RGB values here, and for red, I'll put in 0.4. And I'll go with that. And there we go. So we reassigned all the darker colors of the wave texture to a red color. Now the last piece of the puzzle is to make these solid stripes instead of gradients, and we can do that using the color ramp as well. Right now, as you can see here, the color ramp is a smooth transition from one color stop to the next. So this is producing these soft gradients still. But there are other options for how one color stop transitions to the next, up in this menu right here called Interpolation. Now in order to get solid bands of color, we want to use constant interpolation, so let's choose that. Now constant interpolation makes one color stop continue until it reaches the next one, so there's an abrupt change instead of a smooth transition. At the moment, the entire color ramp is red. That's because, again, this red color stop here will continue to the right until it reaches the next one. So all we need to do now is click on this color stop here and drag it to the middle. And there we go, now we have stripes. So you can more clearly see now how one color stop continues to the right until it reaches the next one, and then that one takes over. And that's how constant interpolation works. Now at the moment, we took this color stop and we manually moved it to the middle. But if we drag it left or right, you can see we can change the width of the stripes. Now if you want perfectly equal widths for all your stripes, we're going to need to get this color stop perfectly in the middle of the color ramp. And to do that, with this color stop selected, we can change the position right here. So I'll click on this field and I'll type in 0.5 to get it perfectly in the middle. So now every color from the wave texture with a brightness value below 0.5 will be red, and every color from the wave texture with a brightness value above 0.5 will be white. And now we have perfect stripes. Alright, now that we've got the colors out of the way, let's work on a few other details like the scale of the stripes. So let me pan this over to focus on the wave texture again. And I think the stripes are a little too thin, so let's click on the scale field here and change this to 2. And now we need to get the stripes more centered, because right now we have a sliver of a white stripe over here and just half of a red one over here. And to move the stripes around, we can use the phase offset value here. So let's click on this and drag it to the right up to about, I'm going to go with a value of 5.2. That looks like it centers things perfectly. And finally, the stripes look a little too perfect. So let's use the distortion value here to add some imperfection. So I'm going to click on that and drag it up. And you can see the kind of distortion effect that gives us. I'm going to go with just a little bit. Let me go with, I'll type in a value of 0.7. Alright, and that'll do it. We are all finished the sail material. So now in the 3D view, let's just press / on the numpad to go back to global view, and then I'll press numpad 0 to go into camera view, and that's looking pretty darn good. So that'll do it for the sail, and that does it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll add materials for the shark fins, and since they're all linked duplicates, we'll just need to add a material to one, and they'll all get the same material. So let's start by clicking on one of the shark fins to select it, and then press / on the numpad to go into local view. And now let's add a new material for this. So over in the material properties, let's click on new, and then click on the name field and rename this to shark fin. And this is going to be a pretty easy material. Let me zoom into the principled node here, and let's click on the base color field to change the color. Now you can pick a grayish blue color if you like, or if you want to use the same color as me, then go over to the RGB values, and for red, let's go with a value of 0.07, and for green, go with a value of 0.1, and for blue, a value of 0.17. And now shark skin is going to be wet and a little rubbery. So let's turn the roughness value here down a little bit to 0.35, just to make the surface slightly more shiny. And that should do it. So now let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view, and the other shark fins should inherit that same material since they're all linked, and they all look good. Let me press numpad 0 to go back into camera view, and that's it. So that'll do it for the shark fins, and that does it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll work on the ocean, and this material will be a bit more complex than the others, so here's what we're going to do. Part 1 of this will teach you how to create a simpler version of the ocean. And this version will look good on its own, and it'll be easier to understand as well. Then, if you're feeling confident in trying something a little more complex, you can watch Part 2, where we take this version and we distort it a little to create some waviness, and we add some transparency to it as well. Now, only Part 1 is necessary to watch, so you can skip Part 2 if you don't want to work on a more complex version right now. So for the first part, what we're going to do is create a blue material with a cartoony white foam pattern. To start things off, let's click on the ocean to select it. And then I'll press / on the numpad to go into local view. And let me rotate the view so we're looking down on this. And now over in the material properties, let's click on new to give this a new material. And we'll rename this to ocean. Now the first thing we'll work on is a foam pattern. And for that, we'll use a texture node called Voronoi. and this will produce a cell-like pattern for us. So let me zoom out a bit, and I'll pan this over to make some room over here. And now let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Texture menu, let's add in a Voronoi texture. And I'll drop this over here. Now the Voronoi texture can produce a cell pattern like I mentioned, and it can produce different effects along those lines. For example, if we click on the color output here, and we drag that over to the base color for the principled node, you can see that the color output gives us these solid cells of colors. And this really won't work for us. What we need is blue cells that have a white outline. So let's try the distance output. I'll click on that output and drag that over and plug that into the base color for the principled node. And this output gives us a different cell pattern. It's not solid colors, and you can actually see a faint hint of a border around each of the cells. So that's a good start. But it's looking a little bit distorted, like it's more squashed on the edges and a little bit more flat in the middle. And that's because we have this set to 3D, so that's more appropriate for a three-dimensional object. However, our ocean, it is 3D technically because we made it bump up like that, but it is mostly 2D, so I think setting this to 2D will give us a more consistent pattern to work with, as you can see. That looks a lot better. Now we can really see the cell pattern with borders really starting to take shape. Now we need to find a way to isolate just the borders of these cells. And for that, I'm going to show you a trick I learned from the official Blender manual. So let's go over here to the menu below the dimensions. This menu here can affect the look of the cell pattern. Right now, by default, this is set to F1, which gives us pretty defined cells that are dark in the middle and get brighter towards the edges. But let's switch this over to Smooth F1. So this looks like regular F1, except the cell borders are gone. The smoothness option right here will smooth out the borders completely. So if we were to turn this down to 0, you can see we get our borders back. And as we increase the smoothness, this smooths out the borders until they're completely gone. So what we can do to isolate just the borders now is take a smooth version of this and subtract that from a non-smooth version. Subtracting that will essentially cancel out all the parts of both patterns that are exactly the same, which will leave behind only the parts that are different, so it will leave behind only the borders. And you'll see what I mean when we add in a couple more nodes. So like I said, we need two versions of this. So let's left click on this to select it, and then press Shift and D to duplicate it, and move that beneath it right there. And let's make a little bit more room right here, because we're going to need to add a couple more nodes in. So let me hold Shift, and I'll click on this so both are selected, and let me zoom out and pan over, and then press G, and move these over here. So now let's zoom in, and for the bottom node here, let's increase the smoothness up to 1. So now we have two different versions of this pattern, one that has borders and one that does not. So what we'll do is subtract this one from this one, and in the end we should be left with just the borders. Now for subtraction, we'll need a math node. So let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and we'll go down to the Converter menu, and add in a math node. And let's hover it over this line up here until it highlights, and then left click to add it to that connection. And now let's change the operation in this menu from Add to Subtract. And now we need to subtract this Voronoi texture from this one, so let's plug this distance output into the second value right there in the math node. And now the math node will subtract the bottom value from the top value. So it's subtracting the bottom texture from the top one, and in this case that means any similarities between the two versions will cancel each other out, leaving behind just the differences, and that leaves behind just the border. Now there are actually a few different ways that you can isolate the borders of the Voronoi pattern, but the way we're doing it right now will give us nicely rounded edges in the end, which will look good for a cartoony scene. Now the next step is to recolor this and to make the lines more solid. Luckily, we've already got experience with this from the sail material, where we used a color ramp to do those things. So let me zoom out and I'll pan over. We want to change this result right here, so we're going to change the output of the math node, which means we'll put a color ramp right here. So let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Converter menu, we'll add in a color ramp. And drag it over that line until it highlights, and then left click to place it in the connection. Now first, let's work on the solid lines. And to get solid lines, just like we did with the sail, let's go up to the Interpolation menu here, and switch this to Constant. And then let's click on this color stop here and drag it to the left until we start seeing those lines appear. And I'll drag it to about 0.12. In fact, let me click on the position here and change that to exactly 0.12. And that gives us a nice border around those cells. So now we have a fun pattern shaping up, but now let's change the colors. So let's click on the black color stop here, and let's click on the color field for that, and we'll change this to a blue. And you can use whatever color you want, but if you want to use the same color as me, then head over to the RGB values here, and for red, we'll keep that at 0. For green, we'll change this to 0.26, and for blue, let's change this to 0.8. Alright, now we're almost done, but obviously this pattern is a bit too large for the whole ocean, so let's go over to the Voronoi textures and adjust the scale. Now we need to make sure that the scale for both textures is exactly the same in order for the math node to work the same. So let's change the scale on this one up to 50, and we'll change the scale of this one up to 50 as well. And there we go. And that actually does it for the simpler version of this material. Let's see how this looks in the scene by pressing / on the numpad to go back to global view. And that's looking pretty good. And from time to time, it'll help to get a cycles preview of the final render. So let's press the Z key for the shading menu and choose rendered. Alright, cool. Things are actually looking pretty good. So now let's press the Z key again and switch back to material preview. And that'll do it for part 1 then. Again, part 2 is optional, but if you're interested in taking this material further and learning some more advanced techniques, then you can check out part 2 next. That'll do it for this lecture though, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll take the ocean material further and we'll make this look a little more wavy by distorting it. That way it looks more natural and less like a cell pattern. In order to distort how a texture is applied to the surface, you can modify the object's texture coordinates, and we learned a bit about that in the Cycles Quick Start section. First, with the ocean still selected, let's isolate this again by pressing / on the numpad. And let me zoom into this. Now, like we learned in the Cycles Quick Start section, texture coordinates define how a texture appears on the surface. So if we change the texture coordinates, we can change how the texture looks. And depending on how we change the texture coordinates, we can even distort the texture. And to do this, we'll be using a noise texture node to kind of randomize the texture coordinates, which will, in the end, distort how the texture appears on the surface. And it's actually pretty simple to do as well. So let's start by adding in a node called a texture coordinate node. So let me pan over here, and I'll zoom out a bit. And let's press Shift and A for the Add menu. And from the Input menu, add in a texture coordinate node. And I'll drag this over here. Now this node shows us all the different texture coordinate types we can choose from. We only learned about generated coordinates so far, and that's what we'll be using here too. Now, like we learned, if we don't plug anything into the vector sockets of a texture node, then it uses generated coordinates by default. So normally we don't need to plug this into a texture node. They're already using generated coordinates by default. But this node gives us direct access to the generated coordinates, and that means we can modify them. And that's the plan here. We're going to distort the generated coordinates by mixing them with a noise texture, and then we'll plug those distorted coordinates into the Voronoi textures to distort them. So since we need to mix texture coordinates with a noise texture, let's add in a mix node to do the job. So let me zoom out, and I'll press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Color menu, add in a Mix RGB node, and we'll drop that right here. Now to go over the Mix node real quick, with this node we can mix two different things by plugging them into the color sockets here, and we can control how much they mix together by using the factor value here. A factor value of 0.5 is a perfect 50-50 blend of color 1 and color 2. So if you plugged in red for color 1 and blue for color 2, you'll get a 50-50 mix, which would result in purple. Now what we want to do is mix generated coordinates with a noise texture, which will end up distorting the coordinates. So let's click on the generated output here and drag that into the color 1 socket. And now let's add in a noise texture to plug into color number 2. So let's press Shift and A, and from the texture menu, add in a noise texture. And we'll place that below the texture coordinates. And now let's see what the noise texture looks like real quick. And you don't have to follow this part, I'm just going to demonstrate something real quick. So let me press Control and Spacebar to full screen this editor, so we can see all the nodes better. And I'm going to click on the color output of the noise texture node and plug that into the base color input of the principled node. And then I'll press Ctrl and spacebar to get out of full screen. And now if I zoom out, you can see the noise texture produces a cloudy pattern that we're going to mix with the texture coordinates, and that will result in some waviness. And that's all I wanted to show you. So let me press Ctrl and Z to undo that connection and get our ocean back. And let me zoom back in and go back over here. And now let's plug the color output of the noise texture in as the second color for the mix node. So I'll click on that color output and drag it up to that color input. So now this is mixing the noise texture with the generated coordinates, which will result in distorted coordinates. So now we just need to make sure that our Voronoi textures are both using these new distorted coordinates. And to change the texture coordinates for these, we just need to plug something into each of their vector sockets. So let's click on this color output there and drag it over to that vector input. And then we'll do the same thing for the vector input down here. And there we go. So you can clearly see the distortion that results from this now. And if I were to turn the mix factor here down to 0, then it's just the regular generated coordinates with nothing mixed in. Then as I increase that factor value, you can see as the noise texture gets mixed in more and more, it creates more wavy distortion. So that's how easy it is to add a little variety to your texture patterns. I'm going to set this value to 0.125 for just a little distortion. Now I think the distortions being created are giving us too large of a wave pattern. I want some smaller waves, kind of like ripples that will affect each and every cell. So we can just change the size of the noise texture to accomplish that. So let's change the scale of the noise texture here up to 10 to create a smaller wave pattern, which will just give us a little more variety. And now let's see what this looks like in the scene. So let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view. And that's not bad. I'm still noticing too much of a cell pattern though. So let's try stretching the textures out long ways. And we can do that multiple ways. And one way, since we're using generate coordinates, is to stretch out the texture space. And we learned about texture space in the Cycles Quick Start section when we went over texture coordinates. So I'd recommend checking that out if you haven't already. Basically, the texture space is what's used to define the position and scale of a texture. So if we stretch out the texture space, we can stretch out the texture. To do this, let's go over here and click on this icon here for the object data properties, and then go down and expand the texture space panel. And I'll scroll down. And now in order to manually adjust the texture space, we need to first turn off auto texture space. And then we have access to the location and the size values here. So let's stretch this long ways by doubling the size value for the x-axis. So I'll click on that field and type in 110. And there we go. And now the texture got stretched out long ways, and things look a little less like cells and a little more like waves now. And now let's press numpad 0 to go into camera view and see how things look. And it's looking pretty good, but I think the Voronoi pattern is too large now after we made all those changes to it. So let me pan over to the Voronoi textures, and let's change the scale of both of them up to 100. And there we go, not bad at all. So the distortion added a wavy surface, almost swirly here and there, which looks cool, and we've got the pattern size just right for the scale of the scene, so all of that is good to go. Let's get a full rendered preview of this now. So let's press the Z key for the shading menu and switch over to rendered. Alright, cool. Now the last part of this puzzle is to make the water more transparent the farther it is from the camera. That's not exactly realistic, but it'll be a fun effect for a cartoony scene that will show the island going down into the water more. And it'll make the water blend into the blue horizon more so it doesn't look like it just abruptly ends there. Now to make things more transparent, we're going to use the alpha value here in the principled node. When alpha is set to 1, the material is fully opaque, or solid. And when alpha is set to 0, the material is fully transparent. So we're going to need a few more nodes to tell this value to be 1 when the water is closer to the camera, and 0 when the water is farther from the camera and closer to the horizon. So that's going to make the water fade out the farther it gets from the camera. So the first thing we'll do is figure out what distance we want the water to start turning transparent. So let's press Shift and Z to go into wireframe mode, and then let's press numpad 7 for top view. And now let me zoom out a bit so I can see the whole scene like this. And right down here is our camera, so I'm going to left click around there to select it. And just so I can see it a little bit better, let's press the S key to scale it up. That'll give me a better idea of what direction it's pointing. Now let's see how far away the horizon is from the camera. And we can do that by simply moving the camera to the horizon and seeing how far that distance is. So let's press G to move the camera and move it in the same direction that it's pointing all the way up to the horizon right there. And at the top left of the 3D view, you can see how far we move this on each axis. And then you have the total distance moved in parentheses at the end of those numbers. So the total distance here is around 100. So at around a distance of 100, we want the alpha value to be 0, so the water is totally transparent. But we want the water to start getting transparent after the raft somewhere around right here, which is at a distance of about 50. So at a distance of 50, we want the alpha value to be 1, so there's no transparency, and at a distance of 100, we want full transparency, so the alpha value will be 0. And now let me right click to cancel this. So let's remember that range 50 to 100. And now let's click on the water again to select that, and now let's press numpad 0 to return to camera view, and I'll press Shift and Z to return to rendered mode. Alpha and the nodes we're about to use work better in cycles than they do in material preview mode, so we're going to stay in rendered mode for this. Now to get the distance the water surface is from the camera, we're going to use a camera data node. So let me zoom out and pan over a little bit. We're going to work in this area right here. So let's press Shift and A for the add menu, and from the input menu here, add in a camera data node. And I'll drop this over here. And as you can see right here, we have a view distance output, and this gives us the distance any point on the water's surface is from the camera. So that's perfect. We can use this to fade the water out the further it is from the camera. One issue is that this output gives us a full range of distance values from 0 to infinity. But the alpha value only goes from 0 to 1, so I can't simply plug this value in as the alpha value because the numbers will go too high. Now, a minute ago, we figured out that from a distance of 50 to 100, we want the water to transition from solid to transparent. So at a distance of 50, alpha will still be 1, and at a distance of 100, alpha should be 0. Now, what we want to do is convert the range of 50 to 100 to a range of 1 to 0, so that we can use that for the alpha value. And we can do that using a map range node. So let's press Shift and A for the add menu again, and from the converter menu, let's add in a map range node. And I'll drop this here. Now with this node, we can convert one range of values into another. In the from fields here, you type in the range of numbers you want to convert, and then in the to fields here, you type in the range those numbers will convert to. Now the main value up here is what will be changed in the end, and we want to change the distance values. So let's click on this view distance output here and drag it over to the value input. And now this node has access to the camera distance values, so now we can change them. Now again, we want to convert the distance range 50 to 100. So let's type 50 into the from minimum field, and then type in 100 in the from maximum field. So we're converting from a range of 50 to 100. Now we want 50 to be converted to a value of 1. So for the to minimum, let's type in 1. And we want 100 to be converted to a value of 0, so for the to maximum, let's type in 0. So now we're converting 50 to 1 and 100 to 0, and every number in between gets converted accordingly. So this means that if a part of the surface is a distance of 100 from the camera, like around the horizon, that part of the surface is assigned a value of 0. So when we plug that in as the alpha values, that means that this part of the surface will get an alpha value of 0 and be fully transparent. So let's test that out now. But first, let me scroll up on the mouse to make the camera view bigger, and the raft is kind of in the way of the horizon. So let's go over here to the outliner and click on this eye icon to make it invisible for right now. And let's also get rid of this selection line right here by pressing Alt and A to deselect everything. That way we can see the sharp horizon line there and make sure that it fades out nicely once we plug this in. So let's do that now. Let me pan over here, and I'll click on that result output and drag it over into the alpha input. And there we go. Now you can see the island here going down into the water, And you can see the water is fading out as it approaches the horizon, making it blend into the horizon more instead of just stopping abruptly. It's just a little nicer to look at. In fact, maybe we could have things fade a little bit sooner too, so we can see more of the island going into the water. So let's change the minimum distance here to 40. So now the water starts to fade sooner, and this allows us to see more of the island going down into it. And that actually about covers it. So now let's unhide the raft by going up into the outliner and clicking on the eye icon next to the raft collection. And let me scroll down on the mouse to bring our full camera view back, and there we go. Now, if you're wondering why I made the water transparent in the background but not the foreground, which would be more realistic, it's for two reasons. One, I really like the cartoony effect of solid water. And two, this way we don't have to model the bodies of the sharks because we can't see them under the water here. Alright, and that's actually going to do it for the water. But before we go on to the next lecture, let's press the Z key for the shading menu and switch back to material preview mode for now. And that's it. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, now that we've got the ocean material out of the way, it's all smooth sailing from here. All remaining materials will be pretty quick and easy, and then setting up the final render will be pretty easy as well. So we're pretty much good to go from here. And in this lecture, we'll be working on the sand material for the island. So let's rotate the view, and I'll click on the island to select it, and then press / on the numpad to go into local view. And now let's go over to the material properties by clicking this icon here, and then click on new to add a new material, and click on the name field and rename this to sand. And then over in the shader editor, in the principled node, let's turn roughness up to 0.8 so the surface is rougher and less shiny. And now to color this, we're going to use a wave texture to create some noisy bands running through the surface. And then we'll color those bands different shades of yellow to make it look sandy. And it won't have to be too perfect either, because it's going to be in the background, and that means it's out of focus due to the depth of field of the camera. So let me zoom out a bit, and I'll pan this over so we can work over here. And then let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Texture menu, add in a wave texture. And let's put this over here. And for the moment, let's plug the color output in as the base color of the principled node. So let me click on this output here and drag it over to the base color input of the principled node. That way we can see what we're working with. Now these bands seem a little bit too big, so let's change the wave texture scale up to 15 so we can fit more bands on the surface. And now let me zoom in on the bands a little bit. And let's add some distortion to them so they look a little bit less perfect. So let's increase the distortion value here up to 10. And this should be good enough to use as color bands for the sand. So now we just need to color them. So back over in the shader editor, let's press Shift and A for the Add menu, and from the Converter menu, add in a color ramp. And drag it over this line here until it highlights, and then left click to place it within that connection. And then I'll zoom in, and let's change the lighter color bands first. So let's left click on this color stop here to select it, and then click on the color field here to change it. And if you want to use the same color as me, then go over to the RGB values, and we'll keep red at 1, we'll change green to 0.85, and we'll change blue to 0.3. And now let's change the darker bands by clicking on this color stop here, then click on this color field, and again if you want to use the same color, go over to the RGB values, and we'll change red to 0.8, we'll change green to 0.6, and whoops, let me go back in there, and we'll change blue to 0.2. And there we go, that'll do it. So let's press / on the numpad to go back to global view now, and then let's press numpad 0 to go into camera view, and then press Z and switch over to rendered mode to get a cycles preview. And cool, that's not bad at all. One cool effect is that from having the clouds so close to the ground, it's reflecting the light from the sand, so it's making the bottom of them a little bit more orange, which is pretty cool and adds a little bit more color to them, which is a nice effect. Alright, let's press Z and switch back to material preview mode, and that'll do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll create a simple material for the rocks. So let's rotate the view and zoom into one of them. And I'll click on that to select it, and then let's go over here and click on New to create a new material. And let's rename this material to rock. And now let's pan this over so the principled node is centered. And let's change the color by clicking on the color field here. And we're going to keep this gray, so I really just want to make it darker. So let's click on the brightness slider here and drag that down to about right there. Looks good. And now let's increase the roughness up to 0.8 so it's not so shiny. And that'll do it. All the other rocks should also inherit this material since they are all linked duplicates. And we are good to go. So that does it for the rock material. And that'll do it for this lecture. So I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll create the material for the tree trunks. So let's click on one of those to select it. And now let's go over to the material properties here, click on new to add a new material, and we'll rename this to tree trunk. And now over in the shader editor, let's increase the roughness up to 0.8 so it's less shiny. And then let's click on the base color field here. And again, if you want to use the same color as me, go over to the RGB values. And for red, we'll go with a value of 0.18. And for green, we'll go with 0.05. And for blue, we'll go with 0.005. And there we go. So that actually does it for the tree trunk material. The other tree trunks are linked duplicates, so they should inherit the material automatically. So we're good to go. So that'll do it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll create the material for the tree canopies. So let's click on one of those to select it, and then go over to the material properties, click on new to add a new material, and we'll rename this to tree canopy. And for this, we'll just need to change the color. I think the roughness value is going to be pretty good for leaves. It'll make them a little bit shiny as if they're kind of wet. But let's change the color now, so let's go up to the base color field here. And if you want to use the same color, then over in the RGB values, let's go with a red value of 0.12 and a green value of 0.42 and a blue value of 0.02. And that should do it. And the other linked duplicates will get the same material. So they're good to go. And that'll do it for this lecture, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll create the material for the clouds. Now, since we created these clouds out of metaballs, the result of all the metaballs we added in is a single mesh type object. So instead of selecting one of the circles for just one of the metaballs, what we do is select the cloud shape itself in order to add a material to it. So let's click on the cloud shape itself in order to select that and the entire collective metaball object. And now we can add a material to this as one object. So let's go over to the material properties, click on new, and let's rename this material to cloud. And let's go over to the shader editor and then click on the base color here. And we want these to be pure white. Right now we have R, G, and B all at 0.8. So we just need to brighten this up. So let's click on the brightness slider here and drag it all the way to the top for a pure white. And then let's increase the roughness value here all the way up to 1, since clouds are definitely not shiny at all. And that'll do it. And that actually does it for all the materials too. So we're done with the shader editor for now. So let's right click on the border between these two editors and then choose join areas and mouse over the right side so the arrow is pointing that way, and then left click to join these areas. And now let's get a final preview by pressing numpad 0 to go into camera view, and then press the Z key and switch to rendered mode. And let's turn off some of the viewport elements like the 3D cursor and all the circles around the metaballs and the selection outlines and things like that. To do that, we can press Alt, Shift, and Z. And that'll toggle off all the viewport elements. And you can also use this icon up here to do that. Alright, so here's our final scene. Not bad at all. So now let's press the Z key for the shading menu and switch back to solid mode for now. And let's press Alt, Shift, and Z to bring back our viewport elements. And that's about it. So now all that's left to do is to set things up for the final render in the next lecture. So I'll see you there. So we've got our camera set up, our world and lamp lighting added in, and all our materials are good to go. So the final step now is to render this out into an image that we can save and share. So let's start by going over here and clicking on the camera icon for the render properties. Now we already have our render engine set to cycles, and we already have our GPU being used as the rendering device. So that's good to go there. Now let's go over to the output properties by clicking on this icon below the camera. Now let's double check that our resolution is set to 1920 by 1080, which it is. This is a pretty standard render size, so I'm going to keep it at that. And now let's go back to the render properties. And now let's go down to the sampling panel here, and we'll increase the number of render samples so we get a higher quality and less noisy render result. Anything over 200 should be okay, since we'll also be using the denoising features that I showed you in the Cycles Quick Start section. So let's set the render samples up to 250. We want to make sure we get a somewhat decent quality render, because the better quality the original render is, then the more effective the denoising feature will be. 250 should definitely give us a good result, but we'll know that for sure once we start the rendering and we can see how noisy the results are. And like I mentioned, we'll be using the denoising feature down here. So let's expand this panel, and let's enable this for rendering. And then in this menu here of different denoiser options, like I mentioned in the Quick Start section, Open Image Denoise has given me the best results when testing things. So I'm going to choose that. Now, to speed renders up, sometimes significantly, I'm going to go over something new real quick. If I press F12 to begin rendering, you'll notice that the rendering processes one small square at a time. Let me press Escape to cancel that, and I'll press Escape to get out of this. Now, when using your GPU for rendering, it's actually often quite a bit faster to increase the size of those squares that get processed. If you're using CPU for rendering, then smaller squares are typically faster, but for GPU, larger squares are. So to change this, let's go down to the Performance panel here and expand that, and then I'll scroll down. And the tile size options here are what we change for the size of the squares rendered. So 64 by 64 is good for CPU rendering, but for GPU rendering, 256 by 256 is often a lot faster. So let me click on the X field here and drag it down to the Y field, and this will enable me to change both of those fields at once. And then I'll type in 256 and press enter. And that should give our render speeds a really nice boost. So we're actually all ready to go now. So to render this, let's press F12. And you can see the render squares are now a lot larger, and this will help things render faster. And the scene will denoise as it renders too. So now we just wait for the render to finish. And there it is. Our final render is complete, and it's looking quite nice too. So now we just need to make sure to save this image. So let's go up into the image menu up here and select Save As. And now from this window, you can select what folder to save to, and you can select what image format to save to as well. I'm going to leave that as PNG, and I'll save this as Pirate Raft. And that's it. That's all there is to it. The project is totally complete now. I hope your scene turned out awesome, and I hope you learned a lot along the way. If you have any questions about anything, don't hesitate to ask me in the Q&A sections. But that's going to do it for this project then, so I'll see you in the next section. In this lecture, I'll give you a few pointers on continuing your journey learning 3D in Blender. And I'll start with the most important and obvious piece of advice: don't give up. There's a ton to learn, and I mean a ton. And at times, Blender can feel really frustrating or complicated, and this can be demotivating. About 20 years ago, when I first started learning 3D, I downloaded Blender, I was completely overwhelmed by it, and I ended up deleting it. And then many months later, I decided to give it another shot. And the more I practiced with it, the more comfortable I felt making things. And that's just pretty much how everything is. Nothing's really much fun when it's confusing, but it's guaranteed to get less confusing over time. So if you practice consistently, and you have a passion to be good at this, then at some point in learning Blender, you're going to reach that point where you understand it well enough and it clicks with you enough that you can create pretty much whatever you want. It's a foolproof system too. The more you use Blender, the better you're going to get. But this also leads me into my next piece of incredibly important advice. Don't be afraid to suck at this. You're new to 3D, you're new to Blender, and it's going to take some time before you can create really polished works of art with it. But honestly, that's not a bad thing to have the freedom to suck at something. In this case, it arguably makes it more fun because it takes the pressure off. When I was learning Blender, I made all kinds of terrible art, and I had a blast doing it. I wasn't expecting myself to immediately create something hyper-realistic. And instead, I was just creating whatever popped into my head. Whatever I wanted to make that day, I made it. For example, here's a piece of art from my early days, where one day I woke up and I wanted to model a toaster. And then I felt like putting that toaster in a cage. There was no real reason for it. I wanted to make it, so I made it, and I had fun. Then on another day, I wanted to make a square unicycle, because why not? The point is, Blender was my quickly growing passion at the time, and I absolutely loved making anything in 3D. It amazed me, and I didn't put any pressure on myself to be perfect at it while I was still new at it. So that really allowed me to appreciate any little thing that I could make, and in turn, that made me more positively motivated to get better. So enjoy the ride and don't stress over things too much. The more fun you have, the more the practice is going to sink in and you'll get better faster. Now, besides practicing, another way to help your work get better and learn more is to post your artwork online for people to look at and tell you what they like or what they don't like. Criticism is one of the best and worst things as an artist, or really as a person in general. No one likes to hear what's wrong with something they made, but this criticism definitely helps us grow. Others can look at our art with fresh eyes and see problems that we overlooked, and they can give us suggestions on making things better that we may not have thought of. It's very easy to get defensive about your artwork, even to the point that you might not even want to post it. You put a lot of time and effort into it, and it means something to you. So when someone says they don't like things about it, that can feel personal. And it is personal, but it's personal for them too. Not everyone is going to like everything, but they might have some good suggestions that you can learn from. And my last piece of advice is that Blender has tons of tools and options, but you don't need to know them all in order to use Blender. In fact, you don't even have to know how something works in order to use it. There are a lot of material nodes, for example, that you can just play around with for different effects, and you don't even have to know what you're doing. A lot of understanding can come from just using the tools and seeing the result. On any given project, I might use maybe 10% of the tools in Blender, if that. There's a ridiculous amount of tools and options, so don't think you have to learn Blender in its entirety to be good at it. You definitely don't. Alright, so I know some of this advice might seem generic, like practice makes perfect, but it's all completely true. Stick with it, practice as much as you can, have fun, and don't stress too much over getting better. Join the communities, and keep in mind that you don't need to know everything. If you stick to all that, you will get better at this and you will have fun. And if you're looking for any other advice, or if there's some concern on your mind about continuing learning Blender, feel free to ask me in the Q&A section, or you can also privately email me at contact@cgmasters.net. That'll do it for this lecture though, so I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, I'll go over where to find the latest Blender news, and I'll go over some of the most popular Blender forums and groups you can join. You can also consider this lecture a bit of a tour of some of Blender's community. And it's a really good idea to get involved with the community too, even if it's just to post your artwork and get feedback. But it's also really motivating to see other people's artwork, and to make some new friends with similar interests, work on group projects, or even enter contests. So first we'll go over the main Blender forum, Blender Artists. This is a fantastic resource, and this forum's been around for a very, very long time. Personally, I prefer forums over things like Facebook and Twitter, because it's easier to organize and find content, and this forum has a ton of content. There's a lot of different artwork forums here, a section for Blender support, a section where people post a ton of tutorials that you can browse through, and you can even find jobs here and enter contests. There's a lot going on at this site, and there's a lot of people on here, so it's a good place to be a part of. Along the lines of online support too, definitely check out Blender Stack Exchange. This is probably the best Blender support site there is. There are a lot of highly technical users on here that are pretty quick to answer your questions. I use this website a ton, for both troubleshooting my own projects, but also just to simply learn about the more complex parts of Blender. Highly, highly recommended that you keep this site bookmarked. Now, jumping over to social media, if Facebook is something you use a lot, there's a lot of Blender groups on there. For example, there's a group called Blender Artists, a group simply called Blender, and there's even a group for Blender Beginners. There's a lot of others too, and lots of different types. I'm actually lurking on the Blender and Blender Artist groups a lot, and they're decent groups, and there's a lot of activity when it comes to art posting and online support. The online support quality can be pretty random though, so sometimes you might get like 10 wrong answers before someone posts the right answer, but they're still good groups. If Reddit is more your thing, then check out the main Blender subreddit with over 300,000 members. I believe this might be the most popular Blender page with that many members. Lots of activity here, and from what I've seen, this page leans more towards artwork posting, though it does have some other content here and there like contests and online support. Now for social media like Twitter and Instagram, try searching for hashtags like B3D and Blender3D, and you'll find unlimited amounts of good artists and pages to follow. For Blender news, you can also follow the main Blender Twitter. And you can also follow Blender's creator himself, Tone Roosendahl, who posts a lot of news and things from behind the scenes at the Blender Foundation. When it comes to Blender development specifically, you can follow the main Blender developer's Twitter to keep up with that. And development has been super high-paced, so there's always some fun new features being posted about here. Now, continuing along the lines of the latest Blender news, another great source for that is Blender Nation. This has been around for ages, and it's a great place to go to find out the latest community news and latest Blender development. Also, if you wanted to follow me on any of the social platforms and keep up with what I'm working on, you can find me on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. So enjoy browsing the Blender community and set yourself up with some follows and bookmarks so that you can keep up with everything. This is an amazing community to be a part of, and it's always felt like so much more than just software to me. This has been my home for 20 years. I've met some great people and made some great friends along the way. So welcome to the Blender community, and I'll see you in the next lecture. When you start getting some cool renders together, you might want a place to be able to put them all and show them off. Putting together an online portfolio is a lot of fun, and it's really useful when you want to share your artwork online anywhere. And eventually, having a portfolio will be essential if you want to pursue 3D as a career. Now, there are a lot of different sites where you can create an online portfolio for free, but my favorite is ArtStation. This is a pretty respected portfolio website. Lots of professional artists use this website to post their personal work and their studio work. So it's actually a really motivating website to browse around as well. And anyone from any skill level can create a portfolio for free. So you don't have to be the most experienced artist out there in order to make a fun portfolio here. This site also has some social elements as well. Like you can follow other artists and they can follow you, and you can even have your own blog here. And that's pretty much it. I thought I'd include this quick lecture just to let you know that whenever you make something you're proud of and want to display it in a gallery, you can make a portfolio for free here. And there are other cool parts of this site as well, like they have a marketplace where you can buy and sell things like models and tutorials, and they have a section for prints too, where you can buy artwork on canvases, posters, and even metal prints, and you can even sell your own. So there's a lot going on here, and it's one of my favorite sites. And I'm not affiliated with ArtStation in any way, I just think it's an awesome site, so check it out. Congratulations on finishing the entire course. I hope you learned a lot, and I hope you're feeling more confident in using Blender now. If you're wondering what project to tackle next, you can check out my site at cgmasters.net. I have some free tutorials on there with more to come, and I have some other training courses as well. One of my latest courses on modeling an acoustic guitar might be a good next step for you. You've learned a bit about modeling, shading, and rendering in the Pirate Raft project, so now to take your modeling skills further, the guitar would be a really good project. Just like this course too, the guitar course is entirely step-by-step and all narrated real-time as I'm building it. And you can find that on Udemy. Also on Udemy is my course, The Blender Encyclopedia. This is an all-in-one reference guide to tons of different tools and options in Blender, including lots of step-by-step projects as well, like building this living room scene from start to finish. This could also be a good next step for you. And through my website, the purchase links will always take you to a discount on Udemy. And that about does it. So thank you for supporting my training, and I have a lot more to come. So until next time, I'll see you around.